should be alive.
You fool! You disrupted the natural order!
Oh, let me.
Yep. I've just checked the
Guagua.
Twitch. Guagua.
Cinder. Hi, she knows. She's a smart girl.
Yeah.
You know,
Wants to be on
just
stream.
earlier, she shat in the wrong place again.
Classic. The more things change, the more things stay the
Lord
same.
Cinderbottom,
yes.
you know. The Lord Cinderbottom.
She
trailer
has
who's,
dementia. She has dementia. She has.
I don't know if she knows where her litter box is anymore. I think she's not an orange cat, so she isn't a himbo, but still.
Yeah, that's Julius.
She's not a male orange cat, yeah, it's Julius.
As you can clearly see by these photos, James is captured.
Yeah.
He ran on top of my box now. Every time I look away, he's in a new spot.
Yeah.
He's exploring.
But Belmoli,
and
I
now?
think you mean the locker room decoration PCs.
Oh, yeah.
And now-
Hold on. Sorry. This is the party, you know?
This is the party. This is what we're going
This
with.
is it. This is the party.
This,
you know?
this is Reese's PCs.
Yeah.
Why does the
Uh,
coral still have the mouth?
He's hungry.
He's
I
hungry.
don't like that as an answer.
It got caught in the coral reef. What do you think?
yeah.
We gotta
You know,
gotta protect our planet, guys.
Coral reef, more like coral teeth. Like,
I hate that, actually.
Shut up.
you know.
That's illegal.
New upgrade idea.
Yeah. All right. We have been live now for 2 minutes exactly as I was reading it. So, hey, Penn, thanks for subscribing again.
Just for that interesting party,
Yeah.
That's
Interesting.
really
Interesting.
Suspicious.
Suspicious. So, hello, everybody, and welcome back to another new episode of Destruction Bench Agreement, our weekly tabletop RPG run in the anime campaign / Epithet System, taking place at the titular Destruction Bench Agreement, or DBA as we tend to call it, which is a fighting tournament-like organization you've seen shonen anime. However, those of you who have been around before will know that while it started out like that, it's kind of changed, transformed, transmogrified into a force, an organization, within the world of the campaign, and its members often find themselves getting involved in worldly and otherworldly scenarios, and similar to the Monster of the Week format that the show has in-universe, every week we have a slightly different set from our revolving door of a cast of GMs, players, and player characters. And so we're going to get to introducing them, but as I do, we got a lot more people here than usual. As always, though, let's start with the GMs. Hey everybody, I am Patronix or Soleil, whichever you prefer. I am here to run what is now episode 197. I realize I didn't say that at the beginning, and that's a me problem. Yeah, I'm primary / head GM. This initial idea was originally my brainchild, and we've worked on it since. But I certainly could not have done it without the help of my two co-GMs. Firstly, we have Iris. Anything else, my friend?
It's me, Iris.
Hi.
I'm
And
a
then-
go-GM.
Yeah. And then we got Penny, who subscribed earlier. Yeah?
Funny when the joke happens twice. Hi, I'm Penny. I was
Hey.
brought in late on this, but you know what? I did some things and some stuff.
She did some things and some stuff. And so, we got quite a few players here that are going to be involved with this, and the reason as to why that is may or may not become clear as we start getting into this episode and this particular session. But we're going to quickly go through everybody in terms of who's playing here. Firstly, we got Ballast.
Ha! I'm Ballast.
He's also streaming.
Power up real quick.
Yeah. He's also
continuing
streaming.
the bit, you know.
Yeah. Then we got Scarlet.
Hey, I'm Scarlet. I'm playing the Schworm.
Yeah. Then we got Drake.
Oh god. Did somebody fart in here? Oh, sorry, no, that's just me. Hi, I'm Drake.
Hey, Drake.
Yeah?
Then we've got
Penalty.
James.
Hi, I had to scramble for a second because Julius figured out how to open up one of my cardboard boxes, and now he's trying to figure out how to open the rest of them.
Yeah. And then up next, we've got Kakapo.
Hey. I'm here. This time around, I'm going to be playing the poker table. That's right, finally. After so much time, we finally get to see them in action. I'm their puppet master, so get
Well,
excited.
worth the
Their
wait.
epithet is... sex. Let's move on.
Liger.
How am I supposed to follow that up?
Good question.
Anyway, hi everybody, I'm Liger Zero Jaeger, and today I'll be playing Brave, and not any of these shown icons on screen.
Yeah. Then we've got Moomin.
Hi, I'm Moomin. I'm here playing Mr. Smiley up in the top right.
Yeah. Then we've
He's
got
so happy to be here.
so
hungry.
happy. Then we've got Roche.
Me, Gungaga.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here. I don't play any of these guys.
Yeah.
You might recognize me from the water.
Then we've got Sam.
Hey, it's me, Sam Amber, Yum Bits, GMed Guild of the Unknown. Go watch that sometime that's not now. And today I'm playing the third pixel on the left.
Yep.
The third one?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, last but certainly not least, we've got Zenza.
Hi, I'm Zanza. I'm here. I'm chilling, and I just wanted to tell you that.
There it is.
That's who he's playing. It's OP,
Yeah.
kinda.
So,
Yeah.
that's everyone involved here. I will also say now that, as we're introducing the players that are taking part in this, there are actually 2 more players that are going to be part of this episode, being, if you've seen DBA before, you can likely recognize the names of Gecko and Poco. Both of them are also involved, but, scheduling be hell, and we needed to run this at some point. So... either one of them, if the time happens to strike right, may be jumping in partway through. If not, we'll be seeing them in the later sessions and parts of this episode, because by golly, is this 110% a multi-parter, as was stated. In a way, it's a whole little arc, like most of the DBA episodes have been lately. And so, yeah.
Soleil, we're not going for the 42-hour stream? I thought we were just doing it all in one run.
No, brother, no. And
Anybody who even has a passing familiarity with DBA or TTRPGs in general or basic common sense might notice this is a few more players than usual.
Yeah. We're doing a real ambitious thing here, and before anything else, if you're enjoying this super ambitious thing, you want to know when, where, how, why you can see more ambitious things in the future, you should join our Discord server. Find out in you! There's the link! Whoa! Go there to get notified when, where, how we're going live. Post memes and fan art related to our streams. And it's the community hub, so it's the place to go to be in the know. Follow and sub to the channel if you haven't already. As we've said 30 times now, though, this is a pretty big episode, and I hope everyone enjoys watching. As for Poco and Gecko's characters, so long as they're not here, they'll still be present, physically, but obviously their players aren't here, and we'll be figuring out what to do with them. But unless anybody has anything else they want to say before we get started here into episode 197 as it is now.
Bazinga.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude. All right. I want to ask my two co-GMs. You guys are ready, correct?
Yep.
Hey, give me 1 second to make sure that everything is set up properly. Which it appears to be. But
you guys ready?
Oh boy.
Oh, I'm ready. I don't like the sound of that.
For all of you guys, the curtain opens on this episode of Destruction Bench Agreement, finally, as it has been. And this time, we're not starting in the locker rooms or anything like that. We're starting in a place that is potentially familiar to some of you. It's been a bit since we've been here. However, let me go ahead. Bring us over to this map.
This track.
And let me know when everybody's in here.
Oh no, I'm here. Poor Niall.
Alright. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. So, I just want to make sure that I've got everything properly recorded here before everything gets moving, alright? If you'd please humor me in clarifying some details real quick.
Of course, Mr. Orson.
So, no, it's been a good while since I've been back as myself. But that whole situation I was in really threw a wrench in my usual process, you know? Ever since I've been able to work properly again, I've been swamped with whatever muck and mire DBA stepped on any given day. But I've been trying to keep up and catch up on everything, at least as much as possible. I'd certainly assume that it's been difficult. Thankfully, your higher-ups seem to have noticed your workload. Sigma shifts his head and looks over at Alexa.
I've heard that his hair was becoming less salt and pepper and more ash before I was brought in to help him.
Thank the Lord in heaven for you, Alexa. Niles throws his arms into the air as he leans back with the rest of his body. He then spins around in his swivel chair before stomping to a hard stop, slightly off-center from directly facing the others.
What is it you need, then?
Well! He takes a hand to his desk, producing a small yet resounding thump. Considering what the meeting at the fort is going to be all about, it was and is very important that I both helped out in figuring out which members should be brought on the base, and that I have all my ducks in a row regarding all of our current members.
Of course.
Makes sense? We can go over all the people who are going as DBA members in a minute, but, forgive me for not having every iota of information memorized, but I think that in the morass of constant problems everywhere, I may have just sort of given the go-ahead on a lot of these guys without really reading through everything on file or thinking about things all too much.
You have described the old vetting process as a... She flips through some notes. Feverish haze of nonsense words and practical jokes. Yes.
Thank God we thought of the entrance exams. Makes my life so much easier. He pauses, seemingly in respite. Niles is known as DBA's primary on-site lawyer, but technically his title within the organization is the recruiter. Traditionally, it would be his job to go out, find, and recruit potential fighters who would make good contestants in the DBA fighting tournament, bring in the good ratings, you know? However, at this point, it should be pretty clear that this season of DBA is a little bit different than some of the other ones. A little more unhinged, world-spanning, perhaps. That's a way you could put it. As such, Niles has found himself in a little bit of an unusual position. There's no shortage of people coming to join DBA without his help. And the people that are here tend to cause some problems that more standard lawyering would be required to help deal with. But now I've got the time and reason to brush up on everything. So, I've got some questions about some of the horse piss... Forgive my language, Niles motions to Sigma. Not needed. I understand, it's horse piss. About some of the horse piss that's been festering in this organization, right? Niles clenches one hand to a claw-like position while placing his head in the other.
I'm afraid you'll have to narrow it down.
Alright, so, I obviously know about a lot of the more prominent members we got here. The big shots. I know about Venus Vanderbilt. I mean, who around here doesn't know about the Vanderbilts? I know about, like, Donovan Bushida, Gordon Galvanize, Penny Craftwork, Cadence Lilt. They're all pretty self-explanatory. They're easy to understand, right?
In some ways, comparatively.
Yeah, comparatively. Exactly. He snaps his fingers. When I started going over the choices for the fort meeting, I saw that there's this one girl, Peony?
Yes, from the Magical Girl Society.
All that magical girl stuff is a whole other thing. Don't think I forgot about the whole cat-pocalypse thing that happened because of them. That day was an absolute travesty. Sigma shuffles in his seat, disrupting his otherwise solid posture.
Alexa shivers.
Anyways, I was reading a record, and it says that she's, quote, probably an animal spirit possessing a dead human's body?
That's the current working theory. Some people think it was a starfish spirit specifically. The whole situation with that wasn't known when she first joined DBA, so you wouldn't have seen it if you were lucid when approving her application.
Right. Fine. Okay.
It's actually a fairly similar situation to what seems to have happened with Kitty, our virus hunter working in the DBA database.
We can get back to all that DBA database stuff and the dubiously sentient AI that the Fenestra made there later, alright?
If you wish.
Because on the note of animal spirits, we've apparently had multiple animals that are counted as members here. There's a business ferret.
She reportedly has a business degree.
And a monkey named Big Kong. That's his code name. And neither of those two have been here in ages, but apparently B-controlled me thought they'd really rake in the views.
Our audience likes funny animals.
I'm sure they do, because there's more. He crunches his elbows against his desk. We've got a lizard a kobold who goes around eating rocks and getting away with it. There's a frog king, a king of the frogs who is also a frog himself.
He's actually the king of the pond, and he says that he's a drog, not a frog, from the Shadow Realm.
We're not talking about all the other dimensions right now. We're not talking about
Right, sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Then there's the cat pirate, Swabbles, I think is his name.
Swabbles, the Dread Pirate. He's got a whole bunch of other swabbies with him in the Lost and Found.
We're not talking about other dimensions right now.
Right, sorry.
And again, talking about animal spirits, animals and spirits. Instead of a ghost animal possessing a human, we've also got a green dog possessed by a non-defined spirit.
Buckscape nowhere.
From what I understand, Buckscape's epithet draws in spirits that likely guide him to act as he does. Oh, of course. I completely forgot the dog had an epithet. He slumps further into his desk, melting like a pile of sludge.
Alexa leans in slightly. If you'd like an animal without an epithet, Mr. Orson, there's also Carousel, the crow with a gun. Mr. Orson?
From what I remember, that crow was in a pretty recent episode. Isn't he part of a terrorist organization? Lemniscape, a terrorist organization led by the mathematics-obsessed Cinnabon. Sigma clenches his fist and narrows his eyes. Cinnabon, who is also a DBA member, correct?
Cinnabon is also a DBA member, correct.
So he's just been around here? I let that happen?
There was an episode a while back where you had the bench warmers run a little entrance exam of their own for him and some of the other DBA members. The one where they fought a sentient bench that tried to eat them. You wanted to show concerned viewers how safe everything was at DBA after the alternate timeline oil thing.
He slumps yet again. I really don't appreciate the fact that episode with the crow with a gun was all about breaking that terrorist out of jail.
I can assure you that mission was not set up by DBA, Mr. Solstice. Lemniscape wanted to save their leader, and since Lemniscape is connected to DBA, it seems like she waves her hands around, mysterious camera people were interested I really don't know how the cameras around here work. It's possible no one does.
It's a real pain in the side, you hear? That was the same day the incident with Golgotha hijacking the train happened. How topical. Not to distract from the current conversation, but actually that's another thing. Do the bench warmers just act as regular DBA members now?
Well, not counting the DBA members who became bench warmers because of the one episode. I'm pretty sure it's just been Pyrite Terracotta who has participated. On the official record, it says that he got tired of waiting around.
I unfortunately already know all about Pyrite. No further questions.
That's kind of good, at least.
That depends on who you're asking. He rubs his temples. So, I'm also aware that along with Cinnabon and other regular criminals, we apparently also have some ultra-powerful supervillains who DBA really, really doesn't like that are also members of our group for some reason. Like, if I saw the name Madison Williams and read that she was a murderous cowboy necromancer who apparently killed her own family and was also working under an alternate dimensions goddess who apparently wants to take over the world or something, I'd be a little concerned. Honestly though, par for the course at this point. But also, I know that the people here hate her, considering the fact they are literally on a mission to stop her from taking over the Borealis Expanse right now, as we speak.
That's correct, Mr. Orson. Most of those villains come from a couple of episodes where different people were hosting game shows and other competitions, and these bad guys just happens to be the contestants.
If it's someone else's game show, then why was it on our show?
Well, the people involved were related to DBA, so our mysterious camera people filmed it as an episode. The camera also managed to catch itself on camera at one point.
So, the reason why people like Madison Williams, apparently incredibly dangerous assassin Prescott Lavin, apparently incredibly dangerous stand assassin Whirlpool, and a bunch of others are members in our organization is because
the people involved were related to
DBA, so our mysterious camera people filmed it as an episode. And for whatever reason, that means whoever sends me the paperwork decided that these guys were technically members, since they were technically the stars of an episode.
That's correct, yes.
So then who the hell is Lord President? When I first started catching up on this season, I started tracking things from the start, since that made, logical sense to me. And I thought I remembered there being a guy named Mr. President. I think he's related to that Palmer lady.
Oh, Lord President and Mr. President are the same person. Kind of.
Niles slowly raises his head up, meeting Alexa's eyes. And why is he in here twice?
Well, similarly to the animal spirits from earlier, Mr. President was seemingly possessed by a being known as Zalga when he was corrupted by a weird version of one of our other members, whose name has been redacted from our records.
What? Zalga appears to be the ruler of an alternate dimension inhabited by the glitchlings. And it also appears that some of the members of Zalgo's court have been making some sort of effort to reawaken some ancient destroyer god or something like that, who has long since been sealed away. His apostles seeming to represent the different elements of magic respective to the glitchlings. Niles slams his head back down onto the desk. My apologies. Sigma remains sitting in the same position, ever stalwart. Without picking his head up, Niles continues speaking. What about Cynthia Vanderbilt then? I assume she was also on one of those game shows?
Multiple, actually.
But I also know that she's been on some of the more recent episodes. Isn't she like one of the most actively known enemies to a large portion of our members?
Yes, she was, but after a group of members faced her in a climactic battle a good number of episodes ago, they started trying to get Cynthia to change her ways, and it seems like she's starting to be accepted into the sphere of the more regular DBA members.
I heard she all but brutally killed one of the contestants during field day. During baseball? The one ran by Beetle...
No. You shouldn't say his name.
Niles blinks and raises an eyebrow before continuing. But yeah, she all but killed one of the contestants, like a squirrel girl.
Ah yes, Ice Screamo. She has a dancing banana man who follows her at all times.
Her name is Ice Screamu?
Spelled E-I-S.
Whatever, no, just whatever. If you're saying Cynthia's turning over a new leaf, good to hear. I'm genuinely happy for her. I really hope the rest of the Vanderbilts chill out too then. This is one thing I've actually directly heard about before. Enev's been, adopted by them now, right?
Correct.
God, that feels like a ticking time bomb. He scratches one of his arms. Enev's both DBA's marketable little guy and also really powerful, so it'd be really bad if Niles stops himself, shooting up a bit, as it's clear he remembers something. Actually, speaking of Enev, talking about the multiple presidents reminded me. Is there a reason that there's two Enevs on records? I know they're like an epithet guy of unknown origin, and also literally called the Mirror, but I feel like I would have been told if Enev cloned themselves or something, or was possessed by some big evil...
Oh, no. Unlike Mr. President, there are actually two different Enevs.
Niles looks dumbfounded. Why?
Well, if the rumors are true, it seems like there's an alternate timeline.
The sound of a nerve pinching can audibly be heard.
Where it's kind of like ours, but darker. Both thematically and literally. I believe I've heard that there's something weird with the sun there. The second Enev is from there.
What do you mean? What do you mean they're just from there? Aren't you normally supposed to just stay in a timeline? One timeline? Enev isn't a time traveler, at least I don't think so. Any other members that are like this?
Time travelers, duplicates of other members, or both?
I don't know anymore.
Well, there's another duplicate very similar to the other Enev. This one's a duplicate of Eleonora Felicity.
Oh, finally! Another thing I understand. I'm pretty sure that's the one spider swordswoman, right? She's been around quite a lot.
Oh, Eleonora isn't a spider. Mr. Orson?
What do you mean she's not a spider? This is the main thing I know about her!
It's something to do with, well, not her epithet, but another one that's effectively been grafted onto her in some way by her master. There's a lot of information that's been floating around. It apparently may have a connection to the situation that recently occurred with the monochrome castle that appeared in Daybreak.
Didn't the vampire lord from there also sign up as a member?
Yes.
Lovely. Cool even.
When it comes to time-traveling duplicates, there's also Queen Worthless.
There's more?
Well, there was that one time when the moon got angry at DBA after they blew her up multiple times.
Her?
And so she got dragged, so she dragged a group of members into space before transporting them back in time to 1995. They were put into a baseball stadium with Johnny Home Run, that guy that hired the Whirlpool girl you mentioned earlier. When Johnny Home Run eventually betrayed them, the members defeated him, obliterated his soul across time, and then jumped into a time portal to come home. But unfortunately, the child Queen Worthless from that day jumped in with them, so now she's stuck in the present. The moon was also arrested.
Niles deflates like a whoopee cushion.
There's also another duplicate.
This is really still going, huh?
Of Cadence, that easy-to-understand one you mentioned earlier. Except, well, this one is less a duplicate and more of a doppelganger.
I know, Echo. You don't have to explain it.
No.
No?
No, this one is a slime mimic. I believe her real name is Fall Guys? Foley? She went on our most recent Christmas adventure disguised as Cadence. By doing that, she managed to slip through without taking an exam, and since she went on DBA properly, she's registered as a member.
Oh, well, that's just cheating.
Yeah.
How about that one Zin kid, then? I heard he was an exam, but had to leave early.
Yes, we're still planning on having him finish an exam at some point, but because that first exam ended up being filmed, he technically is already a member in the same way.
Then what about that really horrible one?
Borgo McDonald?
Yes, the literal pile of flesh that openly eats children?
No.
Oh, yes, he definitely eats children.
No, he does. I just mean that he's not a member. He failed the exam.
But he was there and filmed. If the logic sticks, he should be considered a member.
No.
Why not?
Nobody likes Borgle?
But they do like all of the other horrible criminals and murderers that have been considered members for less?
More than Borgle, yeah.
Yep. Fair enough. You know what? Fair enough. Let's just stop talking about Borgle. Let's, how about we, Niles, scatterbrainedly grabs an errant form off of his desk, clearly not treating the slip of paper with any sort of care. How about this one, then? It says, this member is a sentient whole in reality. That Shido, she's where the duplicates of Enob and Eleonora came out of. All energy Niles had regained bubbles up in a swift frustration-induced raising of one of his legs before, drained of all of the energy in an instant, he limply reclines into his chair, slumping completely. I don't want to hear about that one anymore. Understood? Niles lazily reaches over to another form, looks at it and tosses it away. Nope. I already know about the kids who were dragged into the ghost zone or whatever. Didn't even have anything to do with DBA, but I guess they were in the city and things got interesting when the kid awoke to his psychic powers. He rubs his temples yet again. Thank you again for the help with that, Alexa. I had to work quintuple overtime to make sure we didn't get any lawsuits over that one.
Of course, Mr. Orson.
Niles grabs yet another form off the stack. His face remains unmoving while reading it. I could get riled up over this one, but I'm going to choose not to. I'm simply refusing to. He pauses. Alexa, could you tell me, A, why there is a member of our fine organization named Shitty Little Gremlins, and B, why their name implies some form of plurality?
Oh, yes. Those are the shitty little gremlins. This is because they're little gremlins and, according to most viewer polls, quantifiably shitty.
And despite there being multiple of them, they're all considered to be one member?
It's not just multiple, it's all of them. All of the shitty little gremlins are there. Well, actually, not all of them, most of them. Apparently that weird Grilch guy was one, but the rest of them are the one singular member.
Honestly, at this point, I prefer that. I prefer that over having to account for every single one of the apparently many of these guys separately from each other.
I'm glad, Mr. Orson.
May as well, am I right? This is the same organization that lets animals, spirit-possessed animals, animal-possessed people, living cars, and fucking rocks be members. Why shouldn't we have the entire species of gremlins here?
To be fair, Mr. Orson, we don't have any rocks that are members here. We have a caveman who likes rocks, and our one member, Binthia Bokeman, has a pet rock that was in an episode once.
Whatever, okay, we don't have rocks. There's plenty of other things I know we do have. Like, apparently, a tree guy? Ooh, what's his power? To grow? What a shocker.
Yes, his power is...
I know that's his power. That's what I just said. Because apparently, the only times we actually film the fighting tournaments as the big events here at this fighting tournament organization is when it's somebody else's fighting tournament. And that's when Tree Guy shows up. On that, why the hell do we count people who show up to other people's tournaments as our members? There's that one Crimson Pandemonium, and the one that Aaron No Me hosted on Jack Off Island to sell real estate or something, and because some guy named Miffle Ragbottoms or something showed up and pretended to be an ostrich, he gets to be on our records now, along with Giant Red Guy who did nothing but jump around, and Niles has been rifling through forms for a mile a minute, abruptly stops. Oh, I see, and apparently along with, and I quote, the devil? Like from Bible? That's his code name. Well, call me Kids Next Door, because I'm sick of code names! I'm sorry. I thought it was like the real devil for a second there, because honestly, would that be so out of left field at this point? I personally have met demons before. There's that Blackberry girl, right? She's real nice. When we had that big party after Yatana was killed, I was invited down to her house in gay hell. The hell that is gay, apparently. And you know what? It was real nice. I got to relax. I'm not a religious guy. I didn't believe in hell before then, but you know what? Demons don't seem so bad. Except Just kidding! Sorry again! I've just been informed by the document search function that apparently there are a bunch of other demons that are evil and do want to kill people. This isn't even counting the underworld or whatever, which I guess exists. Angels too! Can't forget about our angel who ate the evil rat cheese! And then there's also something called a void demon, and I don't know if they're different in any way or something, or...
If you'll allow me, Mr. Orson, I can explain. Alexa clears her throat. At first, our primary showcase of Hell came in the form of the demons that Lil and Yanara had formed contracts with via her epithet. Her demons came from Inferno, otherwise popularized by various media as Dante's Inferno. You'll remember him from the Devil May Cry series, and seem relatively ambivalent towards humans unless their duties to punish sinners are disrupted in some form, though of course there are probably exceptions. Then we encountered the Demon Sisters, a family of devils who are incarnations of those sins. But these sisters, we found, are actually from a different hell that has come to be known as Crimson Hell. This one is like the first hell, but with more blood. It also seems to actively incentivize its demons to accumulate enough power and influence to manifest themselves in our world once again, which is likely the source of many of the less fortunate demonic encounters that you mentioned. The Demon Sisters have had various encounters with DBA, the most notable of which is Kai Hayashi, a half-demon who lives on Earth and seeks to break the mold set by the rest of her family, and works as a hunter of demons who would do harm to our world. She's currently dating the manager of our arcade. This, of course, brings us to Alfie Bulldog, Kai's uncle, who was the very first DBA contestant for this season. He fell asleep in the locker room once. Alexa shuffles a few papers. Now, here's where things get slightly complicated. You see, none of this should be confused with Gay Hell, which is a name the demons that live there seem to have given it as a joke. This is a rare example of another world that did not initially make contact with ours, but the opposite. A large group of humans managed to breach its boundary and begin exploiting its energy and resources for profit, until the demons there overthrew them and fundamentally altered that energy source, shifting the nature of the world dramatically and causing it to become a different type of afterlife. Now, the subject of which worlds constitute afterlives brings us to the underworld you mentioned. The underworld serves as a purgatorial space that our souls are guided to after death by the Grim Reapers. You'll remember them from the recent Undead Apocalypse. The Reapers serve as arbiters of death, and using the river Styx that connects various planes together, choose the final resting place of our mortal souls based on a system of cosmic judgment that my department hasn't yet acquired the details of. Regardless, you can think of the underworld as a sort of neutral alignment, as opposed to the other planes we've mentioned that have their own nature based on other factors. And yes, heaven is also real as far as we know, but the existence of God remains ambiguous due to conflicting sources of information. I'm sure you remember our episode 50 extravaganza. She pauses briefly before continuing. And lastly, the Void Demons. Their moniker is somewhat misleading, as rather than being demons in any context we've been discussing so far, they are instead artificial creations of a higher being known as the Oracle, who was destroyed by Jira, the entity possessing Lyriala Glint, the moth sorceress who helped in Monochrome Castle, but she was no longer possessed at that time. The Oracle placed the primal essences of various concepts in the form of liquefied abyss chemicals into living vessels, which in layman's terms essentially means that the Void Demons are immortal parasites who take residence in living hosts who they are compatible with. There are only a few of them that we know of, and so far only a few of them seem to be actively hostile, so no one has really done anything about it, including the manager of our arcade, who is a demon hunter like Kai, incidentally. All of this to say, the cosmos is very strange, and I'm sure there are far more details known by various governments and large organizations that we don't currently have access to until an episode happens that makes it relevant to this discussion. So, to summarize, the Void Demons are artificial creations, Lilin summons creatures from Inferno, Kai is from Crimson Hell, and Blackberry Cinnamon Twist, who you mentioned, is a demon from Gay Hell, the nice one.
There's a long pause. The silence pierces the air, and it's palpable. If you want to be technical, Blackberry is not a traditional Gay Hell demon. She's actually a corrupted fragment of the Rainbow Heart that lies in the center of Gay Hell, that used to be a massive black hole serving as the core of the universe, and Niles lets out a guttural yell as he sweeps his arms across his desk, setting all of the papers flying in every which direction. after another moment of tangible silence. As the papers start slowly falling to the ground, a single form lands on his head, obscuring his face. Oh. Oh, this is a polite-seeming boy. Griffith Edwards? That's nice.
Oh, Griffith Edwards? He's a nice boy, yes. His epithet seems to manifest as a horrific monster, personifying wanton destruction and uncontrollable frenzy.
But, before this continues any further, there is suddenly a knocking at the door. But before even then, anyone can attempt to go and answer the door. It opens on its own. Let me grab this. Hey, Niles! Military lady's here! Pyrite jerks a thumb pointing behind him directly at the aforementioned military lady. Commander Delta Citadel. As I will go ahead. Reveal this. Grab this. And grab her. As, she walks in, her footsteps solid and uniform, as she makes her way over to the trio. Commander Citadel. Niles quickly takes the documents he's been angrily grasping and places them flat against his desk, taking his hands and hastily gliding them across the papers to try and straighten them out. It is variably successful. Sigma half turns to meet her, using a hand to mimic the motion of tipping a hat in her presence.
Commander Citadel, pleasure to make your acquaintance. Alexa looks down to check the time on her phone. You're right on time.
She was actually standing outside the door for her arms crossed for like 10 minutes. I arrived early. The meeting had a set time. No reason to go against the schedule. Delta recrosses her arms.
I'll bring you a seat, ma'am. Alexa, without hesitation, starts striding towards one of the seats at the walls of the room.
There's no need. I don't imagine this will take very long. And I'd rather stand.
Alexa stops, nods to Delta, and then calmly makes her way back to her seat.
I, hope you made it here without any issues? None. This is my first time I've been to the main DBA building in person. It's a strange place, but I was able to find my way down here with the help of some of the staff. Glad to hear it went smoothly. Delta nods. Your name is Niles Orson, correct? Oh, right, yes, that's me. Sorry for not properly introducing myself earlier. This is my intern, Alexa. Niles motions to Alexa.
Again, a pleasure to meet you.
And I'm sure our good mayor doesn't need any introduction? It's proper to give one anyway. Sigma Solstice. He extends a hand to shake, which Delta quickly meets. Commander Delta Citadel. They finish their handshake, and Delta turns her gaze back over to Niles. Have you finished on deciding the roster for the meeting? I was right in the middle of wrapping that up as you came in. Just needed to double check some things. Did you want to see the current list? That would be helpful. But that can wait until we're finished with everything else. Understood. There's a moment of pause, but suddenly shattering that piece. So, what's this whole meeting thing anyway? You're going to a military base or something? Pyrite. I've already told you about this. Well, guess you must have been really boring or something, because I sure don't remember you telling me anything.
Mr. Terracotta, can this please wait until after the meeting? This is very important, and...
Actually, Delta holds up a hand. I may as well explain the plan again. I'm sure the rest of you remember the basic details, but the situation is always updating, so we may as well go over it. Sure. Always good to be clear on these kinds of things. Pyrite shoots a shit-eating grin to Niles, who grimaces. As everything stands, this meeting is currently in regards to the proposed alliance between the United States, Daybreak Bay, Destruction Match Agreement, and other related parties. Delta crosses her arms yet again. It's clear that the majority of you here at Destruction Match Agreement are capable fighters. More than capable, even. Exceptional. just as clear as the fact that times are getting more wild and predictable by the day. If you were to ignore everything else in the world, just looking at some of the things DBA and its members have gotten themselves involved with would show you that unimaginably dangerous threats are cropping up constantly. And even for all of you, those threats are incredibly difficult to manage. I would know. Even if I'm not the most experienced around here, I am technically a member of your organization now, if I understand correctly. Niles leans into Alexa. She is a member, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, technically you are, in a way at least. Regardless, if the kinds of problems you all find yourselves in are troublesome even for you, then the common citizens of the world would find themselves woefully inequipped in your shoes. In fact, they have already. If not for your efforts, that monstrous Yatana would have been able to wreak even more havoc across the world than it already did. Not only are you capable, but you're willing. You're willing to help in times of crisis. She extends an arm, swooshing her coat to the side before both slowly fall back to her side. As I see it, it's the military's responsibility to resolve conflict and to protect our country's people. With a job like that, you can never have enough help. So, I propose the idea that we all work together. In the event that something like Yatana ever happens again, where the world's well-being is threatened and countless lives are at stake, we can join forces to save everyone. So, you want to form the Avengers? In real life? A hush falls over the room. Niles drags and wipes his hands down his face as if washing himself. You could equate it to that. Pyrite clicks his tongue. But of course, matters like these aren't ever as simple as that. There are many involved parties that need to approve on various aspects. It's a proposal, not a set-in-stone decision. So, this meeting is to start gathering the stones and words to be said. We've recently finished the necessary construction on a new base on an island a bit off the west coast, and therefore off of Daybreak Bay's coast as well. Its name? Fort Bifrost. Theoretically, if all goes smoothly, it can be used as a base of operations whenever our alliance would be needed to organize. And thus, both to get things moving, and to introduce you all to the base, we've opted to invite a group of DBA members to Fort Bifrost itself, both to see the place for yourselves, and, for some of you, to potentially join in on the meeting itself. Considering the particular ways your organization operates, I believe it would be best to air the opinions of some of its members to everyone present. Has the date of the meeting changed at all? No. Still 2 days from today. When it comes to transport, we'll be providing ferries over to Fort Bifrost for everyone involved. Of course, there will be a set meeting spot at the docks. Sigma nods. That more or less covers the broad details. There's still some minor points of discussion I'd like to go over before I leave, but otherwise, that's the plan. The discussion between Delta and everyone else continues on for a little while, but before too long, she takes her leave. We now cut to the aforementioned 2 days later. It's the big day itself. Instead of hearing from Delta herself, all of you were corralled together by your good pal, Mr. Spider, who strutted in and organized the sign-up process for this event, acting as part of DBA's management. He effectively gave you all the same information that Delta gave everyone there, but, worded a little differently with his own Mr. Spider flair, I'm sure you can imagine. And as part of that, just like Delta mentioned, the military has provided you guys with transport by way of ferry. You guys are going to be going in slightly smaller groups, and to start things off for the proper beginning past that opening cutscene, we're going to be starting off things with catching up with the last groups to leave the docks on the final ferry to Fort Bifrost itself, and a group of a good couple of you. So, let me go ahead, grab this.
Thank you so much for that entire starting bit, by the way. That was I was muted for obvious reasons, but
fucking plus.
You don't know how hard it was to crack up at our own jokes in the middle of it.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah. As mentioned, this is one of the ferries, the final one to leave the docks, the station. This is the group that's been organized and is currently on the way to Fort Bifrost. You've been going for a little bit, but there's still some time to go.
Yeah. I sent you something real quick, Soleil, by the way, but shouldn't be
sure,
much.
I can check that.
Good old relaxing boat ride.
Seriously.
The feeling of
Venus does not.
the feeling of the ocean breeze.
Yeah. Yeah. Wish I had packed some beachwear. Yeah.
What was that, Scarlet?
Venus does not seem relaxed, is all.
Oh, I bet.
Well, I mean, we don't really need swimwear. We're going into a military base, right? Not gonna get too much sun. Speaking of, hey there, soldier boy. He nods to the generic soldiers.
He nods back.
Yeah, Dwayne just sort of pats Unit on the chest. Yeah, you're going, I'm not. Apparently. I guess little old me couldn't sift through the sign-up process this time, but all good. I'm seeing you off, bud.
The last thing a military base wants is someone who can get the dark secrets that they have. I don't know what you were thinking.
The dark secrets?
Ooh, I like
the dark secrets. Yeah. I just sort of Dwayne sort of rubs his nose. I guess I understand a little bit, but also just sort of leans in and does an exaggerated hand by head sort of whispering thing. But kind of makes it more suspicious of them that they wouldn't want me there, kind of winks.
They're the U.S. military.
Yeah.
Union leans in. Don't worry, Dwayne. If there's an alien there, I'll take a picture.
Yeah, alright, good. That's what I was worried about.
He says as if aliens haven't appeared before.
Yeah.
Fear and hunger, so.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
If Dwayne ain't coming, but he's still on the boat, who all is actually set to be here for realsies, and who's just enjoying the ride?
I'm here for realsies, Malagrano says.
Yo.
For real?
On God.
Aquarius, not responding, puts one hand up, the other over her eyes. She has one foot up on the engine, knee forward, sort of doing a, captain at the bow, looking forward sort of thing, but at the back.
Yeah.
I'm here super duper for real.
Alexa raises her hand as well.
What about you, blue hair armor lady?
Aquarius
she
perks up again.
Yeah.
Venus instantaneously drops something she was holding into the ocean, and it goes into the far distance, and
you want me to get that for you?
Sighs.
No, I got this, hold on.
No!
Okay.
She sprints over and snatches Aquarius's arm. You know what? It's fine. It's better that I didn't have it.
I mean, if you're sure.
Yeah.
Seemed important.
Yeah. No. I did not spend 3 hours of my life sleeping last night because of that one singular goddamn.
Alright, your funeral.
Speaking of getting some shut-eye, yes, I'm going. Wayne tucks his hat over his eyes and then is just going to ignore sound for a while, tap me if I'm needed.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. Point is, yes, I am showing up to the proper meeting.
Right. You, doing quite alright? You look good?
I am. Right. Venus Vanderbilt. That's my name, but not related to the I am. Yeah. I'm fine. A bullet falls from her forehead.
She's been excited like this for the past couple days.
Union snaps.
Melagrano, did you call this excited?
Union snaps with his left hand, and there is a metal tink sound as it happens because he's snapping his metal fingers. That's why you look so familiar. I got it now.
She seems well put together.
I am well built. I have so many things in mind. For example, I hope that by the end of this, they're going to see that, you know, I'm pretty good when it comes to building things. My current plan is to stand in front of the biggest weapon they have and not get hurt by it.
Is that a smart idea?
I'll manage.
I mean, you'll manage, but it's not a smart idea, I don't think.
But I'll manage.
No. Well, look at her. Look at all the armor she's covered in. She's probably fine. She's a professional.
Exactly. He gets it. She smiles.
See, I'm planning on finding the biggest weapon they have and getting the blueprints. I've
You
got
know
ideas.
what? That's valid to an extent. She blinks a few times. Point is, yes, I'm showing up and I'm doing fine.
Oh, fuck. Should introduce myself. Sorry. Hello, my name is Union Burns. I am from the Bloodstone Island Prison Reformation Program.
Mm-hmm.
Raises a hand.
Oh, I know about that.
Yes,
And-
Yeah.
Mhm.
This is my buddy Dwayne. Shouldn't be afraid of
Hey.
him. He's a softie.
Oh yeah, he's totally not dangerous at all. Look at him.
Yeah.
Really, considering I'm going and he's not, I'm the important one here, so talk to me.
Yeah. Just sort of withers.
As a small detail, I am one of the primary, heads of the organization, and while I haven't been around, I've been doing other things. She looks at Melagrano in a do not mention my doomsday prepping kind of way. I know all of you, at least minimally, because I kinda, sort of, am a member of the organization, paperwork-wise.
Ooh, do you know me?
Hi
You know
anyway,
me?
though. Yeah. Peony.
Yeah. Wow, she knows me.
I said that I would, and did, and do.
Do you just know my name, or do you, know things about us?
Starfish is all she says on the matter.
Wow, I do like starfish!
So, let's go around the circle and introduce ourselves, because at least, to someone who hasn't read all the books and so on.
Smart idea.
You really gotta go to those DBA watch nights. Like, they're kind of important.
Look, just because I watch them doesn't mean I know everyone's name and what their deal is.
There are a lot of people.
It's kind of like parasocial to just, if I just, walked up to this guy right here, this upstanding little lad, and is like, hey, man, sorry about your issues. I know them all by heart. That's weird.
My social security number is...
Sorry, was that weird? Should I have not have said that?
No,
I probably shouldn't have said that.
not weird.
Oh god, if I'm meeting the... Yep.
No, yeah, listen, not like the deep stuff, just like the bullet points, the header of the Wikipedia page. That's all. It's whatever. It just sort of turns away.
I think the header of my DBA Wikipedia page says that I died or something.
Well, you're
That
here.
doesn't seem right.
That's not the header, at least.
Head of my...
No way, you two!
Go! Same
That doesn't seem right.
Fist
You
bump.
start sweating.
Actually, How you hanging in, Peony, by the way? We've met. Just waving out to Union and the rest of them, we've met. Yeah, but how you hanging there?
Oh, I'm doing good. I watched some of the episodes featuring that kitty girl that people kept mentioning has a similar situation to me, and there are lots of dark implications to that, apparently, but that's flying over my head.
Uh-huh. Got it.
No way, things fly over my head all the time too!
Fist bump.
Samesies!
Safeties!
Aquarius looks up. Is that a seagull?
Looks up.
Oh my god!
Oh, holy shit!
Went over our head!
Yeah!
You know, hey, lady, like, looks at Alexa. Lady, I don't really know your name, sorry.
Yeah, I don't recognize you.
She kind of like looks up above her glasses.
What's your deal?
Oh, I'm Mr. Orson's assistant, Alexa Horn.
Oh. Okay, cool.
Hate that.
Oh, I hate that too.
Who's Mr. Orson?
Alexa what?
Horn.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Orson is Niles. She points to him.
He's in the inside portion of the boat. He's been taking the quiet part.
Oh, the older guy, yeah.
And just to quickly say, you can sense Alexa has an epithet, but it doesn't feel particularly strong or notable.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know, that explains why haven't seen you around before if you're just working with Loy over there.
Yeah.
I was only hired recently.
Have we met? I don't think we've met.
Not in person, Miss Vanderbilt.
Hi. She, like, blinks a little bit after hearing that. I guess that is my name. Last name.
Yes.
I don't have one of those.
Yeah, you should get one. They're pretty
Usually-
popular.
Usually, when people say my last name, it is derogatory. Oh god. Oh fuck. Oh no. Wait. She, like, reaches over to Melagrano and grasps onto his shoulder a lot of bit too tightly. Hey, do you think that I'm gonna go there and they're gonna be like, why the fuck is there a Vanderbilt at Fort Bifrost?
Venus, if they don't know about you at this point, I don't know why they're inviting DBA there.
She thinks on that and then gives Melagrano a sort of I'm watching you kind of look.
Well, what do you want me to say? Like,
I don't know.
It'll be fine. Don't you worry. Go into some military fortress or whatever. That's more your style, right? But I mean, you know, don't you worry. I've been shaking out of my boots too this whole time. You know, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
Usually I'm a lot better with this, but this is military business. And I really like the military.
Huh.
Wow, the military.
What? What's your problem with that? Whatever.
Just
She goes over, grips the side railing, denting it significantly.
You know, Union clears his throat and, like, you know, goes over just a little bit, like, you don't want to be touched, right? Just clarifying.
I mean, like, why?
I'm talking to her.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, I'm fine with it. I just am a little bit nervous. Is all.
Very slowly puts arm on shoulder. Is just like, I really dig the cannon. Frankly, great piece of work you got there.
Her eyes light up.
You want to tell me a bit about it? I mean, I'm frankly interested in having one for myself. Or like, if you could make me one, we could workshop that. I know, you know, my boss doesn't like me getting stuff attached to me, but I'm sure there's nothing wrong if I get a little custom-made cool thingamahobber.
I can make one, yeah. She instantaneously switches gears from nervous wreck to talking about cannon.
Yeah.
Union happily listens to her to help her get her anxiety disappeared.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dwayne kind of like looks at that and kind of like sees Melagrano walk over. just sort of gives him a nod. Hey there.
Hi.
Like, yeah.
You're Dwayne, yeah?
Yeah, the one and only. You might have seen me on the news once or twice.
I've at
at
least heard your name once or twice. So.
Yeah, that's how it be. Just sort of looks over at Venus. Just sort of like, yeah, those two are gonna be in it for a while. Dwayne sort of like looks at Melagrano, notes the similar accent, notes the similar regalia epithet manifestation, doesn't bring it up, like, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah. By the way, kind of just actually, you know, like now that I'm here, kind of like motions towards like, doesn't motion towards anyone. Just kind of like steps out near to like Union, stretches. Don't worry about having to drive me all the way back home either. Just sort of taps wristband. I can call our resident teleporter. We got a whole system back at Bloodstone. That's how we get around. You see those periwinkle. Yeah, you see those periwinkle flashes that get us from place to place. It's all one person, so we can.
What color even is periwinkle?
It's like it's like a light pinkish blue. Almost. It's like
like a purple.
indigo, but like like around that color. Yeah.
Yeah. The soldier guy standing here would nod to Dwayne at that.
Yeah. So don't worry about me about that.
Apparently its hexadecimal code is CCCCFF.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Right, like that's right. He like puts the hand to, like he just sort of like squats down a little bit. You know, actually, Alexa, what do you even? So, like, what do you do as the old guy's assistant?
Oh, I just help him manage the varying goings on with DBA and the paperwork involved. Pretty much the same job as him, but helping him out.
Right.
I'm so sorry.
No, don't be. It's my job.
You say so. He puts his hands together as if in like prayer, or alternatively, of of appreciation for the dead.
I wouldn't have gotten into this line of work if I couldn't handle a little paperwork.
Yeah, geez, I mean, I'm not sure I got the patience for that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I wouldn't know anything about paperwork personally.
I sure as hell am too lazy to do paperwork.
Your paper does work.
Standing himself.
Aquarius sort of like almost flops down, like leaning against the engine at the back of the ferry, and notably tips a little, like rocks a little bit. Yeah, I've still got like a mountain of paperwork waiting back at the back at HQ, but the chief said I'm the only one that's available for this, so here I am. She sort of like puts her arms behind her head and just sort of relaxes, leans back a bit.
When Aquarius stepped down and it shifted the boat, Wayne lifted his head, looked around to just make sure no explosions and combat were going on, sees everything's fine, puts his hat back down and goes back to sleep.
Yo, kid, you wanna sit precariously on the edge of this boat and dangle our feet in the water?
That sounds awesome!
Hell yeah!
He goes over and he does exactly that.
And
enabling
he's having a lot of fun.
each other.
As the two of them are kicking their feet, Union and Venus continue to talk. Wayne continues to nap, and presumably a combination of Aquarius, Mello, Alexa, and Dwayne continue their talking. We're going to shift scenes a little bit. As This is the boat that is currently approaching the island Fort Bifrost is on. But, as mentioned, it's the final one. For the rest of you guys, you're already here on the landing dock waiting for them. So let me just double check and make sure that everything looks correct. Yes, it does. As I will bring you guys here. And I will similarly say, before anyone starts with anything, right, that obviously Poco and Gecko are not here. Elijah and Altus are here, and Gecko specifically told me that if anyone was cool with it, Altus, as while he's waiting around here, in addition to talking to people, if anyone was interested / cool with it, Altus would be going around asking if anyone would be, willing / wanting Altus to bind essences from them. You know how Altus's mechanics works. If you don't, effectively, Altus can use his chains and basically bind parts of your essence into him so he can use them as powers. If anyone feels like giving that to him, feel free, and please message me that you did that so I can tell Gecko later. But otherwise, you guys are good to start wherever. You all are here as you are. And if you want to adjust yourself to be anywhere else, like, say, how Apollo just was, feel free. Yeah.
Yeah. I was just talking, but, I'll let someone else go first.
I think Liger or Drake should go. What was that, Liger?
It's our turn.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, if you want.
At least at the moment, unless you'd rather have Brave somewhere else, you're over there with your family member, Artemis.
She's leaning against the truck boardway.
Yeah, not really sure what we're supposed to be doing right now.
Just waiting for everybody to get here.
I haven't really been around these DBA things a lot. You know any of the people here?
Yeah, I mean, I recognize a few here and there. I know that, vampire-looking guy. I know, obviously I know Delta. I haven't been around too much either, so for some, your guess is as good as mine. I think we're mainly here as, like, superheroes. She puts up her fingers.
You can keep the air quotes to yourself. I am a hero.
Yeah, I know you are, buddy.
Well, I guess I'm not really gonna get to know these people unless I go talk to them, so see you around.
Yeah, feel free.
Yeah.
Raises a hand and gives like a ma'am when passing Delta.
Yeah, she nods. The man standing beside her also nods.
Commander.
Commander.
Yeah.
Well, Artemis did point out the vampire-looking guy, so I'll go to Emmerich first.
Yeah. As Brave walks over, he and Blackberry seem to be in the middle of a conversation. But yeah, I mean, we haven't actually gotten to talk to each other much recently. What have you been up to?
Oh, yeah, I've basically just been having a lot of me time lately. Spending time with JoJo. Maybe, don't, keep it on the down low. Maybe doing a little wedding planning, but nothing concrete yet.
I gotcha.
Taking care of Hope, of course, and rooming with Jubilee here and there. I pretty much just, been vibing, not doing anything crazy, for once. But considering this whole big thing, I felt like I probably should be here. Make sure whatever we end up doing is the best case scenario.
Of course, this kind of a thing is incredibly important.
Yeah. Where have you been lately?
Oh, other than DBA, mostly Mexico. He puts his hands in his pockets as he then notices Brave. Oh, greetings.
Yeah, I figured I'd introduce myself to the folks around here.
Ah, Brave!
Opens up for a handshake.
Yeah, Emmerich immediately, and very excitedly, goes for a very firm handshake. Emmerich Ralavar!
I think I've heard that name before, actually.
Wouldn't be surprised.
And looks around Emmerich. You would be?
Oh, I'm Blackberry Cinnamon Twist. Nice to meet you.
That's a fun name.
Also offers a
offers a hand. Goes for handshake.
Well,
so
pleasure to meet you.
Good Samaritans here to help out.
Effectively.
You're part of the Veridicius, right?
Yeah.
The hero family.
I haven't. I don't know too much, but I have met Hestia.
Yeah. It's a pretty shining example.
She's pretty cool, I won't lie. In a weird way, but... but there's nothing wrong with that.
Right. Well, again, pleasure to meet you. I assume that the last ferry should be arriving shortly, and once that's through, I believe we'll be able to start heading over to the base itself.
Right.
Gotcha. I'll probably be flying around and seeing who all is here.
Yeah, and with that, theoretically, depending on how things go, Liger can potentially continue. But with that being said, nearby, what's Graves up to, Kakapo?
Yeah. So, Graves has kind of been texting some people, kind of a little bit annoyed. Just sort of rubs his head and all that, but then just quickly turns his phone off, pockets it, and then looks up at Delta, and Man's over here talking, and just exhales, loosens his shoulders a bit, kind of does the head roll thing, and just walks up to them. Miss Citadel, greetings. Just gives her a nod, yeah.
Yeah, similarly, nod back. I hope you've been well.
Yeah. As to you, glad this whole thing you've brought up has finally come into at least a starting point of a fruition. But
it's certainly been quite a bit of work, but when I mentioned it back on the mission we were on previously, the plan already, in some ways, the construction of this fort was already underway. It was merely something that it was already something I was planning, but I hadn't yet contacted DBA itself, so.
Well, just goes to show how progress happens. And haven't been able to follow up on my ends to the Golgotha situation, but I guess what can one guy do on his own against an entire kingdom, at least quickly. I figured it should take some time, though I am still organizing things.
That situation is still very precarious, yes.
Yeah. Plus, as another update, Millie, he thinks about how to say this. I've checked in with Millie about further things. Not too much about the other two. Haven't been able to get into contact. Again, busy, but... Just waves a hand. That's other work stuff.
We're
Focus
plenty
on here.
we're plenty busy with all of the matters here. We can talk about that later, yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Just sort of like, he turns his attention to, sunglasses dude over here.
Yep.
And I apologize. Falconor Graves. I go by Graves. Kinda Tink's hat. I did participate in the war, before you ask. Was rather young, so yeah. So just all that situation out of the way. Yeah. Who might you be?
Lieutenant Ram. You can just call me Ram. As he...
Pleasure to meet you.
Boop. He, would go over for a handshake. Pleasure to meet you.
Graves would reciprocate. Indeed. Yeah. I'm quite interested by the, rogues gallery you've managed to invite. Just sort of scours the entire area. Like, notes, prominent people, Mr. Spider, Copeland, Conaho, Pyrite. The people at DBA did manage to procure a reasonable people in terms of amount and disposition, yeah? We're not dealing with anyone too out there?
From how I understand it, for the most part, everyone here should be agreeable.
Okay.
Or at the very least, if not all completely on the same board, if nothing else, they don't pose an immediate danger necessarily by being here.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, after the invitation from Clementine Vanderbilt, especially after that, but regardless, the prospect of inviting DBA as a whole always, gets me a bit wound up, so just gotta make sure, though.
It is a tough scenario to navigate, yes, but with how DBA seems to work now from first-hand experience, I don't imagine we would be able to have a meeting like this if it wasn't organized as some sort of event.
Yeah, exactly. And just exhales a bit, plus the fact that you acknowledge the undertaking it is to manage something like this means you're already a lot more fit. You, plural, you all are a lot more fit to gather people here today over the people in the past who have just casually talked or referred to or invited DBA as a whole without any idea what they're talking about, so puts hands up in the air. Apologies, I'm venting. Stress probably getting into my head.
It's more than fine. This is not a usual circumstance, and we're here waiting anyways, so we may as well talk and air our thoughts.
Yeah.
As that's going on. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Oh, he just would nod to that, and yeah.
Where's Brave going? Liger.
He's just milling about.
Gotcha. In which case, in the interest of letting some new people talk, hey, Moomin and or Drake, either of you feel like going for something? If not, it's fine. But
Yeah, I think for now Apollo is a bit too nervous to be the one initiating talking to people.
I do have something I'd like to say. I was actually typing it out.
Oh, sure.
So perfect opportunity.
She's in the bottom area. Let me
Yeah, she's in the bottom right. Variably, for however long since we've been here, it doesn't necessarily matter. Once a Villanelle had stepped on the aisle, almost immediately, in the literal blink of an eye upon stepping onto the island, shouting with just like the most youthful glee you could ever glean from an entity, has been sprinting around at Mach speeds. Creating variable gusts of wind in her wake, as she has been emanating like a just like prominent lexical aura, as she quite literally writes and scribes with such ferocity that she is creating tiny cuts and everything around her, all the while shouting and just generally being very passionate about it.
Very fun.
In the distance, you'd likely hear each of your names being mentioned several times in her passionate haze.
Apollo seeing this shit.
Yeah, until she like comes to like the rough bottom area, separating herself from everyone, so she's not like, you know, breaking the sound barrier and irritating people.
Yeah.
That's it for now.
All right. In which case, if anybody else in particular that's here that has someone, if you want to go for something, feel free.
I'll at least mention that since Poco's not here, Oren is basically barraging Elijah with just random, messy bullshit conversation.
Yeah. While that's going on, Spider just sort of leaning against the back of this bus here, like sort of like half eavesdropping in, looking around, keeping track of everyone, saying like, "Oh, the last group finally here? No, all right," keeps his arms crossed.
Brave will go up to Cheshire next.
Okay.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Brave.
Cheshire Lilithian, how can I help you?
Just doing introductions, meeting people, seems we'll be working together. Seems pertinent.
Fair enough. Just kind of checks his watch. I really do hope the last group comes in here soon. Obviously, I expect this to be a long day, if not days. I don't know exactly what, if anything, will happen. But I think we have enough people here that regardless of anything, I think it'll be fine, I guess.
Yeah, I hope they get here soon, too. I'm not really a listless kind of person. I like to be goal-oriented, Milling about, it kind of grinds on you.
Yeah, I would have to agree on that one, yes. You see that he's just been, all the while, he's just not to the fervor that Villanelle has, but he has just been looking about him and writing things into his, book, parentheses, of a lexical nature. To keep himself busy, it would seem. Parentheses, he is still doing it over the course of this conversation as his eyes are flitting about the place.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of hands to shake, so see you around, Cheshire. Goes to the next one.
Yeah.
What's
the dark figure sort of?
Yeah.
Yeah, the dark figure sort of glances over to you. I imagine when he first arrived, he very quickly, walked around, sort of investigating the place, introducing himself mostly to the military personnel.
Yeah.
But now that, of course, more people have come, Gravazio has felt content to just sort of wait along the side, keeping an eye on everybody. And I assume Brave approaches.
Yeah. he'll just sort of. I heard you introducing yourself earlier as Gervasio, right?
Yes, this is the case.
Oh, hi. I'm Brave.
It is nice to meet you. Brave.
As he sort of extends a hand.
Shakes.
I assume you come in here on behalf of
he kind of almost rolls his eyes.
The Destruction Bench Agreement.
Maybe about 40% of that. I'm also a hero, so.
I see. I know that. The exact vetting system and exact relation to this place is strange. Academy, for some reason, I am considered on that document. I'm going to need to get that. I need to talk to somebody to get that removed, most likely. But it is nice to meet you.
You too. Well, I assume we'll get to work together, so look forward to that. I'll see you around.
Yes, if we're lucky, there won't be any work, but I have a feeling that I've started to get used to the pace of things here.
Mm-hmm. Well, alright.
He sort of waves.
Meanwhile, on the opposite end of the fence, Pyrite, half slouching over, with his hands on his hips, sort of, going around, would go over, walk to Kanaho, lean in, hey.
Kanaho turns his head back. He seems to just be overlooking the structure of this whole place standing over the cliff, though he does appear interested in little fishing boy.
How the hell did she smuggle in these rabbits over here? As he points over to Leela.
Cocks his head over. Huh. I guess now that you mention it, I never noticed them. Maybe she just, found them? Though. With considerations, I doubt anything living could be found on this island other than us. Sort of, looks over at the fencing. I mean... God. Sure, it's these guys' place or whatever, and they can do whatever with it, but, all this unnatural structure can't be really healthy for the land. I don't think grass really likes to be covered in concrete.
He sort of looks over to the side. Military stuff is all over the place, so I don't know if they care all too much about the grass. He just sort of looks around as he'd take a step back, now looking directly over to Leela. Hey, lady, where'd you get the rabbits?
She playing with her shadow rabbits a bit, sort of calmly looks up at them. Oh, I didn't they're sort of created from my powers, to put it simply.
Oh.
Huh. What powers would those be?
Oh, shadow stuff. Do you know the Shadow Realm? Have you heard of that? It's like that.
Anaho looks at you like... No.
The one mind virus who stays in my head all the time, I think, has talked about it.
Mind virus?
Yeah, the Delaxophy.
Excuse you?
What? That's her name. What? He
holds
his
that's a name?
I guess so.
Huh. Shouldn't this make sense? So, alright. You have the ability to, bend shadows and stuff? Is that like an epithet or something, or?
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. It's, I prefer not to get into it too much, but basically it's connected to this thing, and she sort of taps the, gem that's sort of like hooking her purple cloak together. All of the shadow powers basically come from this.
Oh, like magic?
Kinda?
Huh, okay.
Magic's not the word I'd use, but I guess it's kind of like that.
Like, then is it like demon powers? Because I've seen a couple people who do that.
Also kinda. I think that's a little closer.
As they sit there, talking over exactly the exact nature of Leela's powers and what have you, Pyrite sort of grumbling, mumbling, like, magic and shadow, what, epithet, doing his fucking horseshit. Apollo and Villanelle would be the first people to be able to see, considering where they are. But it's not too much longer until in the distance you can see the familiar sight of a ferry. And after a few brief moments, pulls up to the dock. So let me grab everyone. And right here, I will go ahead and shift ping. Down here.
Well, goodbye, Ocean.
As they got closer to the base, Venus's nerves would slowly be less and less calmed by the cannon talk. I imagine that they stopped about minute 2, 3 before we got here.
Seeing
Soleil.
the arrival, Brave is just gonna fucking hop and clear this whole gap to greet people.
As solid land as it can be. Wow.
Did he always do that?
Man's got some leaps.
Oh my.
Finally off the
Bouncy.
boat. Now I can
Welcome,
really
everybody.
stretch my limbs. Hey there. Oh, people greeting us already.
For real, Veen, sorry, Peony. I would be defo interested in getting something made from you, or made by you, rather, and I'd obviously be real glad to help make stuff with you.
Noted. I've been preparing my own things. Don't you worry about it.
Yeah.
This place is professional looking.
Tell me about it.
Wayne just
just
taps
reeks
his ears
of-
and recovers his hearing.
Yup.
Yeah.
Wayne certainly reeks of self-importance.
As like Dwayne starts to step up with the others, but then just kind of turns to Niles. Now, you sure I can't come along?
Oh, I'm sure.
Goes just
Sorry,
feels like
kid.
an exaggerated.
They don't want powers like that around here.
Yeah, I get it.
It says right here on the list that you're not on it.
Yeah, whatever. Well, just points at Union. Good luck. Hope everything, turns out well. And, yeah, I'll set myself off. Don't explode everything!
Better luck next time, mailman.
Oh, hey, don't explode everything is the almost exact word-for-word instructions I got from the chief. Funny.
That's cool, yeah, and,
You don't need to tell me not to, pauses. I'm not gonna go out of my way to blow shit up willy-nilly. I know how to restrain myself.
I know I trust him.
And, secondary favor, other than the whole, he, sounds out he soundlessly mouths the word aliens to Dwayne. He says, if I see a guy I think you'll like, I'll give him your number.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll see myself off. Hope everything doesn't go to shit. As he starts typing on some things on his his signature bloodstone wristband that all the members, including Union, would have. Starts tapping things away, and don't know when exactly this is going to happen. Once the ferry pulls out and all that stuff. Eventually, if you were to see it, a bright periwinkle flash would manifest, and Blaine wouldn't be on the boat anymore. So,
As they're preparing to get to the meat and potatoes of the island, Venus would tilt over her cannon, and 2 cubes slide out that hopefully become Venusian soldiers.
Let's see.
Oh god, it's been forever.
Yeah.
Ooh, little guys.
Ooh.
Yeah. Bada bing, bada boom. Haven't been damaged by the fire. Look at me go.
As she is creating the soldiers from the other side behind the fence, "Hey, Venus!" Emmerich shouts over.
Oh shit!
What took you so long?
The boat!
Right.
Oh shit, they're here.
Boats do that.
A rainbow shooting star streaks over at high speed.
Hey, Blackberry.
Venus is like, now I need to choose which one to go see first.
No, you don't. I'm coming with you.
Oh, okay, fair enough. One of you is gonna remember it as like a thing that the soldiers are kind of like they're trying to go with Venus, but she's a bit all over the place, and they may be inheriting some of her emotional turmoil.
As Blackberry circles back around towards Emmerich, she's like, Axel, and just picks him up. He's in the air now. He flies out now.
He's in the air.
He flies now?
Oh man, I fly now.
Oh boy, that little kid is getting kidnapped.
Oh shit.
I'm not being kidnapped. I'm too cool for that.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Anyway, it's been a while. So you guys are here too.
Hell yeah. Glad to see you were invited.
Of course. I do have. I imagine Blackberry puts Axel down.
Yeah, she's put him down.
Yeah, I do have a little bit. He sort of almost puts a hand on his chin and closes his eyes a little confidently. I do have a little bit of experience with this kind of stuff, so hopefully I can help out. But also, it's just really cool to go out to a place like this. This is like a cool little island fortress off the coast. Like,
it's definitely different.
If it was less military and more, gothic, it'd be something right out of my family.
I see. That makes a lot of sense.
If it were less military and more like a giant neon rainbow dance club, then I'd be a little more excited. But
it's not that cool, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know.
It's not fully militarized.
It's not gay enough for that.
And there's so many crazy faces here. Like, sort of looking around. There's Cheshire. I think I heard about him. I don't remember if we were in a thing together. There's Spider Guy. Man, it's so cool. What is Mr. Spider doing right now? Actually,
he hears his name errantly, looks over. Oh, finally, everyone's here. As he'd, pop himself off from the back end of the bus.
As he pops off, yeah.
As he pops off. Yep. Oh, hello, everybody. Took it long enough. I mean, it's travel, but finally, everyone's here.
Could I talk to Apollo for a second? Or
oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Because I imagine after Pirate's like, fucking shadows, how do they work? Konoha would slide down, and go onto the beach, sort of half crouched next to this rock, look to Apollo. Hey, man.
Oh, hey.
Trying to catch a couple fish?
Yeah, although there really isn't that much here after all the construction that's been going on.
I know, right? He fucking leans up against the rock. It's sort of like... Sure, it's good to have a set-up secret base or whatever, but it scares away all the animals and stuff.
Yeah.
No. You just fishing for the fun of it, catch and release style, or do you actually want a bite to eat?
It's more of a nerves thing for me.
Oh, it's your... Okay. They nod.
Yeah, I haven't been to a DBA thing in a really long time, and I'm not really sure how I feel about it.
I get it. Yeah. I, came to the DBA place for the first time doing the entrance exam thing, and, let me tell you, it was certainly an event. Sorta, kinda sucked, but, I figure, in the long run of things, it's better to get experience than to just sorta walk around a place I'm unfamiliar with.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of fishing back when I was at home. I'm actually a big fan of the ocean. He, like, takes a second, and he takes out his fucking trident. This is my, tool of choice. It's the, Oceanic Emperor is what it's called.
Oh. Cool.
He's, in one hand he's twirling his trident, in the other hand he's fiddling with, like, a pair of, like, marbles, just sort of, like, playing with them. I figure, I mean, I've used a rod before. They're all pretty great. Yours seems, frankly, beyond anything I've seen before. Maybe a bit...
super
plasticky, but I think that does fine.
Yeah, I've kind of tinkered with it a bit myself. It's kind of... I mean, it's for me, so I figured might as well make it feel good to use.
Yes! He fucking seems pumped as he instantly, like, tips up, and he's just like, I fucking feel you, brother. Having a tool just for yourself is like having a partner in the line of, well, whatever you want to do that makes you feel passionate.
Yeah. I'm Apollo, by the way. He reaches out a hand.
He, Kanaho, like, sticks his trident in the, sand, and he reaches forward. He does, like, he's, like, you're, like, expecting a handshake, but what he does is he, like, reaches for your, like, wrist, and he does, like, the wrist handshake, sort of thing, and he's like, my name's Kanaho Vataka. I come from the Bloodstone Islands.
Oh, yeah, I actually haven't heard much about that. I don't really know what that is.
Oh, well, yeah, that's fair. It's sort of hard to get to, hard to leave, but, thankfully, I've got a friend of mine who can teleport long distance.
Oh, handy.
Yeah. She's,
Little ears.
just about, she's just about one of the few people I know on the island who has, like, an epithet who is, from the island. And I'm glad she's, still with us.
I usually get around by public transport. Or boat, I guess.
That's fair. I usually tend to just walk around. I like the natural feel of just traveling places.
Yeah, kind of wish I traveled more, but it doesn't really work out as much as I would like.
Things sometimes tend to not work out, but hey, that's the way nature flows. He sort of, like, looks out, and, you know, nature does as nature does. Gotta go with it. Can't swim against the river, gotta swim with it. The river brings you somewhere new and neat.
With that, if you guys are done, I think it'd be good to move down to Villanelle and the rest of the dock group so they can move up.
I was gonna say as well that Villanelle, as you're standing here writing things down, you're obviously able to see the boat approach as people start heading off. So if you want to go for anything, feel free.
I mean, at the moment, like I'm writing things down as fast as I can. I do have things I want to do, but at the moment they are still just writing. I'm on like my 5th page of shit. I like as the boat arrives, they would sort of like cast their glance upwards, and like the epithetical energy swarming around them would literally start to tangibly emanate within the air, creating little pages flying around as they get even more excited. Because like, come on, Melagrano, Venus, like there's these big names coming in, and they're just like, oh, fangirl.
Hey, actually, Drake.
Yeah?
The act of her writing is kind of an epithet effect, right?
It is, yes.
Alexa would walk back, seeing that Villanelle is preoccupied, and she snaps her fingers, and kind of like, well, she wouldn't snap her fingers. She'd actually come up to Villanelle and kind of like close her eyes for a second. And if anybody else were paying attention, she suddenly like her writing like starts going like twice as fast, like she's going fast forwarded or something, so she's done faster.
Iris, look me dead in the eyes and tell me that Alexa's epithet isn't Taskmaster.
It actually isn't, I promise.
Okay.
So,
oh my goodness.
If someone wants to ask about it, they can, but no, that's not it. She's just going faster so that she'll come along.
That's great for Villanelle. If only that worked on Drake.
Yeah, if only Drake could have Drake with that.
If only that worked on Drake. As Alexa like approaches, they hear Villanelle sort of mumbling to themselves, seemingly catching them in the middle of writing a page, as they're just like, Imric, yes, that's right, Imric Ralavar, the one and only crustacean cavalier. They look up and see you. I've been approached. The heroine is being approached. Oh my god! They just look up at you.
Miss Quill.
Are we starting? Are we going? Wait, I'm not done yet! Or wait, I might be at this pace, she says, writing so fast the friction from her hand is igniting her now. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I don't even care if it scars. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Don't worry, it shouldn't. Mr. Veridicia, Mr. Burns, as she walks by them.
Release the hounds.
No time. Yeah. Alright.
Yeah.
Whoever else wants to go?
Yep, if anyone else has anything they want to say,
Yeah,
feel free.
Brave is just going to jump back over. He's just going to land here.
Jeez.
I'd like to take a small visit to Venus Town.
Sure.
You can visit Venus Town.
To Veenberg.
Mm-hmm. She just, Delta. She knows Delta. Doesn't know the other guy. That's fine. She thought that she put her research in. Didn't research enough, evidently. That's fine. With a, professional, like, half and half obtained, backbone. Walks up.
Delta, as Venus approaches, would, take note, turn to her.
Hello. Venus. I'm sure you know the name.
Yes, I'm very familiar.
She extends a hand.
Delta Citadel, as she, extend her hand back, take it.
Yeah, she doesn't mention her last name for reasons that Delta can assuredly assume.
Yeah.
And the gentleman in the back?
Ah, Lieutenant Ram.
Thank you. I will be sure not to forget those names. She extends a hand to Ram as well.
Yeah. I work under the commander here.
Of course. Right. Wonderful. I understand. I will be around if required. One moment. She snaps, and one of the soldiers comes at attention. In case anything is required of me, just tap this guy.
Oh, look at this little guy. Ram says, like looking down, looking him over.
He gives a salute. In the meanwhile, I have some... She's silent for a little bit too long. Things that I should be doing before we get to the intent and purpose. She gives a small bow.
Yeah, as Venus passes Graves, he just kind of he's just like, don't know if we're going to be meeting up again, but I know who you are. Don't worry. Respect your work. Valkenor Graves.
Oh, thank you. She shakes hand as well.
Hopefully we'll meet up again, but we'll see how things go here. There's kind of a lot of people here, so yeah.
Exactly. I never really checked the DBA thing before leaving, but let me tell you, if this is an episode, I don't think it is going to end up being as such. There are too many people. She grimaces. Don't fucking tell me. Don't tell me.
I mean,
tell you what.
Venus, there's like all of us here.
It'd kind of be ineffective if it wasn't.
Never mind.
Maybe it'll be like that beach day episode where there's too many of us for them to actually have anything horrible happen, and it'll just be a giant crab.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we're right near the ocean. Maybe it's the return of the giant crab.
I'd fight a giant crab.
That's what I'm banking on, Blackberry says.
Venus goes over to this group. I am terrified, actually.
Everything will be fine, Venus. I'm sure of it.
I know.
What are you terrified of?
Fine, but... There's the sound of scraping as she turns to you, Brave. Everything.
Venus, you don't need to be terrified of everything. Yeah, you don't need to be terrified of everything this time. I'm mainly terrified of, public speaking. That kind of thing we're going to be doing.
And
what's that?
You think that I'm not nervous about that? I could fuck up in front of the United States military. And
I guess you don't have to.
Commander of it. And I
guess you don't have to join the meeting if you don't want. I want to be there.
Listen, if I'm not there, so many things could happen, and none of them are good.
True.
We have someone who looks almost identical to me in a similar suit. They do not look almost identical. And I'm worried that something is going to happen, and next thing I know, we're going to get confused, and everyone's going to think that I'm her and she's me.
Oh, don't worry, Venus. You're too awesome to forget. All right, everything will be just fine.
I have a way to solve that, Venus. Just go stand next to her real quick. She holds up her fingers in the snapping motion.
No. She looks at you, Beebs. No, you won't.
She has a nya face on.
I think the kid's got the right set of it. Gotta keep an open mind.
Listen,
Positive outlook.
this wasn't ever about keeping an open mind or not.
Well, if you're only thinking about what bad could happen, you're not really leaving yourself open to the good stuff that could happen.
Okay. I'm fine. I'm alright.
All right. Unless anybody else has any particular conversations they want to have before we get going, which, going once.
The only thing is that while they were... The party that was took a minute to leave the dock, Wayne was just grumbling, this would have been so much quicker to take Bingo. I hate taking the ferry.
Yeah.
I imagine if nothing else, Konoha would be like, oh, hey man, it looks like they're gathering up there, so we're finally getting to do something.
Yeah, I guess we should probably head up.
Cut
Nice
to
talk,
Bingo.
though. Hope we,
Sorry.
Hope we get to hang out a little bit more after this whole thing clears over. Maybe we can head to some less industrialized waters.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
He must be from Disdained Waters.
What were you gonna say? Cutting to Bingo Blimp?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, cut to them trying to ride Bingo to the island, and like 2 military jets start riding alongside him and escort him out of military airspace.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Bingo didn't come because he is a threat to the U.S. military.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. They know him. But as Apollo, Konoha, and Leela start making their way back over to the center, Mr. Spider starts with a good old-fashioned clap. Hello, everyone! We're all finally here! As he, extends his hands back out to his sides. Unless I'm missing anybody, he takes a hand, points between everyone, going as if he's counting, but, if anyone's really paying attention, it's close that he's not counting exactly. He's just kind of looking over. I believe everyone is here. How lovely.
Yup, let's go, idiots, Artemis says, firing her gun into the air and starting to turn towards the fort, making all the soldiers flinch for a second.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Come on, it wasn't that bad, it wasn't too... who am I kidding, Spider says. Standing around like that, certainly something. But, we're all good here, ready to have a fun time, guys?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yeah,
Mr.
bitch.
Spider.
Always.
And that's when I set a tree on fire.
On that
note, Delta goes over to like Spider and goes to take the floor primarily from him. All right, everyone. As Mr. Spider said, if this is everybody, which it should be, we can start making our way to the fort itself. She takes an arm, waves it, motions it to the bus behind her. This bus should fit most of us here, but there are also some jeeps, buggies, ATVs. She goes, motioning around behind to these guys. If a few people want to ride on those, feel free. We're all heading to the same place. But she'd take be the, solid stance, cross her arms yet again. We don't want to keep everyone waiting, so we should head out as soon as possible. And she would nod to Ram, who Delta herself is going to go onto one of the ATVs. All right, everyone, form a line. Ram sort of goes over and around to this side where the side over here where there would be a bus door opening. Let me move the jeeps a little bit off to the side. Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say, if anybody has any last comments before we move on, feel free. But we can start going.
Aquarius would be on top of the truck.
The soldiers recube themselves, and Venus puts them in her cannon for the sake of ease of transport.
Brave takes the opportunity to stretch his legs and will not be boarding the bus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, similarly, Villanelle takes one look at the cars in the Jeep. It's like, I will actually implode if I get in a cramped space right now. I need to get this energy off, and she starts getting into like a sprinter stance.
Brave was already in a sprinter stance.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on.
Sorry.
Oh, hold on. People are gonna be running there? Alright, hold on. I'm getting in on this.
Oren gets on top of the truck.
Is Aquarius.
Yeah.
Oren's going right here.
Hanaho takes a hot minute. It's just like, long boat ride to the island, long bus ride to the next destination, concrete, metal fence, God. He fucking rubs his temples, and then, Union's like, yeah, I can probably make it there, I just gotta... And he, manifests his bazooka. Alright, I'm ready. Takes a second. Looks around. Looks at the bazooka in his hand. Recognizes the explosive damage that he might cause. Demanifest the bazooka. I'm getting on the bus.
Aquarius is next to Brave in Sprinter's position. Boosters on the back of her armor, flaring on and off.
I'm putting Elijah in the pass, in shotgun, to make sure they're nearby Oren.
Well, yeah, similarly, Ram would look over to Oren. Excuse me, miss. I'm gonna need you to go into the bus, if you don't mind.
Penny, Elijah's in the driver's seat because this is American base.
Oh, fine. She opens the engine.
Miss, that's not what I... He, runs over here, would go and start messing with trying to... No, I mean, on the...
Fine.
Emmerich and Blackberry just fly away like edgelords.
There's so much more room in this bus than you would expect when people are running.
Okay. Yeah.
Graves, okay then.
Yeah, literally, yeah.
She's sulking.
But, yeah. If everyone...
This is the worst field trip.
Mello getting on the bus?
Yeah, I'm just moving everybody over.
Yep.
But as I was gonna say, again, continue to feel, put it, if you're joining the track and field, feel free to put yourself over there. If you're going on the bus, feel free to do that. Seems like the ATVs are already,
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're normal people over here, weird people over here.
This is the starting line.
Yeah. And of course, we'll just pile people in here. Let's grab this. We can move Altus here. Why not? We can, grab these guys.
Let me know if you need any help pasting anything.
I should be fine. I just,
Everyone in the bus sits 3 seats away from Kanaho.
These soldiers, noting the fucking relay race starting, back away from this area, including this guy. Of course.
I'm moving him. He's gonna move.
Yeah. And then, what do you think Artemis is doing? Is she joining the race or is she on the bus?
She's getting on the bus, but is secretly wishing she'd joined the race.
Yeah. All right.
She is the fastest out of all of them.
Yes, but she's also the most normal.
Yep. In which case, give me a second as Ram gets in, and let me move Venus for a second. He'll be driving. But
Brave, just knowing Artemis wanted to participate, gives her a wave.
Yeah. Let's prep the map. So let me make sure all of you are in your proper positions.
Yes, they're proper positions.
Yeah. I also need to adjust some stuff.
What's that supposed to mean?
The position.
As I said, this is the worst field trip ever.
Yeah.
Some of the kids had to run to the location.
No, I imagine like what's gonna happen is that like people are gonna like drive off. There's gonna be an explosion, and people like, uh-oh, everything goes black in the. We're on the military map again. Like all of us.
We wake up. Everyone wakes up in Vellatree's room, and it's like,
Not this shit again.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me again. This will just take me a second. Sorry.
Can I?
I wanted to make sure that everyone is in the proper spots, and I also need to really quickly futz with.
My heart's palpitating. Is there a fucking? Don't answer the question. Have we fallen for the trap?
For the trap?
Desert
So
bus.
what were you saying,
Desert bus.
No, you haven't fallen for the trap. And I was also going to ask Soleil. Yeah, okay, you're doing it now. I was asking if the inside was supposed to be revealed yet.
Yeah.
Nope, not yet.
I just want to say, right, because, like, obviously, cars are fast and all, but, like, considering Drake is saying that Vilna's going at literally Mach 2, I hope they just get lost for a bit, considering they're going to outspeed the fucking cars that know where they're going.
Absolutely. 100% valid.
Oh, yeah.
They might fucking reach the end of the island before anyone else moves.
I mean, given how fast they're going, they can run on water. So
Yes.
So, for let me make sure. Yes, for Axel, Aquarius, Brave, and Villanelle, I wanna ask you three, rather you four, to give me a roll each. You know?
Yeah, let's see who wins the race.
I want to post my talent just to see if I might get advantage on this.
Yeah, sure. You know what? You can get advantage on this roll because of that.
Does Naruto jumps through the trees and shit?
Can I, rather than a basic roll the ability that Aquarius is using for this?
Yeah, go ahead. Make sure to spend the stamina.
Yeah, I will. Don't worry, I will.
Yeah.
I fully intend on it.
He did need that advantage.
Yep. And if anyone else wants to do something special, feel free. Or otherwise, we can just.
Oh wait, we get advantage for speed things
if you have a feature for it, you know.
She mechanically goes Mach. She mechanically goes 1,500 miles per hour out of combat.
Alright, I think you just win.
Give me a roll regardless, I want to see.
Yeah, maybe she trips.
Give a roll for if she gets lost.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll also use my ability.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll swim the stamina for it.
Yeah. So, in order here, as it goes, fucking, here we go. I need
Speaking
to...
of spending stamina for it, Villanelle doesn't have their health.
You're right. Thank you. Let me do this. This should be like this, that. Bada bing. Let me fix that on the other. As. Let me just. Sorry. This was an unexpected element, but a welcome one. So just give me a sec.
So, Amber, is Aquarius's target the base, or
She's effectively just turning on boosters and going at top speed, which I imagine is similar to like highway speeds.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So, all right. Let me just go here. As I'm going to bring everybody up to the next map, because, it takes a little bit, but after a nice little road trip near the center of the island, you guys find yourselves here. And as the buses and ATVs come to a stop, very shortly after, first off, in a burst of energy, comes Villanelle, who definitely got lost on the way, but still moving at Mach 11, right? Dashes forward, and then a good couple of seconds after her, suddenly, with the force of a rocket, Aquarius just zooms forward, and surprisingly, considering the fact that Aquarius is using goddamn rocket power, Brave is not more than like 3 or 5 seconds behind her at most, as he dashes along, and then a good couple of other seconds later, Axel's picking up the rear. But, you know.
Oh, man. Alrighty. You guys are fast.
Villanelle's just sitting there, like, panting a little bit. It's like, I got lost! How did I get lost? I can literally see where they're going! Oh, god damn it!
Yeah, if you use,
running next time.
Yeah, if you use sort of, like, the arrangement of, like, the stars up there, you can kind of use that to help guide you, so...
It's the middle of the day.
You can
the stars?
Yeah.
Wait, did you use the sun to get here?
The sun is a star.
I can stare into the sun all day.
I was just following the vehicles. It's really not that hard.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense, I think. Oops.
I think.
Man, I should have joined the race. Fucking hell. Can't use my damn epithet.
Brave just quietly thinking to himself, there was only one road.
Oren climbs over, when Graves leaves, Oren climbs over that seat to get out.
Uh-huh. I see.
Yep.
Like a fucking asshole, yeah?
Yes! But in her case, moron.
Yeah.
Those are not mutually exclusive, is the thing.
No, I know. But in her case, it's moron.
As Delta, takes up the head of the group. Once everyone else has left the bus, Lieutenant Ram follows after, and would go like, "Oh, excuse me," as he goes over here to be alongside Delta here. And the two soldiers, of course, similarly also come along. And with that, Delta looks over the sea of all of you. Well, apologies for all of the travel time and long waits. I know that many of you are excited, nervous, or whatever else for this meeting.
Wait, sorry.
Looks to Venus. But we're finally here. Welcome to Fort Bifrost. As she would go forth and open the door, Ram and everyone following after her, and give me a second to grab this, and then reveal shit.
Opening the door makes every tile move one space to the right.
Yep. Give me a second. There's quite a bit, and it's not exactly a rectangle shape. It's close. But let me go ahead, do this. That was a little bit too much. It's too much. Fucking boop. Then we got all the way over here. And this should be revealing most of the rest of it. There we go.
There are... Yeah, there are squares and bits that are unrevealed, but yeah.
Yeah, I can go about. There are portions of this that actually, sorry, this is just a specific thing. It should be more like a this. I said like a this, please. Thank you. Working on it again. It's a complicated shape. But you guys can move in as you want. I'm just working on revealing shit. So yeah.
Fun eclectic cast we have here.
So we can just move in?
Yeah.
Venus recubes the soldiers. I don't want to have guns out in the middle of a military base. It's kind of like bad posture.
Oh. Venus pulls a gun out. Aquarius pulls a gun out. No.
So, my dearest of friends, how like advanced would you say is this base?
I mean, all things considered, it's a modern military base, huge, obviously, as you can tell, and I mean, looks fairly advanced, though. Overall, comparatively to what you may have been expecting, pretty barren, as Delta mentioned. They just recently finished construction on the base to the point where now it's good for people to come in, so they probably haven't done the absolute most in terms of, renovations, decorations. So,
Follow up. Can I give a roll for Venus's military knowledge?
Sure.
For important faces among this crowd.
Wow.
Oh, yes, baby!
Okay.
Alright, well, good thing you came up with names of all of them.
Yep. So, in terms of the most important people that Venus has almost certainly heard of, right? First off, we have a good couple of colonels. This one is, let me go ahead. Oh, yep.
So I know she already rolled the 20, but because this talent almost never comes up, I would also like to make a knowledge roll.
Alright, sure, go ahead.
Fucking prick.
Listen, it's just like, I was like, wait a second, a chance for this one talent to proc?
I think that's good enough for my one, for my one over here.
Yeah. So, I'll start with a couple.
Yeah.
This guy right here, you would be able to know him as Colonel Hightower. Bada bing. This guy.
Let's see the name if you revealed it.
It's revealed now.
It's revealed now.
Oh no, it's
I see. Okay, hold on.
It is Showed of Plans, but it's
Let me go ahead and do this.
You have to do like 3 things now, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that it's DBA that has that by default, not Roll20.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to adjust some shit a bunch of times then, which means
there's still characters that need it to be changed.
I'm getting it.
Slay's working on the whole thing.
All I was saying is if there are other characters that we don't meet today that are like that, I can change the default settings after this, is what I was going to say.
Yeah. Okay. I believe that should be everybody. This guy is Colonel Hightower. Then this guy up in the top left is Colonel Foster.
Okay.
Bada bing. Then, Penny, if you could be so kind for, let's say, this one.
Yeah. In the top right, you have Colonel Canehurst.
Well, that's not visible.
That's not visible. I don't know how to make it visible. That's
there we go.
Oh, thank you.
And then similarly over here, Penny.
Yep. Hold on. This
she does not look happy to be here. I just clocked.
Yeah. This is Colonel. Fuck, came up with the name yesterday. Sullivan.
Colonel Fuck.
Yep.
Oh, fuck Sullivan.
And then, last but not least, of the people you would immediately be able to recognize, over here by Suki Akari and Tracy, there is one more guy, which, yep, alright, it's set to it. You would know as Colonel Isaiah Dragunov. And he specifically, to say that he's, and to the point where probably some people like, I imagine, Graves and Wayne may, in this especially more so, to say that he's a war hero would probably be a bit of an exaggeration, but Dragunov specifically is known to be an incredibly proficient fighter with a great honing of an epithet, i.e. he has an epithet, and is, of them, he is probably the one that people here is most heard of.
The one that actually goes into combat sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah, there are some other military personnel, and effectively, right, with your 20, in the same way with Ram, right, you hadn't heard of Ram specifically before, and looking between them and their uniforms and Ram's, while you don't know their name specifically, you imagine they're probably in the same group as Ram, considering their matching uniforms and such, so.
Venus tugs at her collar of the, like, armor, and it bends slightly. Okay. Lots of important folks.
For Ballast and Cheshire specifically. Over here, you would know that the blonde woman on the right is the like vice leader of the Sakura estate, Suki Akari's sister Hikari Sakura.
So let's jump over to Mr. Spider real quick.
Real quick, just because, Scarlet, the thing that you sent, you should. Here, let me, go ahead.
I do.
Okay, cool. Nothing changed. But Mr. Spider...
I fixed it a minute ago.
Gotcha. Mr. Spider waltzes over to, these two over here. Hey guys! Hope you haven't been waiting too long.
Just... only a couple hours, you know? Nothing I haven't had to do before. Just sort of grits teeth.
Nothing we're not used to.
Yeah, seems like you've, got quite the cabal of contestants over there.
Oh, you know, it's fun! He, does gives a cheeky little smile. And a good old riled up bunch of people, fun to talk to, and always got some interesting stuff going on.
Certainly. Like, Oxpecker just sort of, like, squints eyes, like, catalogs all the, like, interesting faces, and all that stuff, just, Yeah, this is a bit bigger than you initially pitched it, not saying that this wasn't your plan, just...
Oh, I mean, this isn't all me, if anything. This is Commander Citadel and the military's whole thing. I'm here for the DBA side of it, and our little group here, but, I'm not, like, the primary head of this one.
Yeah, just sort of, like, looks at, the woman, and back at Mr. Spider. So it's just us three? Everyone else busy, I guess?
Everyone else is busy, or, well... Long story short, yes. It's just the three of us this time.
Well, glad I had time off my day to... Glad I at least had the time off my day to make sure our side of things don't go to shit. Not to say that you, just looks to the woman, not to say that you won't, not to say that you aren't capable of it either, just...
I mean,
I like being here
it's good to have as many
so,
people
yeah.
here as possible, so...
Yeah.
She'd sorta, take out a little, like, pocketbook that she has and start taking down some notes as she's, looking between everybody. But we can move back, to our, main group. What's up with you, Axel?
Axel is just sort of like looking around the place in amazement, right? Sort of accidentally bumps into these people while sort of like walking backwards. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. Hey, little guy.
Yeah. He like sort of puts his hand up for a moment and then stops as if he's trying to remember what like military salute to use, and then does the appropriate American salute.
Yeah. They'd salute back.
Hello, sir.
He goes for the salute as the person next to him. Oh, are you with DBA?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Wow, there's a lot of people here. As she'd look over the crowd, and the guy would look back over to Axel. Well, pleasure to meet you, kid. I'm Lieutenant Brandt.
Nice to meet you. I'm Axel. I'm Axel Gilgamesh. Sort of extends it.
And then, yep. And as he's shaking, the other one, and I'm Lieutenant Bree. So at a boopy. They
I'm Oren.
Of course. This place is pretty impressive. May I ask? This is just personal curiosity. I might not look like it. I know a little bit of military stuff. Have you guys appropriately secured the airspace around here? He immediately starts putting his hands to his chin as he starts looking around the place.
Brant scratches the back of his head. Weird question, I guess, but to my knowledge, yeah, we have this place secured.
Nice. I know that, like, he starts, like, talking about military jargon, specifically, like, I know that, DBA can get into some, crazy stuff, so I think having, probably at least 4 anti-air batteries installed around the island is probably good.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Could you show me around?
Well, funny you should mention that, actually. We'll cut back to this group in a second, but I want to ask if there's anything anybody else wants to go for before we move on.
I think Grace would like to talk to the big word colonel, over here.
Yeah, Dame. Me and you both.
How about this? We come here there at the same time. It's funny.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of them. I'm gonna go higher. I'm talking to Sigma.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I imagine what happens is that, like, both of them walk up and they're like, "Oh, colonel," and then they look at each other. Like,
yeah, it's the getting peaches meme.
Yeah.
But with each other and Mr. Dragonov.
Yeah. Oh.
Hi.
Oh. Hey. Oh, hey.
Hello to the both
sorry
of you.
about.
Yes.
Yee. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're Colonel Dragonov, right?
Colonel, but yes.
Colonel. Translators know. That's
yeah.
Translators know. Kakapo can't say shit. Grace would say it correctly.
It's only spelled like colonel. It's colonel.
Yeah, it's Colonel, but
it's Colonel. Yeah, it's Colonel. No, I get it. I'm just bad, but yeah, Colonel Dragonov, right?
That's correct. Yes. You all are from DBA, I can tell. I know of you, especially looks to Venus.
She just looks down. Right.
Comparative to Venus.
Just, I apologize that you know me, as it were. You know. Situation. That's all.
Yeah. I guess there's a quick question. What war, what general war did Dragonov fight in?
Well, I imagine, right, because quite frankly, with the history of the DBA world, with exactly what is happening when things are different. But I imagine that something Pangaea War was like what time period again?
Like 30 years ago.
Yeah.
It was 1994 to 1998. No, 1993 to 1998.
Yeah.
So,
whether it was specifically Pangaea or, if not Pangaea, other conflicts around that time period is probably where he's been the most prolific. But
probably Pangaea then, along with other things. But yeah,
for
sure. Yeah, he definitely know, you know, what the emblem means and shit, which I've sent to you before, and...
Yep.
Yeah.
He'd, take note of that.
Yeah. Just familiarizing myself around here. Wanted to, you're probably one of the more well-known people, so figured I'd drop in and touch base. I say touch base, we don't know each other, but you get what I mean.
I understand.
Yeah,
but look back over to Venus.
I suppose I wanted to extend a sort of appreciation or thanks, as I did hear about you, and it's one of the many smaller things that edged me on to do the larger thing I did. And I suppose I just wanted to say thank you, is all.
You're welcome. He, takes a hat, tips it.
Many-
Always happy to hear that what I've done is inspiring people.
It has done many things for many different people, sir. I have much to get to, and do not wish to remind you of bad times, as it were, but if nothing else, perhaps I'd like to learn a thing or two from you.
Well, depending on how exactly everything goes here today, there may or may not be a chance for something like that.
I'll make sure there will be.
He nods to her. I'm not sure exactly if Commander Citadel had any different plans for timing, but I imagine pretty soon we'll be heading off to congregate for the meeting itself.
Right, of course. Anyway, I should get back with the primary group now. She gives the appropriate salute. Pops back.
Yeah. And hey, on my part, I'm not quite a sentimental. Not to say it's a problem that she was, but personally, it's weird. Though, always nice to meet another veteran, I suppose. Regardless of sides.
He again, looks over Graves. If nothing else, we do have a fair bit in common in that way.
Yeah. Well, pleasure making your acquaintance, I should. Again, there's a lot of people here, so... But figured... Yeah.
And as Graves
best of luck. See you later. Yeah.
Yep. As Graves is walking up, what's Kanaho doing up here?
Kanaho, I'll be real, right? Kanaho has put some research into this because he's been going around Daybreak Bay for a pretty distinct while. He signed up for DBA every now and then, but he's generally been trying to get a lay of the land of sorts. And well, here's the thing, right? Kanaho has looked into Sigma Solstice and knows he's the mayor of the city. He had to look up what a mayor was. He understands now. And he sees him, right here. He doesn't know who these other two people are. He might know this one because of, probably bodyguard, but he's not deterred. He feels like, I'm gonna do some fucking networking. So he walks up, big smile on, he's just like, hey!
Sigma and Kuro. Kuro probably first, then Sigma would look over. Kuro, initially, hand on the trigger, the trigger finger ready, but, notices, okay, just, someone.
Yeah.
Hello.
So, sorry, pause my brain got mixed up, just with, let's redo that hey for a second. Kanaho is just like, you're, Sigma Solstice, right?
That's right. Sigma, says, sort of adjusting his coat.
Was the figure in red about to say something?
I imagine when Kanaho approached, this figure and Sigma were in a conversation, but they've halted now that you've spoken.
Nod. His attention is mostly focused on Sigma for now. as he goes, "It's a real pleasure to meet you, sir. Here you're the leader of this whole ass place, huh? Not this one, but you know, the bay as it's called.
Daybreak, yes.
Honor to meet you. My name's Kanaho Vataka." He extends an arm.
Sigma would, take his hand. Pleasure to meet you.
I figured
Vataka, huh?
Yup. Come from the Bloodstone Isles.
He nods to that.
I figured I'd come here and show my respect just a little bit, considering one great leader to another. Looking to become the chief of my island one day.
Well, best of luck to you with that.
Yeah. Thank you. He, does a polite little bow sort of thing as he, rises back up and he says, I am, honestly willing to say that the, whole reason I wanted to do this trip was to meet, well, you and some of the other people who I hear are great around here, since it seems you guys run a tight ship and it'd be pretty great to learn some leadership skills from a guy like you. Not to lay on the praise like I'm some sort of, what's the term? Thinks for a second. I can't think of anything. But,
tight ship is a bit of, I think, overestimation.
He, turns to the new lady. Well, suppose it's not as tight as can be when you have a bunch of weirdo superpower guys running around and, all of that going on in the city. But I mean, hey, hasn't fallen into anarchy, so...
True. Is that much going for him?
Might I ask, because I don't quite recognize you. What's, your name, miss?
Oh, right, we were in the middle of a conversation, but I have heard of you. You can call me Regent Red.
Regent Red. Huh, is that like your title?
It is, indeed.
Alright. I was gonna say, it would be a real cool name if that was just your natural-born name, but title is also pretty cool.
No.
But, yeah. I'm hoping that, he, looks back over to Sigma, that we can, maybe get to work together here in this place, figure out all the ins and outs of what's actually gonna go on and the proceedings and such, and, hey, in the future, when I become chief, I'll be sure to, say hi every now and then.
I'll be counting on it. If, plan here is to be working out all those details, so I'm sure we'll be able to come to some sort of a decision, agreement. If not, seems everyone's amicable enough at least.
Yup, sure seems like everyone's, being hunky-dory and kind to each other, but, hope it stays that way.
It stays amicable right now, but, I'm not so confident once, the, specifics of things get involved. Everything is so easy to be friends with each other until, logistics and paperwork get involved, and then, well, problems begin to arise. I was hoping to sort any potential, sort of glances over to Sigma issues before our big meeting, but, it seems that, as usual, our discussions have fallen in circles.
Unfortunately, yes. Seems to be the case. But...
Big apologies from me if I interrupted your little chat.
No. I mean, in a way, yes, you did interrupt, but if it wasn't you, I'm sure that in a minute or so we'd be interrupted regardless, so we'll have to work out the rest of this either during the meeting itself or after.
Yep.
Yes. Unfortunately, I think, we're at a bit of an impasse.
Well, I hope you guys, get that worked out. I'm not really much of a logistics and paperwork guy. I just go where the river flows. He just sort of chuckles
Only
a
things
little bit
was
at
that easy.
Well, thanks for giving me the time of day to chat, and, hope we can get something worked out. Of course, I don't speak for the entirety of my island, but hey, one big man to another. I'm willing to work things out if it comes to it. Of course, till then, there's the, Andromeda barrier to get through, but,
Right.
See you later.
See you. He, give a wave, a nod.
He does a very polite wave. Does, kind of a little more of a, like he's not, showing any favoritism here. He just is, giving different, goodbyes for these two, just because it's,
Yep.
Of course. Regent Red waves, and also turns to Sigma and goes, "Well, it seems, private conversations. Our private conversation is likely gone to an end, so, I guess I shall, see you in the meeting room." She walks
you will.
away as well.
Yep, as, Sigma will start talking with Kuro for a little bit before he starts heading back. But anybody else that hasn't gotten a chance to do something yet? Have anything they want to do?
I'm good. Peony's just platinum, but that's about it.
She gives a little wave and puffs out some smoke.
Maybe she forgot about me. Maybe it's fine, actually.
I heavily doubt that's the case, Miss Peony.
She has a cheeky smile on her.
Cheshire's not looking in her direction. He's just, he's talking to Peony since Peony is standing right there.
Yeah.
I know, I'm saying that too, Peony.
Oh, I know. I'm just, clarifying.
I've done my best to chat with her about the cannon, because I figured she was one for that sort of thing, but I think it's just getting to her. Poor girl.
What?
What?
Well, I'm just... her being anxious, right?
I don't know who or what you're talking about.
No, we're talking about that lady behind me, the purple hair lady.
Oh, I thought we were talking about her.
No, we're not talking about
the leader
Venus.
of Platinum Crash.
Oh.
She hates my guts.
I don't know her.
Oh, she's right behind me, isn't she?
Gentlemen, hello. It's rude to speak of someone who's 2 feet away.
Actually,
What?
I think you'll find that you're, in fact, 10 feet away.
Duly noted. So, I just wanted to let you know that Platinum Crash is a bit of a dregs organization from my perspective and point of view. CPPEP. CPEP. Company for the Protection of People and Epithetical Populations is a bit closer.
See, that was just my brain miscommunicating organization names, not Cheshire. That's a balanced problem.
Well,
her name is Platinum. My brain's like, yeah, it's Platinum.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I had to clarify a similar thing.
Literally, my brain was like, yeah, no, the episode's name is C-Pep in Your Step. I'm still gonna call it Platinum Crash mentally, though, for some reason.
Well,
Crash Platinum.
Let's slightly, completely change the conversation topic then. She walks up, tips a metaphorical hat to Peony. I've been waiting for the damages and payments therein.
What damages? I didn't do anything.
We have record of you breaking and entering. At least going in a place where VIPs are only allowed.
I didn't enter there. Someone else did. I am a third party of innocence.
Decipher their appearance. Well,
I plead the fifth.
Thought I'd say hi. Want you all to know I remember. Tough for a woman like me to forget.
mean you're an asshole?
I was just saying hi.
Well, goodbye! Toodaloo! Get the fuck out of my face!
Wow, I'm backing up. I'm not associated. I didn't talk to her.
Holy
You know,
shit!
the funniest thing in my camp is that I could just put a little telescope under you, good 25 feet up, and you'd be clueless on how to get down. Ah, well.
What?
That's only like 5
Let us-
spaces.
Let's move swiftly onwards.
These discussions certainly will be tainted, I believe, indeed.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Lilithian. She takes a couple steps back and lights up a new cigarette.
I wish Yuzuki was here. She's like 95% of my impulse control right now.
Cheshire writes 2 notes. 1, the negotiations have fallen through. 2, the meeting has not started.
Oh my god.
Who the fuck? It's like someone else to talk to. Who is it? Her?
Cheshire's just internally like, listen, just his internal monologue, and that's why I had them cause such a mess in the building that the DBA cameras didn't catch me, because I knew her cameras would, but says nothing beyond that. Internally, specifically, etc.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Anything in particular anybody else has?
What?
Not in my camp.
I will ask you a thing in the DMs, but I'm fucking perfectly fine.
Gotcha. I'll, not to single anyone out, but I know Sam already expressed, but, Moomin, Drake, do you have, anything that, you're feeling, or you good to just, chill and vibe?
Would
I'm good
this be the last opportunity for such a thing?
No, I mean, there's still plenty of RP
This is
time.
just before we introduce the next, topic.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking points.
I think I am good for now, then.
The same.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay. But to jump back over to Axel's conversation with Brant and Bree, Brant. Oh, funny you should mention that actually, because he goes to say that, but looks over to Delta. Attention, everyone! Then speak of the devil. As Delta calls everyone to attention. Spider's like, oh, come on, guys, we better skedaddle on over there. He starts walking over.
Yeah. Still got Specker.
Yep. It appears that, if I'm counting correctly, just about everyone is here. I know all of the DBA members are here. We've got that. She's looking down. Regardless of that, though, again, welcome to Fort Bifrost, properly. Now that everyone's here, let's properly state exactly what the plan is for everyone. The meeting, the aforementioned meeting, the primary reason why we're all gathering here today, will be starting shortly. It'll be organized. Delta takes a hand, points back towards this way, in a room down this pathway. Most of you who are requested for it already know it, but we also have a good few open seats for whichever members of DBA are most interested to sit in, so we can have a wide selection of, let's say, your populace to sit in on it. But for everyone else, since not everyone will be able to be there at once, we intend on giving the rest of you a tour around the facility here. Both around the facility itself, its various floors, and some of its utilities, but additionally, she points down this way, over here. Additionally, we'll be showing all of you, or at least groups of you, an underwater facility that we have located a little off the ways from this base, but within our possession. She takes a hand and goes back. We need to, well, we can't have everyone going everywhere at once. There's far too many people in that case. So, we're going to be splitting up into various, I suppose, tour groups. She looks over to Branton Bree and therefore Axel. Lieutenants Branton Bree will be hosting and guiding one group of the DBA members, starting initially within the first floor and subsequent second floor of the facility. Branton Bree, salute. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Ram and Lieutenant Harrier, so let me reveal her name.
Do you think a Harrier will work?
Will be guiding everyone directly to the underwater base, where they will tour around there, and eventually the groups will exchange and you all can see the things the others did. I believe I can trust all of you to be able to make your own groups of who wants to go where exactly, but we can't have everyone going in the same place all at once. She crosses her arms yet again. And with that, feel free to take the time now to decide who exactly is going where. Again, she looks over. Now that I think about it, actually, we may be missing someone. She puts a hand to her chin and is thinking, but, hey guys, remember when I said that there's the telegraph point? Effectively, I'm gonna say this in plain terms, and if you want to do something weird, theoretically, that's an option. But when it comes to right now, a few of you guys are permitted to, if you desire, come and sit in on the meeting itself, where it seems the big important discussion will be happening. As mentioned, there are then the two separate tour groups, with one with Lieutenant Branton Bree, which will be heading off this way, touring through the standard floors of the facility, as it seems. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Ram and Lieutenant Harrier seem to, again, as mentioned, be bringing a different group of people into the underwater base. If you want to, I believe that in terms of the proper PCs that we have here, there's around 15 or 16. So allocate your guys as you want to. But for full transparency, this is the point I was mentioning.
This is the time.
This is the time to make the decision.
Make your choices.
Oh, man.
Venus, no questions asked. Like she mumbles, "I don't need to miss the tour groups," but she's going with our pal, I'm afraid.
Peony kind of crosses her arms tour sounds good, but also I could prove myself by actually going to the meeting. And it would be useful for my group to have that.
I want to see
And
the
then there's
underwater.
It's underwater,
Yeah.
but I see that all the time when I jump into the ocean when I'm not supposed to.
For even greater clarity, let's spread some of these guys out and make it so that you can stand in front of the people you're thinking of.
I was gonna ask if you could draw up temporary loading zones.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. So I will. Put this here.
I imagine. Oh, God, this is so hard because I don't want to.
Underwater.
This is so hard because I don't want to put both of my guys in the same place, but I can see both of them wanting to go to the meeting. I can see Union wanting to go on the tour up there and Kataho wanting to go on the tour underwater, but it's but I want to be at the meeting.
Remember that you can use meta criteria as well to decide.
Yeah.
Can a split up between the NPCs and PCs just so we know.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, let me, I'll move these soldiers back.
I know, I'm just putting, Leela whichever the other two groups needs a little bit more filling out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so far in the meeting, all that has is Aquarius in it. In the underwater,
Venus
it's
is going
Apollo.
to the meeting, she said, so there's that
Yeah.
as well.
Yep. Now,
Yeah.
in case this influences anyone, like for instance, Aquarius's decision, right? Just because I feel it's important to bring up, and they would say it, as Brant and Bree are going over with it. Yeah, we're gonna be going through the first and second floor. Over here first stop's gonna be one of our training areas and weapons base, so...
She comes.
God.
Yeah.
It is.
She's
it is
angry that
very.
she's missing it.
It is very problematic because it is a thing of. I am primarily putting Aquarius in the meeting because that's kind of why she's here. But she would want to go to the weapons base.
But here's the thing. I mean, they said we only need some of you. I mean, maybe they don't really need Aquarius to be there. Maybe she can just, she can go inspect the weapons on this base. I'm not trying to leave you. I'm just saying, like, that. Hey, use whatever.
That
reasoning
is fair. I mean, Aquarius is. To me, at least, mentally speaking, Aquarius is not a part of the meeting as DBA. She is here for the meeting as Space Police, so, like, their representative, so she kind of needs to be at the meeting.
Alright.
Yeah.
That is totally
Graves would effectively say, I can tour this building myself all I need. What I want, I know what I'm here to do.
I'm trying. It's between meeting and the tour for me. I think it's leaning tour because Artemis is in the meeting and
I'm gonna give Apollo a friend.
Wayne's going on the tour because any good military base has a barracks and he wants to see how their barracks is up to shape, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Also, Soleil, I'll direct your attention to what Scarlet messaged us.
Oh, okay, hold on.
So you can say something to that effect if you want.
Alright, give me 1 second.
Else in Elijah.
They're going
only time will tell.
Yeah, that is, I'm afraid we'll see.
So... It's ill-advised to put two of my characters in the same place, right?
Yeah. I was mentioning that I'd prefer if people split their characters up just so that we're not, both for like, hey, see more things, and also so that like, shit isn't overly dominated by like, like one person in a particular spot. If there's something that's like, especially pressing or something, there can be exceptions made, of course.
I think that it would sound more appealing now than it will feel later if you put them both in the same place.
Yeah.
I think you might regret that personally, but that
And
again, it's your choice. But yeah,
and we'll have the time to we have the time to what was I gonna say? Oh, brain, please. Yeah, we're gonna have more time once we decide these groups. We're not going to... There's some more RP time, so if someone wants to talk between their two characters, i.e. Union or Kanaho, as an example, after this would be the right time to do it. But I will say, if you're having any trouble deciding, I can always help out and throw something one way or the other.
I'm having trouble deciding one now.
Okay. So, I feel like either one of them, but I assume Union would have fun in either the underwater base or the tour, right? I just from how I understand Union, I imagine that he would be.
Yeah, I was thinking my best idea was Union go right side.
That's that makes sense to me. And similarly with Kanaho, I was thinking that he's either, depending on how he's viewing it, either he wants to be there in the meeting, right? Because it's like a big important thing, and he wants to represent shit. Or he would go to the underwater base, because I know that he likes water shit. Apollo's there. So
he does like water shit, and Apollo is there. Go on.
I'd also point out that if you want a representative of Bloodstone in the meeting, at least one of them should be there.
Yeah, no, that is how I'm seeing it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Union goes here, because I think this is an interesting group, because hero guy who might know his criminal backstory and 3 soldier boys, and then Union or Kanaho goes here.
Right. Okay. Which means there's Elijah and Altus. We currently have 3 people in the underwater base.
Well.
Oh, well, there's also Villanelle. Do you have
Villanelle and the other thing, yeah?
Yeah.
Drake?
Because I will say, with how things are, I generally recommend having at least one more person in the underwater base that theoretically could be, Gecko with Altus or something. But
Yeah.
You do whatever you're feeling.
Drake,
I'd assume
if you're
Elijah.
talking, we can't
Sorry.
hear you.
What?
We're asking you about Villanelle decisions.
I was still writing.
It's okay.
I love you, Drake.
Do you have a recommendation? Question mark. Because my immediate hunch is the meeting.
I think that would be good.
The meeting could work. I'd say that the meeting or the tour would be my guesstimations. Because again, for full transparency, right? My recommendation for Villanelle, I imagine that she would enjoy the tour stuff, but it's ultimately up to you. So
I think I think based on some things we were talking about, Soleil and I'd recommend either that works perfectly fine, or the meeting personally. But yeah, either works.
I think I'm gonna go with the meeting, mostly because one of the big reasons, Villanelle's here, is she wants to archive all the big important decisions made.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And for obvious reasons, she has the one thing, so it's not like she won't be experiencing the others.
Yeah. So, in that case, I think Elijah theoretically could make sense here. Altus would make sense here to me.
As I put in the chat, Poco said that Elijah would go wherever works best. And place he can put check for safety violations.
Yeah, I imagine that the underwater base would be the thing he'd be the most interested in that case. Let me...
That or the, weapons bay.
There's a lot of
wanna...
weapons bay already, is the thing.
I think at this point, we should take a little 5-minute break for everybody to go, just do stuff, stretch, get drinks, whatever they need, and Soleil, Penny, and I can discuss a couple things.
Yep. This is a good break time. So if anyone has any, changes their mind on anything as well.
Hope you're having fun so far, because
Yeah, for sure.
For Orin, Melodrano, Alexa, and Niles, are they going into the meeting or are they going somewhere else?
We'll get to that in a second, but this is the group they're set for.
Gotcha. Just wanted to make sure.
Also, my health bar nameplate disappeared.
That's a glitch with Roll20. If you're
That's just
copied from another
Roll20
map,
thing.
it just happens.
Yeah, I can see your nameplate and stamina, but you can't. It's really stupid.
Sometimes you either need to refresh or you need to drag a new one out, replace the old one.
Yeah.
If you're gonna grab the right one, just delete the
If I may,
I'm gonna move down real quick.
hey Soleil.
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Do you have any alternate tracks for the session?
Alternate tracks?
Music.
As in...
Music?
Yeah, it's just the music has been playing for a long time now,
Sure.
so I was curious.
Here you go.
Thank you.
I love that it's all the spooky evil place music. I'm super happy and glad nothing will go wrong.
It's the U.S. military. What do you expect?
That's fair enough.
Yup.
Alright, I'm gonna get up and stretch.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
The meeting has a full proper party level in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, kinda.
If there's going to be a combat or something, the people in the meeting might fucking one round the shit, dog.
Let's find out together.
No, it's like I said, Zenza said, considering the number of powerful people, I think it's safe. I'm like, but what about the man whose ability is that his class level is equal to the combined class level of everyone there? Oh! He's like,
oh
class
no!
30 then! Fuck!
If that's the case, then honestly, Soleil, you've duped us all!
Lull him out.
Honestly.
Say Soleil, I don't think she's here.
Yeah,
I'm here. I'm just typing stuff because people are asking me stuff.
Yeah. I'm gonna be real, right? Listen, I love my boy Axel. I obviously enjoy Gervasio, but I've just been sitting here like vibrating for the chance to play Regent Red. She's so fun.
Lol.
Listen.
I killed you. I did it.
Dying.
I personally am disappointed. I thought, from what I was told, I feel underserved actually. Lamau.
I'm going to really quickly go to the bathroom. You guys feel free to keep talking.
Yeah. Zenza has pointed a gun directly at my head and just pulled the trigger.
Also, did you see the things I whispered to you in the chat earlier, Amber?
I did. I've been thinking about it. It's very funny.
Especially with the one colonel there, like, I can only wonder if things will go a certain way.
Yeah.
This is the specific lady that you said no to, Ballast.
Yeah, no, as I mentioned in DMs, this person has energy that Aaron would say fuck off to. So, it makes sense.
Yeah, like
very unfortunate.
Sadly, I'm not the most well versed when it comes to like predicting things that are going to happen. So I'm sitting here 80% clueless.
Yeah. The worst thing is that when you announced No Man's Land, Regent Red was also the character that I would most want to play in that, but unfortunately it's Aaron.
Yeah. You're not allowed here. Get the fuck out of here.
Yep.
Listen,
she would not be allowed.
I would let Regent Red just like I don't own a neck anymore,
Yeah,
She's the
I think that with Regent Red and you, Sam, you would allow her anywhere.
Anywhere at all.
Alright, I'm gonna go grab some water, because it's, as mentioned last night, I'm in Texas, and it's humid as hell here.
Yeah.
Oh, no fucking way.
Skill issue.
What the fuck? It's incredible.
Well, yeah, she could definitely drink all of your blood.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
I have a listen.
Well?
I have no characters here that could flirt with her reasonably. However, I do have a blood-based Reaper I could introduce her to.
Oh,
Reptile return.
It's
yo
fucking start the Thanos plotline and have them start hitting on death, The genocide. Oh.
If you want to be with me, you must suck the blood of half of the universe.
Also, as an aside, that
Not quite what I was
fucking
thinking.
opening bit with Niles was so
So
good.
So fucking funny.
Oh my god,
I
Iris
was so
and
fucking
Soleil.
shocked. They did 20 minutes of bit. And it was like
It felt so good.
See, I'm glad y'all can laugh and have fun and be cool and all that. My most prominent bit into that was Borgle, and I feel so fucking irreparably damaged.
God.
Listen.
Pulling out
just
the
really-
fear and hunger sound effect is a work.
I just love the devil, like from the Bible.
From the Bible?
That's just
From
his
Bible?
code name.
Oh,
Yeah.
Sorry for assuming.
Sorry, yeah, you go first, Rush.
I like, obviously, right? Obviously, because I'm me. I was just like, oh man, it's really funny. I mean, all of these other bits are really funny. I don't assume I'm gonna get one of my guys in here because I don't have very many that are like that funnily notable that haven't already been said or whatever.
You're fucking delusional. You're delusional.
Finish my fucking sentence. And then I was like, it was just like, man, I'm fucking loving all of these bits, and then it just finally, oh, that's a polite seeming boy. And I'm like, fucking.
Yeah. Another thing that I love. Similarly, I was so happy that Echo was mentioned, but just as briefly as, oh yeah, I know her. Like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, she's there.
She has mechanics.
Cool.
I would like to state I think my winner bit of the whole thing there was, the devil is actually a code name. Well, mind my kids next door, Bucker. Like,
yeah, I don't know if you saw the bit I put in chat, Amber, but I was like, so you want to talk about Sodom for the next one, so that way you can play Luis? I think would be fucking hilarious. Of the devil, like from the Bible, parentheses, but for real this time? Question mark.
Yeah.
I can't wait for Bifrost 2. We're not even into the meat of the first one, and I already want a second one.
Bifrost, more like Pride Frost.
That's my joke. I did lesbian Frost.
Bifrost, person named Frost leaves the Discord.
Yo, popular Slay the Spire streamer Frost _Pride.
Yeah. Bro, my OCD is like activating because I know there's no like exact party numbers, but my brain is doing like the pocket god simulation thing where it's like the hand is like picking up one of the people from the meeting and just putting him in the ocean party.
You have that capability.
Yeah. I think I didn't even hear what you said, Val.
I said you have that capability, as in reference to you could move grit.
Yeah. Yeah, on one hand, like, yeah, that would balance it all 5-5-5. On the other hand, the underwater party is incredibly funny.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Also, we don't know what's gonna happen after this. For all we know, there could be a further divide in the parties.
I mean, considering they said, quote unquote, after the tour of each, those are gonna swap, I assume that's when the weird super breakdown of composition is gonna happen, I think. If I had to assume.
Probably.
We'll see. I think this might just be the groups. This might just be the groups.
I think it'll be really funny. Is if y'all get to the meeting room, and like Delta lets you all in, and is like, all right, I'm off to the ocean base now. Have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. I really wanted to put Konoha into the ocean base, but I literally, like, here's the thing, right? My brain was like, well, I don't want both Union and Konoha at the meeting, even though it would both make sense to be there. And I don't want to just have Konoha go to the water place and Union go to the to the first and second floors of the weapon zone, because then no one of mine is at the meeting.
You guys, everybody here, or is anybody?
I am
still out.
Hello.
I am everybody, and I am here.
I'm missing.
I'm
Drake.
Awesome.
Drake.
Drake is still
Where's the door hand?
So.
Drake is still what?
Drake is still writing.
Oh, well, yeah.
What?
39.
We're just making sure you're here, buddy.
Drake, where's the door?
So how many characters are you finished writing for, buddy?
I need Artemis, Graves, and now I have to start doing all of the NPCs.
Why? Why are you doing that?
Because that's how Villanelle works.
Because Villanelle will do it. It's why she's here.
Regardless, though, everybody's here, I believe.
Yes.
So, I will state.
They're making. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
There's one alteration. which is we're just gonna shift Elijah over to the tour group, right? But underwater base group is a little smaller, but that's fine. So we're gonna do that. But other than that, we should be good for this. And in that case, I'll say similarly. Let's go ahead and screenshot this just so I have it for the record. But now that I have that screenshotted, I'm gonna get rid of the divisions. And then you can feel free to scatter yourselves yet again. And I'll say that similarly, right, as everyone is deciding kind of where they want to go, right? Before anything else happens, right? As mentioned before, right? Delta was sort of thinking, looking around, trying to oh, did I forget anything? Something like that. I feel like I'm missing something here. Holding up a clipboard, going over everybody's names, right? And then after a good bit, her brow seems to furrow a little bit as she realizes, oh, I see. No, we are missing someone, but if I had to make a guess, it won't be too long until, as if on cue, perfect timing. Over by the front gate of the fort, you'd hear the door swing open faster than Delta, swung it open, as a potentially familiar figure to some of you, but with a new look, waltzes on in.
Oh my god! All right.
As swiftly behind him, another familiar face, wearing a cloak until they make it inside of the fort, swiftly followed by hey, we needed a. What are you doing? These two soldiers trying to stop them. Hey, calm down, relax. We're here, aren't we? We're invited. As Justice sort of waves a hand up in the air, motions to Zell. Come on. The others are. Seems like everyone else is already here. Fashionably late as always. As he comes waltzing over to everybody else. Hey, sorry, was I keeping everyone waiting?
Yes. Venus is instantly set off by this man.
Blackberry looks at Emmerich like, is this man bothering you?
Oh no.
I'm sorry, Emmerich asked for no justice on his burger.
Yeah. Oh, everyone's up in little groups. What's that all about?
What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Maybe you'd know where everyone is, what everyone's doing if you were a bit earlier.
Oh, well, fair enough, but I didn't think it was all that rude to ask. As he takes off his sunglasses, puts them in his pocket. Well, why am I here? Venus, I'm not sure if you remember, right, but I am something of a monarch, ruler of a country.
She squints. Yeah, I do remember. That's my problem, if I'm fully honest.
Oh, well, if anything, that should be clearing it up for you. He looks over. Oh, hey, Ricky. Emmerich. Emmerich looks back. Hello, Justice. So,
how's the family?
I am the family.
Well, how is the family? Oh, everyone at Bloodworth's doing just fine. Just me and Zell here today, though. We heading off to the meeting soon?
Just about, now that you're here at least.
Understood. Well, if you don't mind, I'll be joining that group. I'm kind of important for that. So, he walks this way, Zell trailing behind him. Lord Ralavar, Justice holds a hand out to them. No, it's fine. Something else happening as well. I remember hearing something about like a tour.
Yeah, mate. There's tour this way, points, and there's another underwater complex.
No, right. Hey, so why don't you go ahead and join them on one of those tours? It'll be fun, I'm sure. But no, it'll be fine. I don't need any protecting. Oh, there's plenty of powerful people there. I'll be just fine. Zell grumbles a little bit, walking towards the tour group. Yeah. With them now here, I will say, if anybody has any last interactions they want to do with anybody here,
any last minute bailouts.
Oh,
Yeah.
Regent
I'm
Red,
leaving! Like,
yeah, saying this is just like, well, this makes things complicated.
yeah.
The vampire triangle seethes.
I want to do a thing. I want to do a thing with the Union, but I can wait for everyone else.
Oh.
No, do it
doesn't
now.
sound like anyone else has anything to say.
Cool. Well, I imagine if, like, everything's splitting off and the groups are starting to go, Kanaho would, like, look at Union and be like, what, not coming to the meeting? Your, guy tell you to, not show up? And Union sort of, like, takes a second. He was going to go with the side group, but then he turns to Kanaho, like, looks to the side, looks back, like, oh, you talking to me, mate? Yeah, I mean, like, figure your boss man didn't want you to stick your fingers as many pies as possible, huh? Well, I mean, no, not specifically. Like, what, you got beef or something? No, I'm just like, find it a bit weird that you're, like, here and stuff, but you're not really, like, doing anything, I guess. Well, as in, of course you're doing something, like, you're going on the tour, but, like, you're not really, Regent Red steps in front of him.
Oh, sorry, no. I was just moving.
Oh, okay, I thought Regent Red was gonna be like, hey, little boy, shut the fuck up, and, like...
No. I was just moving her closer to this one. Continue.
Oh, gotcha. Like, Kanaho's, like, not really doing nothing, per se, but, I mean, feels a bit weird he'd send you all this way to not, like, go to the meeting or whatever. Look, man, I'm just here to, like, to what? I'm just here, man. Come on, don't fuck with me like this. Sure. Fine enough. I'll leave you be, but from what I hear, you're pretty decent, but seems like a bit much. He's already got 1 island, 2, 3, the bay. He's not a fucking emperor, dude. Lay off him. What is he? I don't have time for this. Union sort of sweating bullets, holding his arm, kind of like walks away. Yeah, alright.
Justice wraps an arm around Aquarius' shoulder and leans in. What's their beef, do you know?
I've got no clue. I know very few people here. Who are you?
Oh, Justice Ralavar.
That's a name I don't recognize. Hello, I'm Aquarius Costella, member of the Space Police.
Oh, police, huh?
Space Police.
Oh,
Much more important and special than, like, regular police.
Yeah.
Regent Red sort of approaches, hearing this. Yes, let's say there's, more than a few, law-s figures here. Justice.
Yeah, Justice, looks over. Don't know why I didn't expect something like this. He, puts his hands in his pockets.
Yes, Black Vinspawn, right? Oh, it's been so long, you've grown up so much since then.
Well, you know what they say. He, looks off to the side.
Yes. Is your Bloodworth Haven thing going well? Having fun? You doing the old conquest game still?
Oh, lots. I mean, I haven't been conquesting in a while. Why? I mean, I already have the best place in the world, so.
Ah, I see. Well, I wish you wonderful good luck on that, on your endeavors. Unfortunately, it does create a little bit of a conflict with our current arrangement, you know.
Oh, right, that, the contract or whatever waves his hands around.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much you, remember. You sure? What was it you said when I, came to you that first time? Offering an incredible deal, you know, since, old family friends, of course. What was it you said to me?
Well, I don't remember the specifics there. Good old Regent, but what I do remember is, well, I wasn't necessarily a fan of your proposal.
That's such a shame, and that's so... She's like kind of gritting her teeth. Amazing to hear. So... what the fuck are you doing here? Actually, what?
Well, he he moves his hands around, motions especially towards Emmerich. What I'm doing here? For one, I mean, I am a member of DBA, as I understand it, so this is like a DBA event, right?
Who the fuck don't they let in here?
Oh, that's a good question. He adjusts his sunglasses. But, I mean, importantly, as the ruler of a land myself, I mean, I like to think I have...
She does quotes as you say that with her fingers.
Yeah, I like to think I have... Not I like to think, but we have our place in here. Seems as if some of the others around the world have finally noticed. He looks over to where everybody else is talking. There's any problems with your little rules you got there? Why don't we talk through that during the meeting? I'm sure there'll be plenty of time.
Oh, there will be plenty of time.
Kind of brushes her off and keeps walking. Looks to Aquarius. She's dangerous. Be careful of her. As he keeps walking forward, looking and introducing himself to people.
There are a lot of dangerous people here.
Oh, I don't know why it decided to kick me out. Give me a second while I refresh.
Soleil, should we settle up on what that one group's doing?
Well, that is the thing. Why isn't it? Unless anybody else has anything, we can move on with over by the group with Lieutenant Ram and Lieutenant Harrier. Which in terms of the PCs includes Apollo, Lila, and Gervasio. Ram looks over everybody. Well, I hope you're ready for a good old trip down to the underwater base. It's really pretty, let me tell you. Harrier walks up. Why, yes. I am usually positioned down there a lot of the time during construction and how things have been, so I should be able to give a tour pretty effectively.
I see. Do any of these two have epithets, by the way?
Neither of them do. They're both Monday.
Understood.
But as they're saying that, Mello, Mello is like looking between everybody, looks over to Venus, and after a second, hey, Venus? I just sort of thought of something, right? Because,
yeah.
Listen, like, we can, hopefully nothing bad happens, right? Right? Nothing too crazy happens while we're here. That'd be ridiculous, right? Right? But I mean, we, you know how DBA stuff goes, right?
You wanna hook up phone-wise?
I mean, I wasn't thinking that. If you want to, we can. But, He, shuffles.
Your Epithet, not mine.
Yeah, sure. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah, sure.
Oh God. Okay.
As he'll link up. But no, what I was gonna say is, in case something like real big and weird happens, wouldn't it be like safer if like some of us like stayed back here? I guess just so that like, if like some big trouble happens, we can like move out to somewhere.
Venus thinks on that. Well, this place is already staffed with plenty of soldiers, but are you insinuating I should stick back?
No. I know you want to go to the meeting. I'll bring it up to Lieutenant Guy over there or something. He, would walk over. Hey, the Ramsey? Ram, just Ram. Yeah, Ram. And he'd explain the same thing. Now that you mention it, puts a hand to his chin. I'm surprised that no one's brought that up before.
Just for the record, I came into this fully expecting something to go wrong eventually.
From your track record, as I understand it, that would be likely. You know what?
It's kind of an assumption at this point with DBA stuff.
Yeah. So. You know what, then, actually? I have an idea. This wasn't a part of the original plan, but for some of you guys, he, waves a hand. You brought it up, so you can come, and, maybe a couple others. But some of us can stick by the, one of the communications room we have here. It's a fun place to show people, and it's right up next to the base. So, yeah, sure, I'll bring a couple of you there. We can stay here.
Oh, pick me. I was gonna go underwater, but actually, I think it'd be fun.
Yep. Mello, would turn back around. Hey, Loya, Alexa, you wanna come with?
Alexa looks to Niles.
You know what? May as well. That seems like a much safer place to be than some crazy underwater base, so I have no issues there.
I best
I'm
see you all back in one
claustrophobic,
piece.
so I have no disagreement.
Yeah, Graves would sort of pipe up after kind of like wandering about and then hearing you guys. If we want to spread out our defenses more, well, for one, I could probably manifest a automaton of sorts to patrol the area, stick with maybe you guys in another area, or guard the base. Probably wouldn't be the best defense against something
an automaton?
powerful,
Like,
but
you make robots?
I can construct like more like meat golems. It's weird, like
meat golems.
Yeah, listen. It's just flattering. It's not the most flattering power.
That's a little morbid, but if we're going down this path anyway, I suppose it doesn't hurt.
It's it's less gross than you might think. If you need me to put something anywhere, I can do that. I know other people can manifest things. Looks at Venus, you got your soldiers, and certain it can be similar to others. Can't you clone yourself? Points to Melagrano.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah.
It's sure. Once we settle some things around, I guess I can send someone to patrol something. He looks around. I don't know.
I can technically also clone myself if I cut off an arm.
Don't do that.
Maybe you shouldn't do that.
That won't be necessary.
Yeah. But, just for the sake of things so I can roll, I'm gonna make my signature big ol' flesh cyclops, and...
Flesh clops.
Can that work?
Yeah, just give it enough time. You can do it, but,
Yeah.
Yeah. How about this? I'll say pay just 1 extra stamina, but otherwise...
Yeah. Perfectly reasonable.
This doesn't have a specific asset, right?
No, we can put down the giant googlet, like...
Oh, yeah, let's grab the giant googlet. That is why it's here. So, let me...
Yeah. And since it's good... Yeah. And you know, if this guy survives this session, I'll draw a thing for it. You know, that'll be fun.
All right. But with that now settled, and that plan going on, speaking of this group with Harrier, Ram, and all of the others, let's get going. So we are going to be focusing on that group. So in terms of the PCs, it'll be Gervasio, Leela, and Apollo for a little bit. So, yeah, let's give me a second to set things up. But for everybody else, if there's something else you want to multitask with, feel free. But
yeah.
We're gonna be here in this section for the next section. So yeah. Everybody else can feel free to get up and do stuff, but don't leave.
All right, let me grab this. Let me grab the Googlet. That wasn't a thing that I was prepared for, but makes sense.
I mean, since I'm here and can do that.
I mean, no, but it's great. I'm glad you did it.
To be clear, is the automaton going with Mellow or going with like the underwater tour group?
You know what? Grace will leave it up to it. I think going with like Melograno and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yep.
So you don't actually need to copy that or anything.
At least not for now.
All right, just give me one more second.
Well, as you're about to see, I don't think it's going to be joining them anytime soon.
I mean, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Drake.
Yeah, I felt like
giving himself a stroke as always.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah.
How many pages do you have left now?
How many pages, Ballast?
Characters,
sorry.
whatever.
Give me 5 minutes to count that.
I believe everything is here correctly. Right. Well, this will give you plenty of time to finish it. So with that, let me bring you guys here. You've been walking for a little bit to the across the left side of the base. Gone through plenty of rooms, plenty of hallways. As it has been mentioned before, right? This place was just finished proper construction to the point where it's good for people to be going through it like this. So it's nothing all too fancy. There's construction equipment and such all around. But I mean, hey, it's not like bad. Still looks pretty nice and modern. But yeah, with that, Harrier sort of motions, and this is yet another one of our engine rooms and such. Plus, also just a nice big open space in case anything needs to move something big through. Let me give you control of that. Where the fuck do I do that nowadays?
They need to be on the map.
There we go. This can be CAC and Akapo. Bada bing!
Yep.
Alright, you should have control over
He's
it.
having to do weird stuff, so yeah.
Yep. Anyway, but yeah, she motions to that. But we're getting fairly close at this point to the area where we're going to the submarine bay. So only a while longer. If you have any other questions, feel free to ask. As she's leading everybody. Ram is heading this way along with them. Meanwhile, Mello is looking over to Gervasio. Hey, it's been a bit.
Of course. Are you still holding up after everything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing fine. I'm all good.
All right, good.
I don't think I've met the two of you. He looks at Lila and Gervasio. I'm Apollo.
Oh, same.
You're also Apollo?
No, I mean, I haven't met either of you before. That'd be crazy. No, my name's Lila Jones. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I am Gervasio Santos.
And he extends an arm for a handshake.
Double handshake, shakes both
Yeah.
your hands at once.
Triangular handshake.
God. He is caught off guard.
Yep, let me keep moving it forward as we get to this hallway. I'll reveal that in a second here. Let me go. Bada bing.
Hey, Penny, move Orin, or I'll kill you.
Okay.
Who's doing it?
Move your mom?
Moving your mom. Moving your mom.
And as you guys enter this area, this is like, just standard hallways, occasional paintings on the wall, but for the most part pretty plain. As Ram would motion down this way. Well, it's down this hallway that's going to lead to the communication center. So, for the group of you that's going that way, this is where we split off. So, to the rest of you, hope you enjoy the base. It's real pretty, as I said.
Yeah, and the group that's splitting off is like Niles and
Yes, it's Niles, Mello, Alexa, Oren, and Graves' automaton.
The
unless
NPCs,
Basically the NPCs.
Yeah.
Okay.
NPC zone.
Before Niles leaves, Garvazio would sort of go,
Excuse me, Mr. Orson.
Ah.
I have a...
Yes?
I believe you're the correct person to ask for this. I've recently been informed I've been put onto the Destruction Bench Agreement roster as a member of your organization somehow. I believe there has been some kind of mistake. I don't know if you would be the one to handle such paperwork.
He rubs his temples,
My name.
flashing back to 2 days ago. Yes, unfortunately, with the way this organization tends to work, a lot of the time people incidentally sort of get involved. From what I understand, if I remember correctly from the records, since we were going over your stuff, you were technically first brought in when Crimson Pandemonium happened, but you were also accompanying another group when they went on the Nemazine, I think it was?
The Nemazine 12 station, yes.
Yes, yeah.
Yes, however, I was on the mission on as exchange of personal favor with my boss. I was not, at least not intentionally, operating with the Destruction Bench Agreement as an organization. I'm unsure of the specifics of how your paperwork function, other than it seems antediluvian and arcane and...
Yes,
Yeah,
those are the specifics.
Yep, that's how I always say it. How about this, Mr. Santos? I'll definitely look into it for you, cause, oh boy, he taps his foot. I usually don't have to remove people from the records, but hopefully this shouldn't be too much of a problem. I'll see what I can do.
Yes, I only bring it up because I believe, well, outside of my own personal feelings on the matter, I think that simply including as agents of yours anybody who's sufficiently caught within your orbit is a very dangerous road to continue. Make efficient.
Yeah. Oh, certainly. Yeah. I'll see what I can do.
It isn't fully within Mr. Orson or perhaps anyone's control how that happens, but I'll attempt to see if we can get in contact with some of the higher-ups.
Certainly some kind of
color.
Yeah.
Certainly some kind of distinction could be relevant or necessary, but
yeah,
we are
understand
sorely
it is-
lacking in terms of a categorization system. Yes.
it is thankfully complicated. But I simply felt the need to propose my request when I can catch you, I guess, in between your very busy schedule.
Understood. I gotcha. Again, I'll see what I can do. The higher ups at DBA are kind of hard to get a wrangle on. It's, you know.
As I have experienced firsthand.
He sort of puts a hand on like his head in exasperation, as if beating back like a migraine or something.
Yeah. As he'll nod yet again before looking back over to Ram and yeah, see you guys later, I guess. As unless there's anything else, they're gonna start. Oh, that's also Razia. They're gonna start walking this way, and bada bing.
The automaton waves its club stub hand at the party before sauntering off.
Yep.
That thing's gone. I was really creeped out by it.
I thought he was a little cute, honestly.
No kidding.
What the fuck?
There are.
Like Gervasio is just kind of staring at Lila when she says it's kind of cute, like concerned.
Yeah. There are lots of strange epithets out there, I suppose. As let me reveal a little bit further. Bada bing. Bada boom. And as she'd lead you into here, here's one other room. Let me reveal this. Yes, nothing special. This is more of the same. This is currently have a lot of storage locked up here and is in preparation to be more properly loaded out with things. But otherwise, the room is functional. Continues walking this way. I'll go ahead and reveal some things. Alright, now we're definitely pretty close. It shouldn't take too much longer, too many more minutes before we're at least at the stairs. So, with that, she'll go here, and unless there's anything anybody else wants to say, let me copy you over.
This is expensive. How long did this take all to be built?
Months. This has been in construction for a good while now. Commander Citadel was on a DBA episode once, and from what I remember her saying, she did mention how this was an idea of hers, but by that point, we were already most of the way through construction. This was a base, this area, this island, was being considered for base construction for a while, and it was Commander Citadel that proposed that it be a particular base for, well, potentially this proposal, this alliance. So, let me...
Interesting.
Copy you guys here and prep the next couple of things. So give me 1 sec. Boop. Bop. And then we can do this. That, and then this. Sorry. It's taking a second, but... Alright. She brings you here. Which, this over here, it's the very, one of the very far edges of the left side of the first floor of the facility. Past any other hallways leading up, this is the, seemingly a dead end, at least for the most part. But this door over here that Harrier walks over to. Alright, here's the stairway down, so we can start heading down to the submarine bay.
Alright.
As she opened the door, and bing.
Just how far underwater is this, anyways?
Not the most... How do I phrase this? It's certainly very deep. It's by no means the deepest facility that has ever been constructed in this manner, but it is a fair ways down. You can still see light, if that means anything.
Let me see.
So not all the way in the depths, then?
Yes, you'll be able to.
Enough for some good viewing, I'm sure.
The noise of construction to carry for a good ways underwater. There are a lot of reports that some of the sound interference coming from the construction of this place was affecting the fish even in our harbor up in the north.
Really?
Yes, I mean, I imagine that construction of a place such as this is bound to make some sort of noise. But, if anything, the underwater base specifically was not actually entirely our construction. She, looks down as we're walking here. In fact, it used to belong to some... Well, this may sound rude, but the best way to describe it is a misanthrope of sorts. Very reclusive man, seemed to be a sailor of some kind who got really invested in some scientific research of sorts. And when he passed away, that all of the ownership of the facility, he left it to his son, but he didn't seem particularly interested, so it was all but abandoned for a good while until we found it down here.
Mysterious scientific research, now that is something to work off of.
Certainly. Plus, we've done some refurbishments. As I'll bring here. It's a good way down.
I don't suppose there was any, particularly notable, remnants of that research? Have any notes, research samples, anything of the sort?
Well, the underwater base itself is currently being used for scientific research of a sort. It is, she, takes a hand and starts, counting off of it. It's both epithet-related things, just, not only epithet-related things, but also marine biology, things of the sort. It's also a place for, if we manage to find any inscribed soldiers, it's a safe place to train some of their more destructive capabilities. And similarly, continuing to observe the ocean, there's always stuff to be learned down there.
Right.
That is interesting.
And how about I go ahead and reveal this bottom of the stairwell, which you would be able to see. And as everyone would eventually make it down here, there's more stairs. It's going deep.
And this is just to get to the submarine?
This is just to get to the submarine, yes.
Wow.
Well, I'm a bit old. My lines are not as what they used to. Well, give me 1 sec. Basically, he's, can I just make an adaptation slot to just try and, reinforce Gervasio's poor old back walking down all these fucking stairs?
Yeah, go right on ahead. Yeah, you got it.
He literally, puts his hand to his back, and you hear, a crack as he straightens up.
Yeah.
I think I'm good.
I'm not sure. I don't believe that it's currently planned as part of the tour today. But not only is there a submarine bay, but we have a lot of underground infrastructure underneath the base itself that's primarily used for storage right now.
Interesting. God, I'm hearing all this. I'm so glad I chose this tour as opposed to the other ones. Because I'm honestly a bit of a. She sort of puffs up a little bit, a bit of a burgeoning scientist myself, of sorts.
Oh, really?
Can't say I have a lab or any particular research as of current, but I get around a little bit.
Well, then
things.
Then I'm sure that it'll be plenty interesting to talk with the scientists we have down there. She, continues on. There's plenty of them down there, and I mean, even now they're working on things. I'm not sure exactly what at the moment. I frequent down there quite a lot, but I'm not really much of a scientist. I'm more of, a pilot and, soldier, lieutenant.
Understandable. Perhaps a bit relatable.
As, more and more and more. Eventually, you guys, having gone through the rest of this, will find yourselves, after a fair bit longer of walking down in the submarine bay. So let me reveal that as bada bing. Come on, roll 20. I'm gonna need you to work with me here. Boop. Bop. Boopy. Boppy. Boopy. This, and then this should be good. Let me make 100% sure. Yep, okay. So you guys here, and let me bring you over, because you guys are right over here.
Hey.
As she brings you in, obviously there's lots of warring of devices and whatnot going around and on. There's people monitoring various radars of some sorts. The paths continue on further this way, seemingly further into a tunnel, like Harrier was saying, of the underground sections. But for now, well, here we are. Looks over to this soldier. They, talk to a bit for each other. They nod. Okay, well, this fine sir will be joining along with us, as she motions to this guy, but I will be piloting the submarine. And don't worry for you three. I understand, I know, I've been given the lowdown on a couple of DBA activities, and I'm well aware that the last time something like this happened with a, military submarine down to an underwater base, things went a little bit haywire, but don't worry, nothing like that's going to be happening this time.
Gervasio's eyes narrow.
They wouldn't do that.
God,
they wouldn't do something like that twice in a row.
Whew, thank goodness. I love being gullible.
Thank goodness nothing's ever gonna happen ever again. Apollio awakens.
No! Get him away! Go! Get him out!
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, knowing how things go, I can't guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen, but you know what I mean, right? She, waves her hands around. And,
I'm sure.
Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's a way of looking at it. So, if everybody's good, I can move you down into a spot as all of you guys enter the submarine, and after a good bit, as Harrier mentioned, she'll be the one piloting, but all things considered, not the most spacious of all time, but a fair bit of room around here in the submarine to do it nice and snug and comfy as you guys descend down into the waters, into the deep seas, as Harrier, as you're departing. Now, this trip might take a little bit. Sorry, there's been a lot of walking and waiting today for all of you, I know. But, hey, that's how transport works. As she, start going, and we can move down here. At this point, you have been underwater for a good bit now, and are seemingly continuing to travel downwards. It's been a pretty peaceful ride. Harrier's been piloting, as mentioned, soldiers here, and if you were to look out of the windows of the submarine, because there are little portholes, you'd be able to see, about what you'd expect, the ocean. So let's give a little bit of a view. Something like this. You could look around as you continue to go further and further down.
Wow. Water.
It is indeed water. So, while we're on the way down here, any of you have any interesting stories?
In a way, I suppose. Although mine's not directly me connect. It's weird.
How do you mean? She questions Leela.
So how familiar are you with DBA?
Oh, I know some of the basics. I've heard some things from Commander Citadel, and otherwise I can't say I'm a very frequent watcher, but...
How familiar are you? Oh, I know what you've done.
Right. So it's a weird thing, but so on one of the episodes in particular, there was like a big split event. I think it was episode 12 or something like that. Yeah, very, very early on, where like a bunch of people in DBA got split up to do various things. And one of the groups got pulled into an alternate dimension, where they had to, do a bunch of stuff, fight through stuff in an alternate dimension where I don't remember all the details, but a lot of stuff went down. And ultimately, at the end, they had to fight my alternate dimension self, basically, who was a teenager, and bent on world domination, or something like that.
Wait, that's what happened in the other group?
I think this was a third group.
I think it was in like the second group is what they called it.
I don't know. I myself wasn't there. I showed up at DBA a while later when I saw the third group. But like the third group apparently just got kind of pulled into an alternate dimension and had an entirely separate adventure, where alternate dimension me was the final boss, so to speak.
Oh.
Wow, that certainly is a lot. She scratches her head. I've heard that DBA's gone on quite a good few misadventures, but hearing it from the source is a little different.
I have considered suing at one point, but I mean, it's not me, and like, I'm just more interested into the whole situation of how that happened and what was going on and everything. So that's kind of why I'm like at DBA now.
Right. Well, that would make sense if word got around that you, but not you, was trying to take over the world. I imagine that'd be pretty concerning. How about the other two of you?
I mean, it was on the news. It was kind of a big deal a while ago. Remember when Daybreak had that massive flood? Like, the whole city?
She thinks... Oh, right. I don't live in Daybreak myself, actually, so, but I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, that may have been my fault.
Oh. Well, that's certainly not good.
Gravazio realizes that they're surrounded by water and starts to sweat a little bit.
It is his natural habitat.
Apollo be like, I'm sort of one of those pills you throw in and it turns into a little dinosaur.
I mean, long story short, I kind of got in touch with, I think it's like an elder god or something. And I was dealing with a lot of bad stuff back then, so I kind of got overwhelmed with emotions, and then the city was flooded, and I was trying to destroy it, and a bunch of DBA people came, and it killed me.
Killed you? Like, looks... Last I checked, you're not a ghost.
No, but I am half coral.
Oh, that's what that is. I wasn't going to ask, but...
Huh.
Yeah.
So you've actually been in, like, contact with an elder god? of some variety?
I think so.
Huh.
Is this like a normal topic of discussion around DBA, or?
I don't know. I haven't been there in a while.
To be honest, Elder God contact is like a bucket list thing of mine, so...
Right.
Alright, what about you, Blue Guy? You've been silent.
Many of my exploits are confidential. There isn't much I can say about my career history, I guess. I'm mostly retired now. I'm only really involved in the destruction bench agreement due to, I guess, one less job I was called in for recently. That has gotten our objectives somewhat intertwined.
Right. Well, all of you definitely seem to have your pasts then. She looks around. You know, how about you? Looks to, this guy right here. Oh.
I was gonna ask.
Nobody really asked me these kinds of things. But, since you are, I mean, I have plenty of stories to tell. I, may as well. And before he can, continue going on, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
Suddenly, in a moment where none of you were looking outside, perhaps, suddenly there is a rumbling, both auditorily and physically. You feel the submarine shake a little bit, as if it's been hit by something, as Harrier is clearly taken off guard by this. She looks around, looks back to this guy. Did you see what that was? No, Lieutenant, I didn't. He goes, looks around, right? And as this happens, there's some more thumps and rumblings as another rumble overtakes the submarine, and soon after, immediately after, you guys, looking through the outsides here, can see what appears to be, strangely, sharks on either end of the submarine, as if attacking it. But that's not all. As the rumbling continues, you look out further and further into the ocean. It's not just sharks. Oh, brother. It's not just sharks.
Oh.
As...
Did someone upset the ocean life?
Even further... Let me get this even further into the ocean here. Something that wasn't there before. You all see what appears to be a submarine of some kind, larger than yours.
Yup, Starlight realized it, yup.
Trespassers in my hunting ground!
Yeah, of course. Of fucking course.
It's him! Hey!
Is this where you've wanted him the whole time?
He's being introduced, isn't he? Yeah!
Oh my fucking god.
No! It's Captain Zachary! As, not just that, there's one more friend that wasn't properly revealed, as Lieutenant Harrier looks... Is that... No! Captain Zachary Shelley? That's right! He says, somehow being able to hear you from his own submarine. No! It's not just Captain Zach who's here. Oh, Zach is back with his good, best friend in the world and first mate, Monkey, who, salutes out here. And all of you, what are you doing in my hunting grounds? I'll make sure you never leave it. As he presses a button on his control panel, and from the side of the submarine, panels open, revealing torpedo launchers now aimed at your submarine, seemingly assumedly what was hitting you guys earlier, as Harrier looks to everyone. Alright, fortunately, our submarines are prepared for things like this, as she would mess with the control panel, and around the back here, a couple of battle scuba diving gear suits are here. We're gonna need to go and face him!
Oh boy, alrighty. I can't say I'm used to doing stuff in water. Never tried making fish before.
Wow. Feel free to roll initiative. Because whether you like it or not, Zachary is attacking.
In fact, feel obligated to roll initiative.
It's the Zach attack, baby.
Yeah.
How the fuck did I roll?
Zachary's attackering.
Yeah. I'm using a monkey to represent all of the funny fish friends around.
Right.
No. No.
Well, now I'm sad I didn't go for the submarine.
I'm so glad Gervasio joined this morning.
He's having a mood right now.
Yeah. As it hits Zachary's turn, torpedo cannons, fire! Fuck! They completely whip. I realize now I should have rolled for her. We'll have her act next. As get on with the next shot. You got lucky that time. As we move on to Harrier, who is going to look to the soldier. You pilot the submarine. As they're going to switch places, she's going to go start trying to put on this diving gear as quickly as she can. And then as she does, open a little hatch to effectively go up out the top. And while she's here, she's going to attempt to fire. Because let me grab one of her things. Because believe it or not, these guys have kids. That's crazy.
No way.
She is just going to go for a shot of the rifle on this crab. That's gonna whiff as the underwater. The fact firing a gun like this underwater, it's a bit tough. The bullet just completely off. Damn it! As she readies her aim more. Hey, Leela, what's up?
Oh boy! All right, it's Leela's turn. All right. So here's the thing. And here's the interesting thing about this. I don't have an icon for it, because I've never thought I'd have to make fish. However, I'm going to try and use the default version of Shadow Puppets and create a bunch of small shadow fish to send out into the water to help with stuff. That's a 5.
I'll let you get one little tiny guy with the 5, but
all right, I will use a bird to represent the shadow fish for now. Little guy. Oh, only one. Yeah, okay, I'm not used to fish. All right. I don't know how much you'll be able to do, but try and defend us, I guess. As Leela's gonna go over and try and get in scuba gear so she can get ready to go out and help as well.
Yeah. Hey, Gervasio.
So Gervasio is having a time, right? Iris, you have eyes. Gervasio is going to look between everyone. Yeah, he's going to look between everyone and simply stealing himself.
Who will appreciate my Epithet's assistance right now?
If no one else could use some help up here, but if someone else needs it,
I think first things first is we need to keep from sinking.
Yep. Grazia will step here, and I'm just going to use Theory of Evolution, targeting. Sorry, generic, you get fucked. But I'll target the rest of us, the other 4 of us.
Yeah. So generic's piloting the ship.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
So this is going to cost a little bit of stamina, as in 12. But this allows me to basically adapt a number of targets to an environment, a la as if they'd gone through multiple phases of evolution rapidly to adapt to their environment. And I'm gonna fucking choose, I don't know, the ocean, like maybe around here-ish.
Yeah. That's crazy.
To presumably allow people to not only breathe underwater and take pressure, which the scuba suits did, but hopefully giving us a big movement boost while underwater. Since we are adapted to it. I say this in part because Gervasio's heavy set, so he's a bit far away from Zachary's place. And that will be his turn.
Sounds good. As everyone is, suitably evolved, I'll put a blue token. But before we move on to Apollo, there's one other thing. Scarlet, how do you want to do this?
There's the sound of grinding steel as Lieutenant Harrier's shadow morphs and shifts a little bit. A potential afterthought of the DBA cameras. A small little shade slipping into Lieutenant Harrier's shadow while she was distracted as,
Okay. I have a lot of things to say. First off,
she points at Lieutenant Harrier.
You remind me of my mom, kinda. Second, Lila, what the heck is going on? You should embellish every villainous action you've ever done. I figured that'd be really cool. World dominate. 1 second.
She there's just this yelling outside the submarine. She pops inside, head upside down.
World domination is cool. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Gervasio, you taste like blue raspberries. I want to smell your blood. And Apollo, if I did the flooding of the city, then my entire family would put me 3 rungs up on the evil villainy ladder, okay? Alright, that's all I gotta say. I need to go back to playing Animal Crossing New Leaf on my Nintendo 3DS.
She popped back up.
Yes, sorry.
Gervasio pulls out a gun.
Wait, hold on. Voya, if I remember your name is?
Oh, golly, 1 second.
You know?
she holds up a finger to Harrier. 1 second. Yeah, what's up?
Hi, so...
Yeah, what's up?
So, just a small thing. Do you think you could spare just a little bit of time to help us with stuff going on, with everything that's going on here?
I was getting to that. I was doing a monologue first. That's all.
Okay. No, I understand. Okay. I understand. It's perfectly fine. I'm gonna post my talent anyways, but good to know.
That is more than fair. You post your talent all you want. She points. All right. Anyway, I gotta go get Animal Crossing New Leaf.
She pops back out again.
Anyway, I may be small, but I'm still in big ass fucking demon mode. Don't tell my mom I said that. Okay, I'm gonna do.
She implodes into a ball of darkness and then explodes in a lotus outward.
Okay, there we go.
You're
a child.
Lieutenant Harrier. She looks at Lieutenant Harrier like,
you have just experienced the single most complicated and weird 1 or 2 minutes of your life. I'm gonna eat a shark. She walks over.
Yeah? You're gonna eat a shark? Go ahead.
I regret to inform you, Soleil, that, like, this shark may have teeth, but so does Voya! That's a 9, baby!
You... Brodog, you bite into this goddamn shark. This deals 6 damage, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say it'll deal 5, with the 9 for now, but, the shark... listen, sharks are strong, right? That... You're eating him? He's not looking too great.
Can I ask, did Voya go outside the sub to do this?
Yeah.
Okay. She's just out there, dude.
She is just out there, walking on the submarine like it is no one's fucking problem. Voya has evolved beyond the need for things so lowly as oxygen. Those are for humans to breathe. Anyway.
Keep it together, Gervasio. Keep it together.
With that being said, I think that for the time being, that will be the end of my turn.
Gotcha. Hey, Apollo, what's up?
Alright. Well, Apollo kind of already has a diving suit on underneath the top layer of clothes, so he's gonna take all that off.
Yeah.
And he's stepping out into the ocean. Let's see. Should I bust the cap on tap the tank already?
That's up to you.
Why not, I say.
Yeah, alright. Bam.
Bada bing! Extra action!
Oh no! I forgot that's for 3 rounds. Jesus, that ability is cracked.
Horrifying. Let's see. I can do other things at any times. I guess first of all, how far away is that dolphin? Damn, too far. This crab is here though. It's swimming towards us. That wouldn't really do anything. Okay, whatever. I'll just control the water to move all of us forwards.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll give it to you. So in the event,
also, those are both with +3s. I'm remembering
Oh,
because
gotcha.
of my passive.
Yeah. So with Apollo, right? Because I'll just make sure, right? Did Gervasio and or Leela go out the hatch, or do they still want to stay in the sub?
Leela's still in the sub currently, but I'll be going out on my next turn.
I did not have the movement to escape.
Gotcha. In that case, Harrier, Voya, and Apollo. This is okay. No specific thing. Where exactly? How much further do you want to move the 3 of you, Harrier, and Voya?
I don't know. I didn't have a specific amount in mind. Just further away from the sub.
Gotcha.
Like
something like this. Good. Something like this, or
yeah, that's fine.
Sick. All right.
Voya moves around like a squid in water.
Yeah. As if that's it for you, we're going to pass on to the animals. These crabs in the bottom, right? They're banging their claws against the submarine. It doesn't really do a whole lot. This shark over here is continuing to ram and slam into the submarine. Ooh, that's a nice hit. This shark got a little mad at Voya, so.
Oh no. Please,
oh God.
Alright, that is so valid. There is one problem. I think that it would be factually the funniest thing I've ever done if I use Burrow Beneath to go into the submarine.
To go into the submarine, huh?
Yeah, piercing a hole through it, probably.
Oh no.
Right, so this is dodging it.
Yes.
I'll say that including cost, you're gonna take 6. Which, bada bing, seems that the shark is feeling a little bit better after that, slightly.
You have lifesteal too, huh, punk?
Yeah. But, you're going, into the submarine. Where exactly do you want to go?
Just...
There you go. Alright.
Hello, gentlemen!
The shark looks rather confused as this squid similarly was gonna go this way, but all the sharks there now. This crab's gonna go to Harrier. That deals 3 damage unless... no, you know what? She'll take this one. But that's 3 Dimaggio from the crab. This dolphin is gonna move towards Apollo. And let me post the dolphin shit. This right here. It's 5 damage, 1 range, and then they can try and bounce. That's gonna hit, unless something is done.
I mean, I'm just gonna pull out a glass fish tank and shove it in its mouth.
Just shove the whole thing in its mouth? I'm gonna give it a roll real quick.
That's a 19 also.
Yeah. You shove a whole tank into this dolphin's mouth. He doesn't want to play with you anymore. He's fucking gone, brother. He's leaving.
Were you expecting this fight to be this much of a clusterfuck? Who am I kidding this?
This dolphin, though. Whee! Oh, God. That is 10. And he's gonna try and hit Harrier. I'm gonna say that's not good enough right now. But that's 10 unless something is done.
I guess I can use another anytime.
You can!
I know we're underwater, but as this one comes, I guess, swimming towards us, Apollo is gonna... Yeah, I guess he's gonna try and cast his fishing line to snag it and then swing it around to hit something else instead.
Yeah. Ooh, unfortunately you go for it, but by the time you go for your hook, line, and sinker, the dolphin is already slammed into you, and knocked the wind out of you a little bit, unfortunately. This oyster moves 1 space forward, and that's all it can manage. This squid is going to cautiously approach, and this crab is gonna go here, and is going to attempt to Vappy Apollo. That's 3. With this, though, considering the circumstances, Harrier is going to attempt something to try and help Apollo since he just took a bad hit. Where she is going to try and use her anytime combat roll and just try and tackle into Apollo, right? To try and knock him out of the way this one, because, you know, it's not as big of a hit, but, I mean, he just took a big one. And that is going to be enough to where I'll say, Apollo, you're fine, you get knocked here. Harrier is going to take a bit of the damage instead, but she is then going to pay the additional 1 stamina to fire her rifle at the dolphin. That unfortunately fails. Though, this swordfish is also cautiously looking around. We move to her proper turn, and she now has 2 actions. So she's gonna, again, try against the dolphin with the rifle. Still nothing, Harrier. 1 more, hold on, let me...
That is a 6.
That is a 6. Let's, we're just gonna give it 1 more shot. That is enough. And this dolphin, right here, gets a little spooked, and he's gonna run the fuck away too. So there's that as he, takes a blow and just dashes away. Harrier then is going to, stay here to sort of, back to back with Apollo. We go to Zachary. Alright. I'm not gonna miss this time. Torpedo! As he fires another torpedo out towards the submarine, which whizzes in between the oyster and the crab to slam right here, which, that's a nasty hit.
real quick.
Yeah.
Can instead of that happening, can I try and barrier reef it before it leaves the pod?
Yes.
So it explodes in the thing.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give it to you. As he goes to fire it, as he does, a coral reef apparates as a wall in front of it. As it explodes, and his submarine seems to recoil a little bit. Hey, come on! As we're gonna move on to Leela.
Right. What do you guys think? Should I help with the fish, or should I go up and try and deal with the other submarine?
I would deal with the other submarine.
Submarine it is. So how much?
Fish look really tasty. What's up?
How much boosted movement would we have from Gervasio's?
Gervasio rolled pretty well. I'm gonna say let's go with the good old classic +5. Gervasio rolled really well and spent a lot of stamina for it.
Nice.
Alright. So we're gonna take Bippy and get out the hatch so I'm out in the water, and then go. 11 plus the extra movement from Apollo gets me about to here. And I'll take one of my two main actions to effectively double move and get up right by Captain Zachary's face in his window.
Are you moving that fast?
Leela just sort of, doesn't say anything because she's underwater, but just sort of winks at him, and then I'm going to pull a classic enemy of all pirates, the Kraken, and I'm going to create the Dark Abyss, as Shadow will hopefully. Well, let's roll it first before I do flavor stuff and see if it rolls well. 19.
Yeah.
As Shadow, she begins to become covered in shadow, and shadowed area forms all around her. Let me get the area. And tentacles, like abyssal tentacles, sort of whip out and start wrapping around his submarine, whipping at the fucking torpedo launchers and everything.
You! What foul beasts are you calling upon?
And that'll be my turn.
Maybe.
As that is.
It's no coincidence that you're here. You're working with it. The Kraken!
As he seems very riled up, let's just say, as it hits Gervasio's turn.
Yes. I want to ask first of all, before it hits my turn.
Yeah.
Did Voya create a hole in the place?
I imagine it's a shadow hole that Now Scarlet,
yes.
is it a permanent hole?
I was thinking so.
I guess she did.
If I had an extra time, you were in a fucking floating submarine in the desert.
That's what Voya would have done!
I want to ask that I would do this before my turn. It hits my turn because I just didn't want to interrupt people to ask that question. As I'm going to attempt to rapid hybridize, right? As Gervasio will basically shoot an arm out of his shoulder that extends, one thing grabbing the generic, the other grabbing one of these swimsuits, and then they immediately attaches the swimsuit to him, basically.
Oh yeah. He's like, what the? As he gets, yeah. You got that.
Yeah, just in case.
He can still drown.
Oh God, what happened? Gervasio looks to Voya and is like,
that is not helping.
I know, I'm not here to help, I'm here to be evil!
Are you serious about that?
Gervasio proceeds to stare a little bit more menacingly as he bulks up one of his fists.
Oh, is this a fight? Am I gonna fight with a hero?
You know, I'm just going to handle the current situation. Deal with you later.
Gervasio's going to...
But later, you wanna fight? You wanna fight? Like, oh, he's leaving.
Yeah. And you said 1.5 times movement?
You get +5, specifically.
Yeah, but tap the tank.
Oh.
Yeah, I guess.
Alright,
However, I will say, by the way, as you're passing by it, really quickly, the oyster, right? The oyster has mechanics. An attack of opportunity. The oyster gets a little bit scared of you and starts backing up a little bit. Oh shit! Is that a predator?
Alright, it'll swim a little bit closer. I think this is as far as you can get. But this is pretty far. As Gervasio is going to manifest strength in numbers as well, one sec, let me double check if it has the range. Ooh, I can actually just barely get to it, but it's only going to have one range. But this is fine, because I'm going to spend quite a bit of stamina on this. I'll spend 4, right? Mm-hmm. So as Gervasio's arms, basically, he shoots, he Luffy style, shoots his arms out, like as if they're extending, to grab onto the, or attempt to grab onto the submarine, and while changing like the damage type of his fists to a sort of serration, so that they cut into this, and then the rest of the 2 stamina is for the technique of him basically spinning his hands and then trying to snap himself forwards to, much like Voya did, pierce a hole into the submarine and get inside.
Yeah. Oh, fuck
Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
Gervasio. Let's grab it. Hopefully, yep, it is in here. As you flawlessly initiate it, you stretch your arm out in a vicious, swift motion, puncturing into the submarine and immediately breaching it. What? The dread submarine is impregnable!
I do not care. Strike them.
I'm just gonna punch him a bunch. Where is... Yeah. As I burst in, I literally just perform a rapid series of 3 punches.
The duality of man. As you go and start to punch towards him, Captain Zachary grabs onto one of Gervasio's extended arms. Not quite. You're in my territory now. As he'll then throw the arm off to the side.
I believe that is my turn.
Gotcha. Voya.
Heyo. So, Voya has a new kit, and I am going to be fully upfront and honest when I say I wasn't expecting us to get into combat, and I should have been brushing up on it more. So I'm not the most experienced with it. We're gonna learn together.
You'll figure it out.
Basically, Lords of Darkness is her new Class 2 passive that makes it so that she can use her shadow actions, her spooky maneuvers, and shadow arts are imitations of power that she of people she really, really likes, like for instance her family.
Yeah.
Anyway, with this being said, Voya's going to start off the turn with looking at all the Wobder, and it's like,
I guess I'll try and solve this.
Because she's got to have a good meal. 1 second. So I'm going to eat water, please.
Eat water.
Yes. It's like, I gotta get a drink, and she unhinges her jaw, and just, like, swallows a fuck ton of the water currently, like, being jammed into the submarine.
Yeah. You're gulping the shit down. This generic soldier's looking at you like unhinged jaw drinking the water.
Yummy in my tummy, and she just goes out. And I would.
Did you fix the hole? Oh no, you didn't.
Did anybody have Voya swallows gallons and gallons of ocean water on their DBA bingo card?
No. That's the priest. She's gonna get saltwater poisoning.
I would like to. You wish. I would like to use Voya's main action to spit out the water in, like, a pressurized jet at the shark to try and, like, knock him mega far away, taking the squid with him. Follow
Gotcha.
me?
Give me a roll. Dude. I'm gonna give the shark a resist roll of sort. So, here's what's gonna happen, right?
Okay.
The shark gets blasted, right? And with that, he does not like that. He's out of here, right? But he manages to avoid pushing the squid all too far as he retreats.
I see. And then... Alright.
You do have another action because of Tap the Tank.
Oh, that is a part of the thing. Oh no, Soleil. That's actually very cringe.
Yeah.
In the best way possible. Let me just... So, Iris, I'm gonna call you for a ruling here, right? In addition, by spending 2 extra stamina when using any of her attacks, abilities, or shadow arts, that was one of them, Voya can now use them as shadow actions, blah blah blah. However, I swear to God there was a thing here. Any point after the turn begins. Never mind, I don't think that's relevant now, actually. Sorry. Again.
Okay, no problem.
Just getting into the dregs of this. In that case, she's gonna, squid... The shark is the big problem. She's gonna squid over to the shark.
Yeah.
Alright, Mother Hecker. I have bad news for you. Sashimi.
And she's going to Black Gate Blade. Oh, that's not, there we go.
Right. 9 damage at 2 range, huh? Bonus action, once per combat. I see.
Yep. As she unsheaths a sword with fucking mystical little designs on it and cuts into this son of a bitch.
Yeah. I'm gonna give the shark a roll real quick. Alright. It's gonna manage to nip you, Voya, for 4 damage, so including a recoil, it's 8.
God.
But he's gone. That shit's nasty.
But he's gone.
He's gone, brother.
He's heckin' vanished. Alright.
Alright. For the final thing, we are going to... That was merely a bonus action. We're going to use this extra main action she has, convert it into a movement action, go over here, and I believe that my next plan is to convert this crab into... Yeah, okay. So, we're going to throw a bunch of rocks at him. You just manifest them from her cloak.
Bring off! Out of here!
This crab doesn't seem like he likes the rock assault, right? However,
heck off!
The mighty crab warrior, resilient.
Oh shit! All right, now
She points at the crab.
Now, you know what? That is a fair assessment, but I have a counteroffer.
And she unhinges her jaw a second time. I would like to shadow puppetry the crab into Voya's mouth.
You're gonna eat crab?
Yeah. Oh, shit.
That's not a great roll for eating crab. I'm gonna say the mighty crab warrior manages to dodge your puppet strings as you go to eat him.
Now, I want to at least mention, and then my turn's over, I think it would be funny if he's still alive, just in Voya's mouth.
Granted.
I had my turn.
Alright, hey Apollo, what's up?
Alright,
where
how's it
she's
going?
grabbed.
So I'm gonna heal myself.
Sounds good.
Let's see, where is it? There it is. +1. Yippee!
Unfortunate. They're not going to do it.
That's fine. I'm just gonna start swimming towards the other ship.
Makes sense.
No, unfortunately, I do not get a bonus from Tap of the Tank. That is for everybody else.
Yeah.
So I am here.
Gotcha. Is that it for you for now?
Yeah, for now.
Gotcha. In which case, Gervasio and Leela, as you're here. So you've brought the fight directly to me, huh? Fine. You're asking for it. As around his neck, right? He's wearing a necklace which is holding onto a golden skull-like ornament that he lifts the mouth open of, revealing a giant red button. And when he then subsequently presses it, the skull whirs to life as it then morphs and spins around him as he is equipped with the Dread Submarine Mark III! Here we go.
That icon is fantastic.
Yeah.
Here he is.
Here we go.
As he looks to Monkey. Monkey, you handle commanding the troops. As Monkey salutes to that. Here, let me post a funny thing. Because first off, and speaking of, let's get some more of them. Let's feed them to the animal projectiles. Here's this one that he's got. He's going to fire at Gervasio, where he extends his arm forward as the Dread Submarine Mark III's arm morphs into a Mega Man-like Buster Cannon before it whirs up and with a bout of smoke literally fires a fucking sea animal at you, Gervasio. And that's gonna work. Let's see which one it is.
Oh no. Stop it.
A 5. Which one is that? I think that's one of the ones, let's see. Ah, I see. Ooh, this is a nasty one. This is the piranha.
Oh god.
On fire. I can smell the blood in the water, and so can they! It deals 1 damage to you initially, and then it cannot be detached. Let me grab one. As it clamps onto you.
I see.
Let me...
I am going to attempt to adapt to this, right?
Yeah.
As the fucking piranha, Jesus Christ, fish. As the piranha latches into Gervasio, I'm going to attempt to basically adapt so that like Gervasio, like on his, I don't know, I guess his shoulders, reverberating, like I want him to evolve reverberating pads that basically Aquaman aquatic life, so that he can try and communicate and like control them and like tell them to do other shit.
Right. I see. Unfortunately, not this time. As you go to do it, but as you do, the piranha has already latched on, dealing 1 damage initially. Let me post a thing regarding the Piranha. Despite not having a movement speed, they will not willingly detach from a unit once attached. They inflict 1 stack of LC bleed onto the unit they are attached to every turn on initiative.
No! That's bad.
Yeah.
Oh god.
But that's that for now, as Monkey is going to scream out, because a fun part of this ability is Captain's Orders, where Monkey can spend his turn commanding an animal created from this, which, you know, can also include some of these from down here, as Monkey is going to attempt to command the fucking brain, come on. The swordfish right here. Okay. To attack. We're gonna go for Apollo again. Unfortunately, just with how it is. Yep. This guy's going to ram over here, and unless something is done, Apollo, I believe this will be. Let me double check. It is 6 damage.
Okay. What if I just pull out a giant bag of fish food and have it pierce that instead, so it hopefully gets distracted?
Brother, he's munching. You've sufficiently distracted him. And as that goes, I realize I've been having Zachary act, but it's actually the summon's turn, so let's grab some of them. As the crab inside Boya's mouth is going to try and pinch. That's 3 damage to Boya.
Stop it! Stop it!
The other crab is ineffectual. I'm gonna use now to give this soldier an action to see if he can grab some backup supplies and start patching up the hole. He's working on it. But with that going on, we then got some crabs. These 2 crabs are both gonna attack Harrier. That's gonna be 6 overall, and she doesn't have her anytime. She takes the Damaggio. This oyster, I'm gonna give it a roll to see how much Gervasio's intimidation is still around. He's starting to shake it off, but he's not 100% sure. He's at least going to go over to Apollo and try to attack, which, if this hits, will be dealing 3 damage. Yeah.
You can take 3 damage, sure.
And then, as he clamps onto you, he goes and tosses you. Because he is able to throw it up to 5 spaces in any direction. I'll give him a roll for that. Pretty good, as he's going to try and throw Apollo, throw Apollo 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over here.
Alright, can I manipulate the waters as I'm moving to actually have him throw me north using my tidal control?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, sure. Here, I'll, let's split the difference a little bit so you manage to, get, over here. There you go.
Alright.
Alright. There's that. We have the squids. This squid is going to go and try and detect the submarine. This squid is going to start trying to make its way to Apollo, but won't be able to get to him so far. As we hit Harrier's turn, she is going to try and... Let me double check. Yeah, this is a very funny use of it, but she's going to try and use CQC takedown on the crabs to grab them and throw them away. Yeah. Here, let's have her spend 3 stamina for that, for this, but the crabs are going to be sufficiently thrown over here in this direction. Harrier's strength aided by Gervasio and Apollo's enhancements. And then she's going to see if she can try and get the swordfish out of here. So we're gonna fire with the rifle. And brother, that swordfish is scared to shit. He's gone. As I already had Zachary act, so I'm gonna say that now is when Gervasio's bleed would be ticking, because this is when he should have been doing it. Alright. Yeah?
Yeah. I will just note, now that is the start of Captain Zachary's turn.
Yeah.
And I'm treating the submarine as a part of his turn. Is because he is starting his turn and the submarine is starting its turn, within Leela's Dark Abyss area, they each take 5 damage.
What?
As tentacles lash out.
I'm the one that's supposed to be inflicting damage over time here! Yeah, there's that. That's a hit. It's your turn properly now, Leela.
Yeah. Alright. And, with Leela's turn properly coming, we're gonna do, yeah, we're just gonna do 2 things, since I have the 2 main actions from Funny Apollo, is, we're gonna do first main action to, have a tentacle go out and just, attack this piranha on Gervasio and pull it off of him.
If it's attacking the thing, it won't be able to detach it traditionally, but the attack itself does enough damage to knock it out. So
yeah. Awesome. And then the other one, as another tentacle, is going to snake into the area and is going to try and grab Captain Zachary and like basically pull him against the wall of his submarine.
Gotcha. Yep, as a tentacle wraps around the Dread Submarine Mark III, pulling Zachary against it. Okay! I'm gonna need you to help me out here! As, Monkey, turns over to him. Of course, nothing can be done right now.
Yeah. And then, last thing, because I almost forgot about him, but he's still there, little Shadow Fishy, all the way down by the submarine, who hasn't been doing much because he's the only one of his kind, is just gonna attempt to go over and sacrifice his life to sort of meld into a shadow wall and kind of blockade the hole in our submarine so that it's fully just patched up. Let me give a roll for that.
Yep. Yep, he's helping out. Along with the soldier here, so.
Alright, and that is my turn.
Yep. Alright. Bada bing.
Alrighty.
As Gervasio, too.
Alright, so it's my turn. I'm going to... can I just move through Monkey?
No, Monkey is an enemy, you know.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4 then. Wait, I actually have extra move speed because of Epithet. Great. I get here, take my 1 bleed damage, but, before all the blood dissipates, of course, Gervasio's pendant is going to take a little bit of that blood and use it to empower this next attack. Hopefully. Anyway.
Yeah.
As, I'm going to basically, strengthen numbers. I'm going to be doing 3 attacks, and I'm going to make the element of the attack kind of darkness or shadow, as Gervasio is basically hitting Captain Zachary further into the abyss,
Yeah.
Maybe have a little bit of a synergy effect. And that should be 10 damage.
Damn, dude, yeah, you get a hearty slam into him. I'm gonna say it's very slightly less. I'm gonna give it a good old 9, but that's a big ol' hit. And his Zachary's mech suit already seems to be cracking under the pressure a little bit. Who are you people?
Unfortunately, you run afoul of... I guess.
No matter. No one gets to my territory. In my hunting grounds, the home of the Kraken. without me having anything to say about it.
Unfortunately, you have not gone through proper zoning laws with the U.S. government.
Huh?
I'm pretty sure we have the right to pass through here, legally.
He looks at you, Gervasio.
You know what, we can talk about it later. Let's just keep fighting.
He's just going to, you know what, this is funny. The fucking dolphin did this, Oh, you know, actually, so the piranha latching, would you consider that to be like an ability or basic attack?
That is specifically one of Zachary's abilities because it is. I
don't mean the ability that shoots the piranha. I mean the piranha's like attack.
The piranha, because the way that the ability works is that it's an on fire effect and then it has summon stats, right? So. The piranha's, like, initial latching on, that part of it is part of the on fire, right? So I would say that's technically an ability, right? Whereas the bite attack that it has, which it didn't get to use, would be its basic attack.
Alright. In that case, I'm going to use crossbreed to combine the like, latch-on bleed with Voya's shadow puppets to basically have Gervasio's mouth gain like shadow fangs as he's going to bite in and try and basically have the shadows pierce through and damage Zachary with a similar effect. How much stamina cost would you say the piranha bite is? I assume like 2. I think that's the same as the fire ability.
The ability itself is a 3 cost.
Alright.
So I'll say that, yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
On 19.
Damn, you pierce into Zachary as these sharp fang-like constructions pierce into him through his suit, and he's gonna take a hefty chunk of damage. He's not looking great. That's not exactly what I wanted. Yeah, he's not looking all too hot.
Yep. And that is my turn.
Alright. Voya.
Alright, so, I should have chosen, at the start of combat, 2 shadow arts. And, well, I've already used Zyna's, so let's lock in that one. And the other one I think would probably be Venus's, is, the one that she would prefer. Anyway, I'm going to, gotta have a good meal to Kirby the Crab.
You ate those food.
I ate those food. Alright, with that, she walks
1, 2, 3. Hello, Mr. Squid. 4, 5, 6.
So, I just mentioned, Venus's shadow art. Well.
You see, gamers and geeks, I have been spending time in Venus's shadow, pickpocketing her dimension of guns, because she doesn't ever share them, and I'm offended. So with this being said, I have obtained a new item that she has created, that she put in the garbage for some reason.
And she takes out, like, a sniper rifle twice the size of hers that looks like it's going to explode any moment. It's like a railgun mixed with gamma radiation. She, with no hesitance, with no hesitance or like self-preservation instinct, she levels it at Zachary.
Say your prayers and go to heck.
So you aim it at Zachary, right? Forgetting to account for the fact that he is within a submarine right now. Oh, that whiffs, brother.
Alright. Hey, Soleil.
Yeah.
Can you please tell me, how does this sniper rifle go catastrophically wrong and backfire?
I'm gonna say it ricochets off the submarine and hits Leela.
Oh no.
Not for 8 damage entirely. I'm gonna say Leela's gonna take half of that, so 4.
Oh, damn, sorry about that.
Let me show the last line of Voya's shadow art of Venus's.
Alright, sorry about that. I'll do better in the future.
She slurps up the gun.
I'll give it back in, for $100.
And she's gonna, go over to the squid. She's a sick crunch, and I'm not gonna lie, she likes the big munch.
Yep.
Why the fuck is there nothing? Because I rolled a 4 is the answer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's
this
the
guy. Yeah, you're chilling, dude. This guy's a squid, brother.
Oh, look at this funny little guy!
Oh my god.
There's a dimension.
Anything else?
I sure fucking do.
You liking her new kit, Scarlet?
Yes. Anyway, I think... No, wait. I know what I can do. I can throw rocks at the squid. Rock throwing.
Alright.
Rock throwing.
Check off again. Heck off.
I'm gonna give the squid. The squid is he's still here, not looking great, but he's tenacious.
Stop
he's
it!
a tenacious one.
Stop! Stop!
She just, after a bit, just starts asking it to stop.
The squid continues on anyway.
No! I pass.
All right, Apollo.
Okay. This is like a hole in that submarine,
yes.
right? All right. I'm gonna very carefully and structurally cause a barrier reef to grow to make it open up wider.
Okay. There it goes.
We're going to kill this man.
Yep, it's.
You're gonna kill him. You're gonna kill Captain.
Oh, you're opening.
Sure. Well, I'm gonna kill him.
Let's see. 2, 3, 4.5. No, that's just 4. That's 5. Yeah, I'll just be here for now.
Sounds good. We hit the summon turn.
Oh wait, I didn't actually take an action.
Right, that's true. Take your action, good.
I'm gonna heal myself, or at least try to.
Yeah, you got it.
Yippee.
Alright, now we move on to the summons. This squid, Voya, is getting a little bit annoyed with you. Just, for the record. Let me,
There's nothing to do with his action, but,
Yeah. Just...
Ink.
Oh, he's not very effective either. This crab continues to ineffectually beat against the side of the submarine. These two guys, these two crabs on the side, I'm gonna give them a roll to see if they think it's worth continuing. They're out of here.
No.
This oyster is going to try to chase after Apollo with its 1 movement speed. Then this squid is going to go here. And is going to try and fire an ink blast at Apollo. That's going to be 3 damage.
Alright. No, its ink is going to go back towards it and hit it in the face.
Make sure to pay the stamina cost.
Well, what do you know? Yes, it is.
What do you know? As we're gonna move on to Harrier's turn, and she is going to go here. We're gonna go all the way over here with like fuck ton movement. She's gonna try and fire at the oyster. Oyster's finally had enough. It's fucking off. And then she's going to hold her second action she gets from Tap the Tank. Alright, I've got him in my sights! As it hits Zachary's turn, and he will take the damage from the shadow thing, but as a last resort, monkey, together, let's make him drown. As he's gonna use the ability, you're gonna drown, on Gervasio. And why not? Let's arm it with some torpedoes! As, from his arm, a torpedo, like, it effectively gets, like, from a hatch is, like, exited out and is attaching to his arm like a rocket that is going to increase the propulsion of his fist as he goes to try and drag Gervasio into this pool he'll be creating. Yep. So this will be dealing 4 damage initially as he drags Gervasio down into a water pool beneath him, right? Where once he's there, right? It's not exactly accurate. You can read the ability as he effectively, you can imagine it like a portal where its entrance is just water, as like it's like a gateway, an entranceway, as you're now back underwater yet again, even despite being in the submarine. And while you're here, and you'll never get out, for you see, I control the lobsters. And he's going to try and what he would try and do, right? He waves his hands around, manifesting a whirlpool around Gervasio. That's before Leela's tentacles managed to claw their way even into the subspace with how Zachary has done it. Deal 5 damage, and what? My systems! They're failing! He's out. And as he goes out, the remaining animals around, as Monkey is astonished, right? The remaining animals around, being this squid and crab, I mean, bro, they're fucking out of here. And
it's okay, they finally went away! I begged him enough.
With that, he has been defeated. So, before we continue onward, I realize now, that's something we forgot to put into this Roll20, the stamina prof and comp tiles. Oops, we'll do that next time.
We'll do that for next time. I'll make zones for now.
Yeah, feel free to make zones.
Green, blue, and pink.
Green, blue, pink!
Green.
Voya spits out the sniper rifle. It has deteriorated in a half-life.
Just so you know, I have them.
Oh, alright. Well, fine.
She has them.
Ruin my fun.
Stamina proficiency.
Ruin everything.
Yeah, I'm ruining it. I'm ruining it all.
Just ruin it.
Me, when I love ruining locations so that they can be good Dark Souls-like spots to, make games of.
Yeah.
What the fuck did we call companionship before?
Companionship, I would presume.
No, it was something else.
No, Roche, I don't think that was it.
And for now, I'll say feel free to heal to full. But theoretically, at other parts of the episode, that may not be the case.
Yeah. The other part of the episode, eat shit.
Yes, we can either take 3 stamina, 2 proficiency, or 3 ocean.
Or 3...
Listen, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what I called the fucking companionship tile, because it wasn't called companionship when I made it.
What would we have called it? Friendship? I don't know.
It still began with a C.
Contraband.
Contribution to each other's elongated social interaction.
Cred.
Degree.
Cred.
Ooh.
I got an upgrade.
Sick.
I also got an upgrade.
Iris, you've written upgrades for Voy up to class 2, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, considering she is class 2 already, yes, but also I have upgrades for her, yes.
Oh, damn, okay.
Hey, Scarlet.
Hey.
We called it cohesiveness.
Huh.
What are you fucking talking about?
Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was called. We just
I'm going
change to companionship.
I'm going to cohesively shatter your spine.
Oh, damn.
That's why I couldn't fucking find it.
What's Lieutenant Harrier taking?
Oh, she's taking a battle experience, you know?
She's taking on water.
Yeah.
No, that's a submarine.
Also, Scarlet, are you gonna take Stam or Prof?
Oh no,
you asked?
I'm taking Stammy.
Okay.
Boya gotta bulk up.
She gotta have a good meal, yeah.
But
that's me with an extra T in there.
as you guys sort out your things, you've posted your upgrades. Very cool for Gervasio and Apollo.
Don't forget your powerhouse, Avery.
Oh, you're right. I did forget I'm a powerhouse. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, it's because you've never taken stamina on Leela once.
As the battle winds down to a close, here, Harrier, would look over to Gervasio. Here, help me apprehend him. As Monkey goes and stands in a martial artist pose before Harrier just dives on him, and he's just he screeches, unable to do anything. Before
No, Monkey!
Police brutality! Police brutality!
Does Monkey have a dive suit? Yes, not pictured though.
Yeah. Gervasio will sort of I guess his arms will bulk up so that he can pick up Captain Zachary's Dread Submarine Mark III and all.
Yeah, as he does that, everyone would manage to make their way back to your home submarine, right? And in the process, this dude, okay, I think I finally got it. Thanks, little fish. Looking at Leela's little companion as
Oh, good, you were helping.
Voya face plants into the still somewhat flooded interior and just
Well, okay. All things considered, we managed to handle that pretty well.
Yeah.
Harrier looks to Voya. You get a couple minutes. You get a couple of minutes of grace time before I ask you what's going on once we get to the base.
Okay. I've been in your shadow your whole life.
She probably hasn't.
You're spoiling it!
She squints at Voya. Let's save the questions for when we're down.
Okay, I will. But you will. I'll answer them though.
As right now, Harrier managing to get everyone back in. You guys plus the generic soldier managed to effectively hogtie Monkey and Zachary. No moving. They're wrapped up. They're constricted. They ain't going nowhere. As you guys would find yourselves down here. So let's copy all this and then put this on now. But we're gonna bring you all here. So let me go ahead. Do this. As I believe everything should be revealed properly. You guys find yourselves here, having arrived, seemingly, at the base.
I see.
This seemingly is the base.
This seemingly is the base.
Seemingly.
That we've
Seemingly.
arrived.
It does seem that way.
By the way, Gervasio,
yeah.
While you guys are coming back, right? Because when he does his fucking strength in numbers with a bunch of punches, he grows extra arms and it bursts out of his suit and it usually destroys it. So he reaches into his fucking his pants pockets and pulls out a highly compacted second suit and puts it on.
That's great.
This is how he has to do it.
Yeah, this the soldier goes grabs onto Zachary and Monkey.
Yeah, I'm coming.
How many extra suits do you have in there?
Enough.
Oh.
I have enough extra suits.
Voya turns around. Hypothetically, if I stay in here forever, do I not need to answer any questions?
That's not how this works.
Damn it. I thought I was smart. She hops out.
Yeah.
It's alright, Voya. I can vouch for you on some of it.
Can you vouch that I was in her shadow her entire life up until this point?
No, I don't think I can do
Damn it!
I can personally vouch against that.
No! How do you know that? You don't even know my name!
Who is this?
About.
Okay.
She turns around to Lieutenant
Makes
Harrier.
sense.
You didn't hear that. He was wrong.
Oh,
Turns back around.
Yeah.
right. So, Voya Vanderbilt.
No,
If
not
I,
that name, but what's up? She turns around again.
How did you get here?
If I don't answer, will I get arrested?
We'll at least have to keep you near the front of the facility, with not letting you out of our
Damn.
sights.
But this is so pretty. Fine. Okay, so I am part of a big family, and Venus got an invitation to go here, and I have a big fucking. Don't tell Mom I said that. Elizabeth calls it a FOMO, which is fear of missing out, which is like you don't want to miss out on things other people are doing. And also, I thought that being in a military base could be a great way to start my villainous career. And if you want me to strike that last bit from the record, not actually start my villainous career here, I would be fine with that if I get to see the rest of the cool underwater base, okay?
So you snuck in here.
Venus. It was Venus's idea.
I'll have to contact Commander Citadel in a moment anyway. She's busy right now at the meeting, but once she's out of it, I'll have to contact her.
I don't think it's too much harm to show her around, at least.
Yeah, don't actually tell her that I'm here, though, because she'll probably get really mad, okay?
Oh, she will.
Oh, no.
But if nothing else, regardless of how she's reacting, we will be keeping you here with us. We need to keep an eye on you.
I'm down for that. Anyway, you can talk to Citadel about that all you want. Just don't mention it to Venus, please?
And you, looks to Zachary. What was your motivation behind the attack?
I already told you. You're in my hunting grounds. That is the legendary grounds, the home of the Kraken of Daybreak Bay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there's an actual Kraken down here. I was just...
Of course! I know it.
He looks off to the side again.
You know, I thought after all the court cases with the last Dread submarine, I was done with all you government people. Also, on that, did you just leave my Dread submarine out there to sink?
Harrier coughs a little bit. Looks off
I'll be
to the
honest.
side.
I'll be honest. It looked pretty rusty and beaten up. Anyways, you'd probably be better off with a new one.
There's not a vessel like my Dread Submarine Mark II, except for my Dread Submarine Mark I, which has now been repurposed into my Dread Submarine Mark III.
Do you have any kind of, like, insurance?
That's great.
Insurance? What do you take me for? A businessman?
I mean, that's
My
what...
mom has insurance.
I mean, in a way, that's kind of what pirates are at their core, right? Ruthless businessmen that, you know, kind of just do whatever they want.
They were kind of like ocean terrorists.
None of you understand.
He walks to the side yet again. Well, regardless of how much you understand, for now we're going to be apprehending you here. As for the rest of you, Unfortunately, that little detour was something, but we're here now and can continue with the real tour. So, if you'll follow me, I can lead you to the rest of the underwater base.
Step up your description, semi-mom.
Yeah, she'll lead here. And
call a woman that.
For now, as the soldier drags Zachary and Monkey, both of them grumbling and mumbling, Harrier, greets all of these various scientists and what have you. But for now, right, I'm just gonna grab you guys, and let me really quickly go and grab up here, which would be the way to the rest of the base. But for now, we're going to cut away from this group and leave it till next time we meet up with you. For this, as I said before, I'm going to keep track of things. Of course, things take long. I was given the forewarnings for a reason. But for anyone that only has PCs and such here, which I believe is primarily Moomin, theoretically, Moomin, if you have places to be or things to do and you need to leave, you're not necessarily going to be needed as Apollo for the rest of it, so you do as you can and will. As for now, let's catch up with the other half of the tour. And let's go and go back to this one, why not? Let's double check everything is ready. Right, I'm gonna need to grab the group here. Because, as a reminder for me, the group here was you.
I told Gecko that if he gets here, I can give him a quick recap in another chat. But...
Yep, sounds good. And then instead of you, it was you. And I believe this is everyone. Let me double check. So
He's finally canon.
It's so good, dude.
It's been 10,000 years.
We've been waiting for so long for that fucking scene.
Yeah,
God.
And his fucking horribly pogging dolphins.
Yeah, so if you remember the other day when I said I was looking for images for something and found a version of it that I wasn't quite expecting, that was the dolphin.
I see.
Because it was fucking pogging, brother. I wasn't looking for pogging dolphin, but that's what happened. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Dolphin Pog, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
dolphin
dude. So I assume the thing you had in mind for Zachary for 15 more billion years was the "you're in my hunting ground" shit, right?
Well, yeah, no. The introduction is that the way he's introduced into DBA is that he fucking attacks you and launches torpedoes at your fucking submarine. It summons the oceans of the creatures of the deep to attack you. Like that's what I've had in mind.
You fucking idiot.
Yeah. Which fun. Alright. That reminds me. I have I could say that for later. But for now, I'll ask. Obviously, Gecko isn't here, right? But Liger, are you here?
He's muted.
I'm here.
Okay. You're here. Roche, you here? Yep. And I know Ballas is here, and I know Zanza's here. So let me drag you guys down here. I believe this is everybody. So correct me if I'm wrong there. But with that, Brant and Bree, much like the other side of things, not that you guys necessarily know, but much like the other side of things, you guys have been walking for a bit. A lot of the rooms are admittedly kind of barren or empty or rudimentary in some way. Again, just finished construction. But as they reach here, Brant starts with, and here's one of our the first we've seen of this so far. It's one of our soldier training grounds. Motions around to the soldiers as Bree chimes in. Pretty sure it's clear as to why that is.
Yeah. On the way here, Union's been sort of like seeming kind of stressed out, like panting a bit ever since the interaction with Kanaho, but he's been holding his own a little bit.
Before I looked at the ladders, I briefly just thought those guys were really big.
Yeah.
Why does that go over there all on his lonesome?
That's what I was saying earlier.
Brant looks over to him. Hey! Yeah? You doing okay over there? Oh yeah, I'm just, don't really have any duties right now. We're just supposed to, be around and answer any questions for the tour, so I'm just here. Got it, man. Yeah, he's just here.
So valid. So valid.
Got it.
Yeah. Of course, if any of you have any questions, feel free to ask. But and feel free to talk with any of these guys. But if not, we can keep moving on.
Sure.
We've just been walking around for so long.
Well, I love walking.
It's not that bad. If anything,
Yeah, we get to.
Go on.
Yeah, we get to see all these cool new sights.
Zell, Zell looks over to Union. Something's on your mind.
Me? No, I'm good, I'm Union. Tries to put on a smile like...
I assume that's your name, yes?
Yeah, that's my name.
Right. I'm sure you saw, but me and Lord Ralavar arrived here late, so...
Yeah. What's your name?
Zell Caveat.
Oh. Cool last name.
They sort of kick their, kick a foot around, take their giant, their massive heap of scrap metal sword that's on their back. It's a monster. For anyone here that would care about, weapon construction and shit like that, it is a behemoth of scrap metal with a huge-ass engine near its hilt.
That's so cool.
Huh? Oh, the sword? Thanks.
Yeah. Did you make it yourself?
Yeah, all by myself.
That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm something of an engineer, I guess.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That's awesome!
They,
Thanks.
kind of take a second, look back, look to the side. Now you're fucking... you're right. I don't know. I don't get what's with that guy. Because he comes from the island place, but he keeps giving us the third degree. I kind of I shouldn't be scared of him, because, I'm stronger, generally speaking, but it's I can't really... If he tries to fight me, I can't really do anything to him. He's, important there, and that would probably just make things worse. And I don't really, want to fight him, because he seems like a decent guy, but he just kind of fucking is real upset at us, because we hang out with fucking Izuru, or whatever.
Right, that's,
Andromeda, the, Bloodstone Prison Reformation Program man.
Zell furrows their brow. I think I've heard of that somewhere. I can't remember exactly.
Well, it's known in a couple places, not generally known in a lot of others. A big deal for a guy like me, who's basically gonna spend the rest of his days in prison, but probably not so big a deal for a lot of other guys. I know there are some people who are, kinda weirded out by it, and of course there's fucking Kanaho who's weirded out by Izuru in general.
There's some conflicts regarding the leadership, or...
Well, no, not really. I mean, it's... Fucking Izuru and the Chief get along fine. It's just that Kanaho doesn't trust him for some reason. Something about, not knowing enough about him.
And here is one of our armored vehicle weapons bays. Oh, that's a mouthful. Bree says, motioning her hands and arms around as let's reveal the rest of this room up here.
Oh, damn! Union, snaps and just, sees all this cool shit.
Pretty cool, yeah?
I do have one main question as an aside, considering you're the ones giving us the tour. What corps are y'all in? Are y'all engineers, or...?
Well, we're usually on the, battlefield soldiers. But, around recently, above all else, we work under Commander Citadel, and she's been pouring a lot of resources into... time, resources, money, people into this project, so we've been helping around here for the past couple months.
I see.
Oh, you guys got whole-ass tanks, mech suits with rocket pods, blue handguns.
Mech suits? Zell, looks over to those.
Brave just has a sad expression looking at the mech suits. God, I love mechs, but, they really ruin it when they make them Militech and practical. There's no flair.
Oh, trust me there, kid. There's plenty of flair. I'm not sure. I guess yeah, no one here would have seen these guys in action. What am I talking about? These are a new model. He, looks over. These babies have been something that we've been cooking up for, alongside the Fort Bifrost project. So, these are new. These are technically prototypes. Actually, on that, hold on. I'm gonna... Hey, Bree. Yeah, Brett? Come in for a second. I want to ask you something. Just goes, yeah, well... They're whispering to each other for a bit, so you guys have a second. But...
as an aside, their names, at least to me, aren't revealed on this
right.
map.
Let me try... Yep.
Union
Boop.
puts a hand to his chin. Are those rocket pods on the shoulder, or are those some... Okay. I was just asking, so it's that kind of looks like it could be something else, and I'm just misreading it as a rocket pod.
No, that's
I think it's just because they're kind of shallow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're shadowed, so we can't see all the way into them.
Yeah. But these things are absolutely massive. It's they're giant mech suits. Clearly powerful to some regard.
As Poco just mentioned in chat, Elijah is everything in the room in general, but most certainly the mechs is just taking out a tape measure and figuring out everything's wrong,
Yeah, exactly.
They're pretty pristine though.
Yeah, they're pretty pristine, all things considered, but of course, yes, alright, up to code. Theoretically, if you're walking around in something like this, the ground should be level and even, the legs are evenly spaced. I imagine, is the kinds of things Elijah is doing, looking over these mech suits. This soldier, honestly, more than anything, looks intrigued by how Elijah is doing all of these measurements so quickly.
He also did link the talent of what are the 3 most dangerous things in this area? The mechs, I'm guessing.
So the 3 most dangerous things would probably be the mechs, the tanks, and the weapons.
Oh, not the. Oh, there are railings on those fucking catwalks. Never mind, those are fucking completely fine.
Yeah.
Either that or the mechs, the tanks, Union.
Yeah.
Also, I'm looking over at these weapons, right? The most fucked up weapon is this gun. It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Looking like the fucking Wolf's Bane from Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was looking at these things because I have an appreciation for flashy and sick-looking weapons and such like. But goddamn, Union sort of rubs his head. These things are pretty designed for fucking all-out war.
I mean, Brant scratches the back of his head. If nothing else, I mean, all things considered, we're in peaceful times right now, but, looks over to him. For the kinds of things that this alliance would be made for, having some sort of way to, you know, armor some of the people that, maybe aren't, crazy DBA superhumans like you guys, be kind of necessary.
I mean, yeah, fair.
Anyway, though, you know, goes back in, talks a little bit more with Bree. Right, alright, so, here's the thing. Actually, hold on, real quick, Bree. You know, looks over to her again. They suddenly seem to be playing rock, paper, scissors. I'm gonna give each of them a roll. This is for Brant. Oh, this is Bree.
Oh.
Yeah. Bree
really
wins.
bad. Red like a book. He always picks scissors, dude.
Yeah, he always picks scissors. Damn it! Alright, I get to introduce it then. Bree says, taking a step up, as Brant looks very clearly a little disappointed. But Bree looks over all of you guys. So, obviously, the tour's got a set path to an extent, you know, going around the building, kind of counterclockwise. And then bring you up to the second floor afterwards. But we have plenty of time, right? And speaking of that, you guys are all, like, super cool DBA fighters, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah.
So, if anything, right?
Yeah.
You want to help us give these babies a test drive?
I was actually going to offer that myself.
Bree, smiles toothy grin at that. Sick, awesome. So, here's what I'm thinking, right? You know, maybe you can do a little bit of walking around in them too. But would you guys at all be interested in trying to fight against them? Anything like that?
Oh, that's all I was interested in.
Oh, gotcha. We're on the same page then? Yeah.
So if we were to break whatever one you're messing around with, we wouldn't get any recommendations then?
No, it'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
So, I would, but I have the number one issue of, it's kind of hard for me to use my epithet in a enclosed space like this, considering I don't want to go and, break all your shit now. So,
Perfect that you mentioned that, Bree says, very clearly proud of herself as she, puffs out her chest and then motions a hand towards the north side of the room. Up there is a more secluded training room we can use.
Alrighty.
And since I was the victor in our little contest, I'll be the one piloting it, says Bree. As she, goes and walks, and Brant is grumbling and mumbling a little bit. So there's that. And, hey, you know what? Just for the hell of it. Hey, Brant! Yeah, Bree? You know the guy who was, like, by himself? Yeah, he was just, like, there. Ask him if he wants to join, too! Alright. As, he's gonna go grab this guy, and it seems as if he's attracted the attention of this guy up on the rafters too, and they're gonna come in and join in.
God. Did I make this harder by pointing out one guy?
Yes.
Not, I mean, I think it's funny, you know.
It's funny.
We do have a lot of
just improv, man.
well,
It's all
though.
good.
Yeah. As that goes, for the sake of it, right? Here's what we're gonna do, right? Zell is obviously interested. Pirate's like, finally some action! Because of the situation, I imagine Elijah's like, hey, I'll stay back and make sure everything is safe with you guys. I need to be there to jump in just in case something bad happens, right? And the way we're gonna handle it with Altus, right, is because Gecko may or may not jump in halfway through. We'll include him in the combat, but Altus isn't going to specifically act unless Gecko gets here.
Yeah, he's going to be doing background stuff. Elijah will just supervise.
Yeah. So with that, Bree keeps leading you guys back here, and let me set up this shit. As I say that rather, but Bree would go and enter this funny mech right here, and then would move out. Let me re-clarify.
Oh, Gecko just said be there in 10, so alright.
Gotcha. Yeah, so he'll be able to jump in real soon.
He just needs to roll low on initiative. That's all it has to happen.
Just put him on the bottom.
I'll put him on the bottom.
Yeah.
I'll put him on the bottom.
Any excuse to bust up a tool of war.
Yeah. I should mention, like, I mean, if it wasn't clear, obviously these things are fucking massive. They take giant footsteps that, audibly clang against the ground, very bulky. Every, movement, there's a little bit of whirring. Bree looks like she's having a very fun time. Let's go and...
Guys, I can't believe I'm saying this. Although we're fighting in combats, I think everything might go nominally. I can't help but think
he's trying to invoke the wizard arts.
My counter argument is we haven't seen the primary group with the meeting.
Look, I don't know, it's been, there's been a Captain Zachary, but, he's not much of an issue. He's just dumb.
No, Zachary's an issue.
Come on, get in the mech, Shinji, come on.
I'm just saying, I can't believe the idea that we might just get through a DBA session, everything goes completely according to plan.
You're delusional.
I heard you fucking get in the mech, Shinji, and I'm just looking at where Brave is positioned. It's like, Brave, crank that soldier boy. Opens the door.
Yeah. Let me grab this. Cool. There's this. Bada bing and bada bing, as I'll bring you guys here. As you enter the room, and, I mean, as mentioned, it's another secluded space. Not really much of an issue around here. As Bree would walk this thing to the center of the room. Man, I've been wanting to test this out in a fight like this for a long time. Like a friendly fight. She walks to the center of the room as Brant. And for the rest of you, I'm no pushover. You're gonna have to work through me, huh? As he is going to step alongside here. And I'll say to everybody, feel free to position yourselves as you want.
Alright, guys. Stand aside from me.
Alright.
Nothing against you guys, I just tend to explode.
I love that Brant says that without the knowledge that two of the people in this room ran to this island.
Yeah, no, he doesn't know. And with that, fairly simple place to start. But, listen, if you know me and you've noticed some of the music tracks we've been using and you weren't expecting this music track here, then I don't know what you're thinking, but, let's grab this.
Thank God.
It's been a while since I looked at Wayne's sheet. We need to determine how it works again.
I don't know what the fuck this is.
And let's
theme for Heavy Dog.
Heavy Dog. As Pyrite, if no one else. Finally! I'll slaughter you! Of course, as of course he rolls the lowest on initiative, other than Axel. And we'll put Altus at the very bottom. Let's sort it descending, which, with how Zell works, I believe that they have their funny initiative mechanic, which, we're not going to worry about too much, but, they start with rev stacks equal to their initiative divided by 5. So they start with 3, which is really good.
Alright, and for the Land of Make-Believe, I have figured out what I want it to be. There we go.
An untouched forest about to be hard by man's greed. Very funny.
Wayne is not exactly happy about being put in this instance, etc., etc.
That's fair. And with that, Zell is going to start things off. We're going to keep it simple here as what they're going to do. Let me just really quickly remind myself of everything here. Yep. As they're just going to run up. All right, let's test this out. As they're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe they have 5 movement speed. Let me just double check. Yeah. And then the range of this is 1, 2. And I believe... Yep. They're going to go for Blood Driver, primarily on Brant. So, I have token actions on this one. As they dash forward 2 spaces and hit and would deal 4 to 7 damage in a 3x4 and afflict Brant with up to 3 spaces. They have a funny bat thing that summons, so let me grab that if Brant's dodge roll doesn't succeed. Which it doesn't, as he is not viciously, I suppose, but is hit astoundingly well with this attack and is knocked backwards, taking the 7 damage. Knocked back. Where he was, there is a blood bat, so let's grab a bat. We'll use this funny fruit bat with a banana crown. And, the bats have 4 movement, bada bing, bada boom. If you guys want to, you can absorb that to get the benefits listed there. So that's it for Zell, though they will roll to try and rev their funny engine, because they got a 11, 20, oh god, alright, they're fucking rolling like a monster. So they gain 5 stacks, which means they're in rev, they're in fucking jack state. I don't think I have Zell's crit theme in here, but that's fine. We don't need it.
We forgot that one.
yeah, we forgot that one. They would gain fucking proficiency. Christ. So they're at... Alright, something went wrong with tracking Zell, because I have them listed differently in different places. Doesn't matter, though. That will be Zell's turn, and we're going to move to Bree, who is going to be piloting the mech here. So let's go ahead and grab that. Quickly remind myself of everything that's going on here with this, because there's quite a bit. It's going to start going 1, 2, 3, 4. However, as it is doing that, it is going to make use of its passive, which is this rocket engine. The long and short of it is that the mech suits get access to rocket movement actions, which are, in one way or another, extra movement actions with some bonus properties and shit. And things it collides with take damage, and the movement actions can continue after the turn, and they keep moving once the turn is over. So they're going to spend 1 stamina on Zamek, as it's going to go forward, and while it is moving forward towards you guys, aiming, let's go primarily at Union for this first. It's going to go for Machine Gatling, one of its basic weapons. As one of its arms reveals a hatch with a machine gun Gatling that fires at Union while this is in the middle of moving. Gotcha. Any response?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and do a funny thing here, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one of the bullets turn into a rocket using my anytime, so I can pop myself up in the air and avoid the rest of the bullets.
Gotcha.
It's Bazooka U 7,
I'll let you burst out of the air. Instead of the 6 damage, I'll say including cost, take 4.
Yeah, sure.
But you do, it's a bit narrow, you do manage to get out of the way of the initial blow. But, as mentioned, the mech can pay an additional 1 stamina to continue firing for the rest of its movement action if it's doing while moving. Union could, move this way, but the mech collides with Axel, right? So, I'm gonna roll the C, because this is going to be... Yep, that'll be 3 damage to Axel, unless you do something about it.
Uh-oh! I'll take...
Meanwhile, the machine gun fire itself gets aimed towards Brave. So I'll give an additional roll, but it's technically using the 8 from above. Right. So here comes around 6 damage coming your way, Brave. Is there something you want to do about it?
Liger?
Yeah.
You are being attacked for around... I said 6 before. Let's go with since...
Attacked.
Yeah, you're being attacked. You want to react?
I have no reactions to help myself, so...
I have a theoretical question that could help.
Okay.
So, am I actually up in the air?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to use my talent. Missile trajectory. Once per round, if Union is midair, he may use any of his basic attacks at any time speed. So, what I'm going to do is, as they turn the Gatling to fire at Brave, Union goes like, "Oh no, you don't!" And he's going to summon forth a bazooka in his hand, and he's going to shoot a rocket at that hand to fucking knock it off course. 7, like before.
Like before. I'll say similarly, this will reduce the damage on Brave from 6 to 4. So Brave will take 4 damage. Otherwise, with the low roll, I'll say this won't necessarily damage the mech all too much. It'll do a little bit of damage to it. But Brave takes 4, and then it's going to use its second rocket movement action to then back up after having rammed forward. So 1, 2, 3, we'll go 4. And once it is here, because it has, quote, as a passive, boss economy, so an additional basic attack, it is going to go for homing missile barrage. So, bada bing. Alright, that's a kind of lowish roll, so let's see what the D4 is. Alright, 7. I'm gonna knock that down to 5 because of the roll on it. But, as it backs up, the rocket canisters on its shoulders load, aim, fire rockets. A series of missiles come flying out of it, trailing through the air in erratic patterns. And there are 5 of them. One of them is going to be going towards Zell. Yep.
I would like to do something about this.
Yeah, go for it.
Just because it would basically preempt targeting.
Yeah.
I would like to use my anytime.
Okay.
So we're going to go for Protection of the Mighty. Son of a...
Unfortunately not.
I can be cheered.
Right.
I'll cheer you on.
Oh, you get it, Axel.
Yeah. You see Brave start to run out in front of you to take the hit.
Gotcha. So, the cheer gives you a reroll, right?
Yep. So I'll roll that again.
Yep.
There we are.
Alright, so you're blocking a hit that is theoretically coming in the way of Axel. So,
well, this would be targeting the entire attack.
The whole goddamn thing?
Yeah, presuming that these are heat-seeking missiles,
yes.
He basically circulates energy through his body to briefly become the hottest thing in the room.
Ah, I see. Alright, with that then, what I'll do is that Gecko joining actually?
Yep.
Yes it is! Hello, Gecko! But, what I'll say is you're going to redirect the majority of them. You'll take 3 of them away from everything else. There is going to be, and in that case, I'll say that Axel, you're completely fine. The 2 that are remaining, one was centered on Pyrite, the other was centered on Zell. Zell is just going to try and dodge. So let's roll for this. With Brave's help, I'm going to say that Zell manages to escape, barely getting clipped for a little bit of extra damage. As they reappear, but Bing, dealing, I'm going to say in this case, 3 damage. And as for Pyrite, he's going to try and fucking get out of here, but we'll see. I'll say that similarly, he gets clipped a little bit, but there will be splash damage done to Union, very slightly, because he is in the air. But I'm going to say that, because it's, I'll say 2 splash damage to Union as well.
Yeah. I will ask, because this passive actually does fucking function, which is funny. Union has ammunition immunity, which is he's completely immune to the damage of bazookas, anything coming from them, so like missiles and stuff. However, while not as effective as the bazooka immunity, Union also takes reduced damage from all forms of explosives, and also, like, theoretically, bazooka/missile explosion damage turns into knockback.
In which case, you'd get 2 knockback.
Alright. Considering it was coming from Pyrite, would I pop towards her?
Yeah.
Alright!
Whoa, okay! We're gonna move on from Bree over to Brant and the guys. Georgie and the bimbos. So
how much damage would have taken?
Oh, right, that's my bad. You took 3 rockets, since it would be slightly scaled. I'm gonna say you're gonna take 15.
And it's halved because of my ability.
Ah, right. So I'll say rounding up in this case to 8.
And is my health changing?
Yes.
Yes. It's just
okay.
20.
We're gonna move over to Brant and the boys, right? Brant is gonna go up to Zell, who just attacked him, and try and go for a counterattack. He's going to take his shotgun.
Ooh.
Bada bing. And he's gonna try and fire. That is a miss, unfortunately, as Brant goes for an attack on Zell, but Zell manages to take their sword and effectively deflect the barrel of the gun away before Brant can manage to hit them. And in that case, unfortunately, that's it for Brant. This soldier is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and this one is this is not explosive. He's just going to take a little anime campaign brand non-lethal pistol and try and fire at Union. That's going to be 4 damage.
Ow.
This guy's going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I'm going to have him try and roll and fire at Pyrite. Yep. Gets a little bit further. As Pyrite's going to take a good old chunky 4 damage as well. Union.
Alrighty. So, I have quite a few combo options here, because Union's up in the air. I presume he's falling, right?
Yeah.
What I want to do is effectively the instant he hits the ground, I want to use Missile Gap to, kind of like bunny hop, keep my momentum, flowing upwards, right?
Yeah.
Let's rock. Alright.
Hell yeah.
So how this works is, it creates a 3x3, explosion that does 4 explosion damage, which launches Union, way up in the air. And he's up in the air, right? So he gets to do his thing again, which is really funny. So he pops up into the air and he's like, alright, let's take you down! And he's gonna fucking come down with the bazooka beatdown.
The bazooka beatdown! Damn, yeah. You go in to try and punch and break into this mech. Not so fast! Says Bree, as she's going to try and activate the energy barrier! And in this way, since you're coming from above, she is going to be protecting the suit's top.
Mm-hmm.
But she failed. So
Did you really think a barrier would work?
I suppose I did, but
yeah, Union fucking crashes down and he spins this bazooka. Like, he is not using a tonfa. He effectively just takes the bazooka he used to shoot the missile from earlier, starts spinning it around, and then goes down with a punch where he blasts the barrel of it into the window, or like, you know, forces it down like a tonfa into the window, cracking it, and on a 10+, it does a shit ton of knockback, but I don't know how directly down knockback works.
Yeah, the thing is that it's not only directly down knockback, but because this is now being shown, this is one of its talents. Mecha power suits are giant mecha power suits, dude! They're ludicrously heavy. Incredibly difficult to inflict knockback or knock them to prone, so.
Yep, and considering that that's a thing, Union is just on top of this. Alright. And, you know, instead of doing something big, let's just do a little bit of setup. Sniper satellite!
Unfortunately, not this time.
This ability doesn't work, and if it does, I don't get anything from it, but that's fine. Oh shit, actually, I realized something. Because that missile gap was an 18, my talent would have triggered. My talent doesn't usually trigger. My other talent, I mean, not the one that I can basic attack. Because Union's arm is, you know, fucking weird. And it can, on rolls of 15+ with attacks, shoot a little turret that does a little bippy of extra damage. So when he, like, popped up in the air with that, he would have also done nothing!
Nothing! You would have done nothing, unfortunately.
Yeah. Alright, that's it.
Alright, cool. Hey, Wayne, what's up?
Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do with my main action is, I'm gonna create a friend. And this friend is going to be a great engineer. Knows a lot about mechanics and also, more importantly, knows about how to remove things. Has a blowtorch, can, remove machines, etc., etc.
Yeah.
That's the general idea. Let's see.
I'll say you can get the guy, but he's not all too great, or,
I'm fine with, failing.
Okay, yeah, then in that case, unfortunately not this time. As you try and conjure up the image of this guy, the entire situation is still skeeving you out a little.
Because I have failed in action.
Yes!
I am starting to create my, daydream zone, which, I've posted what my daydream in, quotation is. Vegetation reclaiming the earth to empower the setting I've created for us. And I'm also not going to spend my movement action, so what is the aura at, you would say?
With that, considering it, I'll say the aura right now is going to be at a good crisp 3x3.
Alright.
So 5 feet, I guess.
Okay, yeah. Just one. I was like, Alright.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll tint it green to show what it is.
Yep.
That is my turn.
Yep. In that case, hey, Brave, what's up? Liger.
Liger?
Yeah.
It's your turn.
Your turn.
Okay. Sorry.
It's all good.
All good.
Oh shit, I reloaded, so I forgot to have to reopen the page thing.
All good.
Yeah, Brave doesn't really have, like, options. I just kind of do, like, one of 3 things.
That's fair.
So, we're gonna choose one basic attack, which is going to be him pulling out a sword. Oh, I don't have the basic attack on this sheet. Need to put that in now. Hold on. I'll just...
You also don't have a sword.
Yes, I do.
It's from the museum session that Ballast ran.
Oh, I
Yeah,
forgot.
no, he unearthed an Excalibur equivalent.
Yeah, Brave picked up a holy sword.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, he has one of those now. Alright, so I'll just make it the normal basic attack and put the description in a second.
Yep,
so
makes sense.
Here is swing.
Yep. Alright, yeah. That's a nice clean hit.
Yeah, and he's just going for, like, the section that's, like, the joints.
Yeah. As it, obviously not immediately destroyed, but clearly it, the damage is taken as it slightly stumbles in its step, but Bree is able to quickly regain its footing. Is that it for you for now?
Alright, nice one, hero boy.
Thanks. That's me.
Yep, alright. You looks to the soldier who shot him, runs up to the soldier who shot him. Let's see. It's been a bit since I've played Pyrite. Yeah, no, this is how he works. He's going to go for the sickle cell sickle, and go to scratch at this guy, in the process spending some max stamina to empower it and take a blood-related follow-up action, you know? So here's the sickle cell sickle. He completely fucking beefs it. He was spending a good ol' one stammy on that, a max stammy on that, as he just whiffs and falls next to him. Damn it! Axel.
Awesome. Axel sort of, punches one fist into a palm and goes, alright, time to take this thing apart. 1, 2, 4, probably 5, 6, I guess. This is gonna get ready, and start off with a, pretty basic star impact. Punch for 7.
Yeah. Basic star impact, you punch for 7.
Alrighty. Then I will follow up. Chesto! As Axel attempts to kick, I'm gonna spend a star to with a 12. Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunately, not this time.
So I deliver a pretty powerful, I guess, like punch to the leg, and then I attempt to sort of kick it, but he's, Bree steps out of the way.
Yeah, exactly.
And that will be my turn.
Sounds good. Hey, Gecko, you're here now, yeah?
Yeah, I am here.
Hey, what's up, Altus? I assume Iris has caught you up?
Yeah.
Sick.
I'm all up to date, so, forgive me if I'm a little slow straight off the left.
No, it's all good. I mean, it's all good. You just got back, you're thrust in the middle of it, you can take a little bit of time to get adjusted.
Right. It's okay. I'll do the cream of the crop, the bread and butter of Altus's kit, which is to say, it's gonna walk up and make some chains. Now, remind me, Wayne's mechanic is if you play into the make-believe thing?
It theoretically boosts actions to some extent, and the current land of make-believe is a forest about to be marred by the greed of man, so the entire zone around everybody is vaguely more foresty.
Gotcha, okay. Now... Yeah, alright. It's fine, I'll play into that later. So, just to start with, he's just gonna whip out his hand and cause some chains to come out of the ground underneath this thing, and just, stop it from maneuvering.
Cool.
When I can find my abilities, there it is.
Yeah. You, from the ground, you manifest a chain that wraps around one of the legs of the mecha power suit, which is managing to hold it in place for now.
Roll to bind.
Yeah. Not this time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, in that case, nice and simple, he's just going to, ride the chains. So, with a chain strike, which is this. Oof.
Yeah, unfortunately, not super great this time. As you go for a chain strike, whipping and maneuvering around the chain you just manifested, but unfortunately, despite the chain wrapping up, this is still an incredibly bulky power suit, and you hit in a spot that's really well enforced.
Right. That's my turn.
Gotcha. We get to Zell, and what is going to go on in Zell's turn is that this bat, I believe it has fucking 4 movement. Let me double check. Yes. It's going to go...
It's also bred for one purpose.
Yeah. 1.5, 3, 4.5. As a reminder, anyone who absorbs this bat gains a choice of either +1 to rolls for the next 1d2 rounds, or a property of the unit it was made from, which is, in this case, Brand. If you want it, feel free to take it. Zell themselves, they are now in Jack state because of how their passive works. Which, the long and short of that, means they have a fire aura around them, their attacks inflict burn statuses and shit. It's a whole ass thing. They're gonna keep it relatively simple, though, and they are going to go for a Burning Pledge, just the regular version of it, on Brand. So, let's roll for that. Christ, brother. Okay. Let's have Zell try to dodge. Or not Zell, Brant try to dodge, because, hey, this is gonna hurt, otherwise. Brant, let's give the roll for the dodge roll. Pretty good! I'll say that it's obviously not going to completely negate the crit, but it's going to help a little bit of not taking as much damage. So this would deal Blazing Chief's damage -1, so its base damage is 6, so 5. And let me just double check something. Again, doesn't necessarily matter. Yep. Yep. Okay, cool. So this deals 5 damage, which would be increased to 10. With Brant's dodge roll, I'll say that it's going to be 7 instead. 7 damage initially that inflicts him with a burn, 1 stack of it. And then Zell can pay another 2 stamina to perform a follow-up basic attack, which they're at least going to attempt. And that fails. They go for the secondary attack, and it whiffs. Brant manages to fall to the ground and sort of rolls back into position. While this is going on, I should have done this before. I'll roll my funny fucking this. Yep, cool. So they gain 1. And then they're going to spend their movement actions, so they're going to gain 6 overall. So they're in funny queen state right now. And that is going to be them as we move on to Bree. And in that case, the mecha power suit. It's the Altus chains do remain like persistent, yeah. Gecko.
Are you muted, buddy?
He is indeed muted.
Just dead.
He is deceased.
Gecko disappearance.
Let me just reread Binding Chain since Gecko is gone.
To my knowledge, they are there until otherwise broken, yes.
Yeah. I just, because obviously this thing has a lot of movement-related mechanics. Must roll to break out of them for an extra stamina. Right, they must roll to break out of it. Well, it's going to try to break out. It was a 10 to do it. I'll say that it's going to manage to shift out of it for now. In that case, unfortunately for Altus. But this is a pretty big, bulky guy. Bree is then going to have it go, and let me just double check. Yep. It is going to, seeing Union directly on top of it, is going to reel back for a massive, effectively for like a slap, a swipe, and is going to try and, basically is going to try and just slap Union off of it using Titan Buster. And it has start step 1, which I'll give it an additional roll to see if it can knock some of you guys back as it moves forward 1. But here comes the roll towards Union. Yep, that's gonna hit unless you do something.
So I can either... Oh, thank God, that would be big O damage. I think that... I am gonna... I'm gonna do, God's Honest, Bazooka U to try and, make it so that it does not do damage. But,
If you fail, I've got you covered.
Yeah. But instead does a little bit of knockback to me, which is good for me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Ooh. Right. So turns it into turns it into a bazooka or a missile, such that... Okay, yeah, you rolled higher than it, right? So it reels back to try and punch you, Union, but as it does, its fist kind of morphs into a more missile-like shape, which hits you and instead just explodes for the 5 knockback it naturally inflicts. So you do get sent back 5 spaces, but you're not damaged.
And, sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, that's it. That's all I was gonna say.
Which direction will I go?
She was swiping you down this way, so right where I'm pointing.
So as Union as the hand comes in, it smacks Union, and then it turns into the missile, explodes. He goes, "Woohoo!" as he goes flying,
and is hit down to the ground. Whoa! You made my arm a missile?
Temporarily. Should be fine now.
Huh. Neat. All right, let's go.
Yeah, sorry. Don't know if you really recognize me or whatever. My epithet's Bazooka.
Right. She, as I mentioned, I'm going to give her the additional roll for the start step to see if she can... Yep. She manages to take a stompy forward, which is going to be dealing, because of the crit, 6 damage to both Brave and Altus, unless something is done.
I will do the something to at least, activate my thing and protect Altus.
Yep.
So here we go with another Protection of the Mighty.
Yep, you jump in the way, and because it's a crit, right, normally it halves the damage, right? I'm going to say that instead of halve, that including cost, you're going to take 5. So effectively, you reduce the damage on yourself by 1, but you block it for Altus. So that's
I'm taking 5 total?
You're taking 5, yeah, including cost. So there's that.
Including cost, okay.
Yep, and there was that step. Yeah. That was her extra fucking action shit. Let's go and grab this next, because after she steps forward, we're going to activate a bonus action. Bada bing. At least try. Yep. 1d4 plus 2 missiles. Alright, 4. So this creates, we're going to use yellow, sure. This is going to be 4 missiles that'll be targeted at 2x2 areas, in the, which if they hit, explode and deal 5 damage and knock up on all inside. If a unit bigger than 2x2 is, hit, they are inflicted with knock up. And it's at that will be at the start of the power suit's next turn. So if you're in those areas, you'll be hit. Those areas will be here. We'll go here. We'll go here. And then we'll go here over fire.
Motherfucker, put them on me.
What does knock up do again?
Knock up knocks you up into the air, and while you're in that state, you are unable to act. So it's effectively, if you get hit by it, you're knocked up, and she combos you.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But those aren't going off yet. This will be if you're in those areas at the start of her next turn. As for her main action, she is going to first off take a movement action, and as she does, go for heavy drift. Heavy drift.
Okay, it's heavy drift.
Yeah.
You said that like you were trying to talk to Siri.
Yeah. Between these turns, yeah. Did you want to do it right now, or?
No, it's alright. You did that best.
Gotcha. as she goes to take a step forward, she effectively, trying to ram into Altus and Brave again, effectively, she's going to try and skid and damage you guys some more before dashing into Union and Axel. So, let's give that a roll. That one fails, unfortunately, as she tries to move forward, but unfortunately, with Brave's previous attack, she can't manage to get it quite in the way. So instead...
actually, I would like to use my anytime.
Okay.
I'll flavor this failure with this, hopefully.
Speaking of flavor, I'll just say that Brave's just holding on to the foot that he caught, and that's why she couldn't just go dash.
Oh, okay. Well, if that's the case, then alright, no, that's fine. I'll still do it. So as she takes this dash towards us, Altus looks to Brave like, hey, thanks for stepping in there. I wasn't expecting someone to just jump in front of me, but it's my turn now. As he holds his hand out and
briefly turns into Goku.
He's gonna hold his hand out like, as if he's holding a shield and quickly, try to block the hit. Which is to say, I'm flavoring myself making this as sort of, and what I'm doing is making a light shield using A's light generating powers.
Yeah. So on top of everything else, you put a shield in front of stuff that is acting as this consistent protective barrier for you right now. And because of that...
It's essentially just I'm trying to make like a shield you can hold to like block attacks better and just act as a thing you can use.
Yep. Sounds good. Cool. With that, she's going to use one of her rocket movement actions. She, at this point, hey, let's try Axel and Union instead of Brave and Altus. And she's going to try and do the same thing to move into you guys. Christ, Brave is holding on tight.
You're targeting me. My Hatsu's activating.
I mean, that time I explicitly wasn't. I stopped targeting you.
Yeah. Since it's a nat 1, can I, since it's a nat 1, can I Paris Peria just so I can get that extra star?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Yeah, you got it.
And I'll
half is
step
basic.
down.
Yeah.
Yep, which is normally 7, so it's 4 damage.
Gotcha. With that, she figures, hey, let's back up a little bit. It's clear that being in this position ain't good. So she'll use the last rocket movement action to start moving diagonally back and upwards a little bit. Because let me grab the thing. I mean, I don't need to grab it. She has a talent that says she can fly. I'll post it anyway, I suppose. And while it is flying up and back, so we'll say it is primarily back, so 1, 2, 3, and then up 1. If I have
Does
this.
Brave get dragged?
Does Brave want to get dragged?
I mean, yeah, he's holding on.
In which case, it will use its swift action to try and take the fire jets on its feet and blast Brave as part of that talent. That's gonna hit for 5 damage on you, Brave.
Alright.
Can I... no, probably not. I don't really have an anytime action for this. That's it. Never mind.
Okay. It's all good. In which case, it will then use its proper, actual, now-for-real main action, right? To, after dealing that 5 damage to Brave, begin charging. It's laser cannon. It's not great, but I'm gonna give it to her because she's failed everything else this turn. She's at least starting to charge it. So let's make it pink, different color, because it is a 6x battlefield. So let's go up. That would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep.
Wayne just looks to the south like, what the fuck are you doing?
So, yeah. We got that funny thing that's being charged. Yeah. Now, this shit, Brant is gonna keep it simple, right? Doesn't like Zell, but it's clear that they're a tough customer, so let's focus on something else. As 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, he's going to go and try and shoot Altus with shotgun. So I'll post this since you weren't here the first time you used it.
Nice.
Oh god, that will be 12 damage unless something is done to save Altus here.
Hey.
I wish I could just use my anytime infinitely.
Does the light shield he has help him at all?
Oh, that's true. It would help. I'll say,
yeah.
I'll say with the light shield, because this is a crit, so obviously it's still going to do a lot. But I'll say that instead of let's make it 1.5 times, so 9 instead of 12 in this case, and you'll still have your shield. It's not destroyed by this, but inherently it's going to be blocking 3, and then if something else is done, theoretically.
Sure. Obviously, it's a shotgun. It's literally a gunshot. But he's gonna try to react the moment he pulls the trigger to turn as much of the buckshot as he can into sort of goop, so it doesn't retain any of its force using Matter Swap.
Yeah, sure. You manage to, in this split second, using your shield as that minor second window of opportunity from immediately being blasted, to transmute the shot itself, reducing the damage down all the way. I'll say that, including cost, it is 6, so the base damage of the shot before the crit.
Sure. Thank you.
Yep. Which, in that case, that is Brant. This soldier is just going to try and attack Pyrite, punch him. Yeah, that's 5. And then this guy is going to run over this way and fire one of them non-lethal bullets at Brave. That misses. Hey, Union.
Alright. Let's get situated. Torpedo Terror! He's gonna leap up in the air and start up Torpedo Terror. I'm gonna add a +1 because I am 10 stamina away from 45. That's a 2. Alright.
Yeah, unless something can be done. Unfortunately, that's gonna be a miss this time.
Anyone have anything?
I'm afraid you've got a party full of people without.
I think the only person that he could theoretically help is Axel if he gives you a
fine.
D12.
I believe I've already used my D12 for the round, sorry.
Yeah.
Diggity dang. That's okay, because I still have my turn. I don't want to hurt Altus, but I don't have very many other options that would be very effective. Wait, no, hold on. Haha, options that would be effective. I'm going to use Missile Gap to do the launch thing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna fucking launch a little bit up, but over to the bat thing. Would you say I can get bombed into the air?
Yeah.
Alright, Pog. I'm gonna leave behind my stank difficult terrain tile, because of Missile Gap. I land on the bat. I'm gonna take, here's a question. What would properties of Lieutenant Brant do?
Considering, his specialty weapon is shotgun, funnily enough for you, explosive power is something I'd say is within the range.
Haha.
Yeah.
That's rock.
Yeah,
So, let's do that, right? He lands here, he grabs the bat, he, grips it in his silver hand, and then as he's traveling, I'm gonna use my one talent to shoot at the thing. Hi-ya! The fucking mech gets shot up. Yeah! And then, right after, Union's gonna be like, I pick on someone your own saws, Lieutenant, and he's gonna fucking, as he's landing, hit him with the fucking, the bazooka. Hi-ya!
Alright, Brant is not a fan of this. He's gonna try and dodge roll. As Union goes in, wait, hold on! As he gets hit. No! Damn it! As
And
he's
like 7 spaces away.
yeah, he's brought to the ground, and you deal exactly enough damage to knock him out.
Fuck yeah.
Oh, poor Brant.
Yeah.
All right.
So yeah.
And I believe that's the endo my turno.
Hey Wayne.
I knew, you really didn't hold back at all, huh?
Well, first and foremost, I'm not going to spend my move action, so does that give me any extra
Yep.
zone?
I'm gonna say with that, your aura is gonna go up, especially because of the circumstance of using your whole last turn for it. It's now 3 spaces, so 15 feet.
Gotcha. And so for my main action, is there anything that I fucking particularly feel like considering? You know what? I'm gonna go with that same imaginary friend again. Not that I think it'll be the most useful at this point in this combat, but just in case I feel like saving it for long term, I feel like it's a pretty decent one. So I'm gonna just try the same engineer buddy.
Yep.
Fucking. That's not. Alright. Let's see.
Yeah. You got your engineer friend.
Alright. I'll spend the cost. I assume that puts me down to like 10 feet, considering it does get armed. That's fine. Let's see.
Here we go.
What would you say the stamina and so on are of this boyo?
Give me 1 sec. The stamina of this boyo. Because you roll a 10, it's a once per combat thing. I'm gonna say it's a good old fashioned 8 stamina summon.
Alright. Sounds good. And would you say they get to act this turn or no?
I'll give it to you. This time, yeah. They can act this turn.
Alright, I'm gonna assume they have like 5 movement. So they're they're just gonna dash up to here, and if the mech ends up adjacent to it, they'll start fucking with it.
Sounds good. Alright. With that, Brave.
Liger.
Yep.
He's your home.
Okay. I look away every time, right as it turns to my turn.
It's all good.
Yeah, Brave is just going to do like a Super Sentai backflip to like dead center of where this laser is about to hit. Alright. I'm sorry, Miss Bree, but I can't let you do that. And he strikes a cool pose and then brings his hands together as his form lightens and like a flashbang. He's going to transform as part of this action.
Yep.
And he's going to unleash Sorry, I'm Strong, but in this transformed state, it is instead called the Die Brave Punch.
Yeah.
So, this is going to be this Bippy.
This Bippy. Right. This is...
Yeah, and because I am Die Brave, this is going to also deal the damage I've taken this combat on top of the 10. So it's going to be 31.
31 damage, huh? Alright. Give me 1 sec. Alright. Right. 30.
I'm not counting costs that I've taken. I've simply taken 21 damage, Penny.
Well... So, hold on. Is it 20 or 31?
31. I've taken 21 damage, but that's on top of the base damage of the attack.
Well, Bree is certainly going to try and use Energy Barrier. Ooh, it's not great, but it's something. So, this will be on the front of the mech. I'll say it's not great. You rolled a little bit higher. It's a huge cost for it. So overall, this is going to block some of the damage. So, you know what? Instead of that 31, we're going to deal a good old-fashioned including cost 25. Which is still a lot. It's not looking great, and the laser is very flimsy. Its charge looks all but broken at this point. However, the shield is still now present from the front, if not incredibly battered still. Did a number to it. Is that it for you?
Yep, that's it.
Alright. Pyrite is going to attempt to use his trademark slaughter catchphrase on this guy. He's, this time, the sickle cell sickle didn't work. Let's back up a little bit so that he's not in the blast. Taste my blood! As he's going to fling it towards this guy, and it just pierces into him. Go! And he's, already not looking good. He wasn't ready for that. He was expecting this guy to be a pushover. As Pyrite just, holds his hand forward in a stupid pose I guess he thinks is cool. Axel.
Oh, sorry. I forgot. This is a punch.
Ah, I see.
So, I actually need to also do the additional punch that I get for the person that I'm targeting.
Gotcha.
I forget how this ability works. It's like really long, and I'm very bad at reading.
It's all good.
So I don't know how much. I know there's like an additional punch involved here. I just don't know where it is in all of this text.
Let's read. He loses at any time until the end of the next turn and may not perform a main action on his next turn. Can cheer him on. This remove is renamed Die Brave Punch when he uses it in Final Cheer. He can use it to enter Final Cheer. They block. Moves up. The damage of the punch plus the amount the target of the ability must have attacked him at least once this combat. I don't see it anywhere
Do
in
they
there.
have a second effect somewhere, Penny, that's not on this base ability? It might have gotten an upgrade or something that wasn't put on that.
Yeah, I'm reading through it, and I don't see it. Because I don't think you've gotten anything that lets you.
Let me know if you
punch
find it,
up
but
there.
for now we'll move to Axel.
Yeah.
You punched before is what it was. Is this a?
I think you've Mandela'd yourself.
Yeah. Regardless, again, we're gonna move on with Brave. If you, not Brave, with Axel. If you find it, let me know. We can go back. But for now, Axel. As mentioned, the shield is covering its front, but as you position yourself, not its back.
Nice. Ha, ha.
Nice. Yes.
I run over to its back, and start off with another fucking star impact.
Yep. You
7.
hit it with a clean hit, which Bree clearly wasn't prepared for.
Yep. And then I follow up with a London Knuckle, just uppercutting.
Oh, yeah.
For 4 damage.
Yep. Uppercut up into the air, meeting this thing in the air. Consider, I mean, it is like one space up. You're now on somewhat of a level with it.
Yeah. And while I'm in the air, I sort of like Axel sort of spins, does like a handgun sort of gesture, and shoots a star that will just sort of wind around and like hit the front of the cockpit.
Yeah.
Boop. Unfortunately, I believe that's a miss.
Not that time, but yep.
So that'll be my turn.
Yep. You punch it with your star impact and then your follow up attack, and this thing, it's taken a lot of abuse from you guys, but it looks like it doesn't have all too much left in it. Altus?
Okie dokie. Right. So, I think first things first. This is a bad zone. I don't like this zone.
At this point, the yellow zone for sure, but the laser is definitely interrupted with Brave and then Axel's assault. So,
Yeah, my little, like, flash to the cockpit didn't hit, but, like, distracted them enough that they, like, cover your eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just gonna actually move up.
Yep.
And he's gonna use his action to swap into another essence, channeling both A and this new essence, which is oh god, I had it. Oh. Alright, life. You may be familiar with it.
I'm familiar with the concept.
Yeah. And so, with his anytime action, because he's used the action to swap essence, he's going to use Animus Echo to make giant trees grow around this thing and sort of like coil into it and trap it there.
Yep.
Right. So, feel free to assign a cost to this.
Okay. Let's see it. So yep, you're primarily trying to keep it in place, I assume.
Yep,
So
big old trees coming up, and cap of 3. So.
Yep, I'll say it's a 3 just because this thing is hard to keep, to knock back or do all that. It's big and bulky and can usually get through shit.
Yeah.
But pay 3 and you have it locked in this spot.
Yeah. All right. Hey. So anytime action. All right. I believe that's all I could do. That's it.
All right. We reach Zell, who's noticed. Oh, all right. The lieutenant's down. Looks over. You guys got the mech? Or you want me to finish it off?
I can check on the mech.
Looks pretty beefy.
Zell is going to take their sword, and we're going to go here. They're going to attempt to do is just try and use Blazing Chief to see if how it goes. And that's a hit. It's a juicy one too. Oh god, and of course it inflicts the burn too. Zell's rolling like a fucking monster. Deals a nice chunk of damage as the mech is very clearly on its last legs. Zell will rev just in case. Why not? God. Yo! Again, now we're to fucking max with King State. Okay, Zell. And they're here on standby. It reaches Bree's turn. The fucking mech takes 2 fire damage. It's not looking good. As, first off, this missile by Wayne does go off and explodes on him, unless he is to do something.
Oh, god damn it, roll 20.
Unfortunately not, as he takes, with that, I'll say an overall including cost is going to be 9 Damaggio, and is knocked up. But we'll see if Lieutenant Bree can even capitalize on that, as between everybody, Brave is obviously a big threat, and Brave and Axel are probably the ones that she finds to be the biggest threats right now. So what she's going to try and do is try and use Titan Buster, the 9 damage basic attack, on Axel. That's a miss. As she goes for it, clearly the machine is looking worse for wear at this point. It's discombobulated. Using the swift action, since she is, by Brave, above Brave, she's gonna try and, ignite the engines, try and deal 3 to 5 damage to him. That'll be 5 damage to you, Brave.
Okay.
There's that. And then, seeing the state of the mech, she is going to move forward and is going to try and use Heavy Drift. The ability she tried last round, which, if this works, she's going to try and crash into Brave, Altus, Zell, and Union. I'll give it to her, considering she's been rolling really bad. So this will be dealing a good ol' 7 damage to each of you, unless something is done.
I will try to stop that.
Alright.
So, as she crashes through these trees that Altus has...
Yeah.
transformed. She's gone.
Yeah, which I will say it's very with that it's especially easy to potentially interrupt this as it's trying to get through all of them.
What he's also gonna do is follow up on the trees that he made by having chains come out from the trees, like wrapping around, like connecting to each other for extra strength, and acting as basically like a big fucking tree net thing.
Yeah.
Tree chain net. So, bunny chain.
And
you love to see
as Altus goes and creates this tree net, this tree chain. Let me grab this from you. He reaches out, manipulating these trees to wrap around the body of this mech, completely halting its movement and causing it to jut as there's a clunk and a crack and a crash. A bit of smoke emanates out from its back, and it's clear it has been rendered inoperable right now. All right, you got it.
Dick.
Nice work.
Honestly, if I'm gonna be real here, Alta's kind of trying not to be too cocky, but brushes off his shoulder. A mech is kind of just like a warm up for me.
Yeah, and as you do that, the two soldiers over here. So, Lieutenant Bree, should we keep fighting, or are we done? What say you all? You want to keep fighting these two, or are we good here?
I'm afraid Wayne isn't allowed to speak because he's currently knocked up and can't react.
Well, yeah, Brave can't do anything.
Union turns to those two and is like, "You guys want to fight me?"
Here, let me take a shot. Let's go for a quick spar, right? He trips. I'm good. No, I'm fine. I'm alright.
Is now a rocket. I'm going to make him I'm not gonna explode him. I'm just gonna make him jet propelled around a little bit, to warble him a bit. I just want to jostle his jimmies.
Yeah. And
his gets launched into the rafters.
His jimmies have been sufficiently jostled, and as he flies around, acting as a nice little set piece for you guys. Let me get your combat rewards.
Og.
Wayne thugs to the ground.
Yeah,
yeah,
you guys heal for now. Yeah. Me grab this. Let's reset this shit.
So I've got a guess or two for pirates, if you'd allow me.
Unless there's anything else someone wants to handle real quick regarding the combat or combat rewards. Shoot.
Hemostasis?
No.
Damn. Guess number 2. Crassamentum?
No.
Alright.
It's
from what we've heard, it's not that deep, but I could be misremembering.
It's a bullshit word.
Yeah.
It's bullshit. Nobody's guessing it.
Let's see. When did I get my last upgrade? I think it was 37.
I was told it and I don't remember.
Yeah.
Speaking of, Slave, you said it to me again.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Where are you, Penny?
Yeah,
I'm Penny.
I'll go for
Hi!
So, just out of curiosity, what are per session effects? What's the deal with per session effects?
I'll tell you right that for the most part, this I'd say hold on the per session effects, save them, because I'm gonna be kind of strict on them considering the time frame that this episode's gonna be going over.
Yep, makes sense. Get some proficiency.
Right, yeah, of course it's fucking that
Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
It's stupid, brother. I don't know what that you do get stuff ballast. I know I said I have it handled. I will get you that shit ASAP. I've been working on a lot of stuff. So,
I think that's fair.
Yep, I'll get it to you soon, though.
Altus is at 75 then, Gecko? 75 with the 2 that you're taking.
Yeah, I think. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, that is.
So, how fitting that you ended a combat with Binding Chains then. Binding Chains upgrade. Altus's epithet has recovered a fair amount of strength, and as such his most trusted chains shine with some of their former power. Once more, choose one of the following. Whipping Chains. Altus can deal 1d4 plus 1 damage when wrapping something in Binding Chains as it lashes out at the target, with the damage type being determined by current channeled essences. If he spends an additional stamina, the chains additionally have spikes on them, granting them an additional d4 of damage, which also inflicts 2 LC bleed if the second d4 is a 4. Or, Unlimited Chains. Increase Binding Chains and all the chain-based abilities' maximum range by 4. Or Reactive Chains. Binding Chains is now twice per round.
There's one that stands out as a clear improvement.
They're all improvements, to be honest. I think they're all pretty good.
Yeah, that's true.
An additional anytime is crazy powerful.
Yeah. Especially for Altus, who's like anytime boy.
One of these is action economy, the others aren't.
To be fair, Unlimited Chains is really good.
Yeah, Unlimited Chains gives him a 12-space install to get into melee effectively.
Yeah, because it's every chain-based ability that he has, which is like a lot.
I mean, it's like a few.
It affects like 2 or 3, I think. Regardless,
that's fair.
Whichever you're picking, etc. Just you don't have to choose right now, considering stuff's going on. But that's what you get.
Yeah, I think I'll pick the reactive chains just because having a second chain per round is just
makes sense. That's what that's why I made the other 2 options as good as they are, because I was like, reactive chains is the obvious one, but I want it to at least be like not the most obvious.
I don't know what to tell you other than there was I'll leave it at there was a skirmish thing we were doing recently, right, Gecko? Where you were using Altus.
I remember.
And I was talking with Ballast, and I'm like, man, Altus would be like, it'd be so insane if Binding Chain was just like a twice per round. That'd make him so much more crazy. And Ballast was like, hey, you want to see his next upgrade? Like,
ouch.
Whoops.
I can go with Brave next because he's at 36, so he got something. And you know how you guys were like, "Oh man, if only we had like someone who could re-roll." Well, here's the thing about that. Brave gets trusted me, for I am brave. Brave isn't just one to let his ally say before. He can take the chi energy he's been building and impart it upon others in much in the same way as his passive, allowing him to re-roll a roll with +3. He may do this twice per round, but subsequent cheers that round do not have the +3 modifier. You cannot use this to re-roll nat ones. This ability is renamed Trusted Me, for I am Die Brave when in final cheer, and allows him to roll nat ones. He cannot use this to cheer for himself.
Damn.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Twice per round reroll, but he can't use it on himself, and it can't work on nat ones.
Yeah, unless he's in in Die Brave anyway. But regardless, does Axel get anything?
Axel does not. His upgrades are going to slow down a bit. You know.
Yep. I mean, makes sense.
Actually, I'm just gonna. May I take this opportunity actually? Because I realized I never actually posted his Class 2 stuff.
Go ahead. Yeah.
I'm just gonna post them now. So why not? This is the first time you've seen him in action as Class 2. This is a very big passive, but long story short, basically, he can go up to 7 stars, and all of his moves have 7-star supers. And I'll keep
Jesus.
I'll keep the text for his outclass secret for now, but I will post the name. Astral Finish.
LMAO!
Yeah.
The fact that it's a 0 cost terrifies me.
Yeah, he can only use it when he's.
Yeah, he needs 7 stars.
Yeah. I will say he needs to be at a low enough stamina that his one thing that makes him not have to pay stamina costs to a trigger anyway. So I'm like, why even give it a stamina cost?
That makes sense. That's fair.
Right. Well, with that, let's move to this as
and now for something completely different.
As with you guys, Bree, exits out of the mech power suit, walks over to Brant. Hey, Brant, shakes him awake. Okay, no, I'm up, I'm all good, I'm fine. Wow, you guys, DBA's the real deal. I see that now. He scratches the back of his head.
Aw, shucks.
I was about to say the same thing.
Well, yeah.
There's a lot of crazy people at DBA. Like, all just scratches the back of his head, like...
I didn't even get to attack the mech or whatever, just this guy! Pyrite looks over to this soldier, he's like, shrugs, as Pyrite puts his hands on his hips and starts walking forward, grumbling. Well, yeah?
Sorry.
Bree was just gonna say, well, I hope you guys all had fun with that. I know I sure did. So long as you guys were having a good time, I think we had a mission success here. I'll call in some guys to bring this thing in for repair soon. It'll be fine, don't worry about it. Looks around. Whenever you guys are ready, we can keep going with the tour.
Yeah.
Sure thing.
Union sort of mentally categorizes the fact that Wayne doesn't seem to be into it very much, and is like, I'm gonna have to ask him about that a bit later when we're not in earshot of the soldiers, probably.
So what's the barracks situation looking like? Wayne
Barracks?
says as he continues on.
Right. Well, there are going to be some barracks coming up. I don't think we're planned on going down there today, but the underground area has some barracks. Why? You wanna see them, or?
Personally a bit, but if that's not what's on the docket, then whatever.
I mean, I'm sure we can do it. We're not on any real time crunch here. It's just show you guys around. I mean, who knows how long that meeting's gonna take? So we can spend some time. We should go around the rest of the stuff first, though. So, Brant, starts going this way. Bree following after him. And let me just go ahead and quickly. These soldiers are gonna go over here, start tending to this, and let me bring you guys back to the previous map.
Brave is gonna help move the mech.
Yeah.
He's just gonna lift it.
the soldiers are like, right. We're all good. We're gonna call someone here. We don't want to put it with the rest of the ones. Thanks for the offer, but looking at Brave lifting that.
Sure. Puts it back down.
Who are these guys? As you guys are back here with Elijah.
I think I had my bisexual awakening.
By the way, Ballast, did Wayne say his name, or
not, because he said his name on the boat, yeah. He said Wayne, and yes, I'm going, yeah. And they said, if you need me, touch me, and then turned off, ignored sound.
Yeah, Wayne. You wanna have a small chat?
Sure. I guess.
Yeah, effectively just sort of hangs back with Wayne, as everyone else takes a bit, and it's just yo man, you doing alright?
Fine enough. Why?
I mean, I don't know, you just sort of seem like kind of generally bothered by what's going on, which, is fair.
They're treating a tool of war meant to harm and kill as a toy to test, just considering they see people that have a supposed strength. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Suppose that makes sense. These things ain't really, meant to be toyed around with, but, guess they've got utmost confidence in the, output. They sort of, like, think a little bit, and it's just like, I agree with you, man. But, I mean, hey, let's, try and, turn things up, huh? I mean, surely it's not like we're gonna be, going into the next room and, finding a bunch of sentient, talking, walking guns that are, like, totally down to fight us or something silly like that.
All I'm saying is, if and when things go bad, which I'm putting odds at 70-30, I don't want... He looks at the 5 that are still remaining. Enough rubble to bury us all being here.
That sure does make sense, pal, but hey, it's alright. My epithet's bazooka. I'm good at blasting holes and things. He is, sweating bullets.
He starts to walk away with a notable limp as he glares at you and then looks away.
I fucking bugged it, didn't I?
I would like to extend the offer to you, Gecko, since you are here now and available. If there are any combos you want to have with anybody here, feel free, because I want to give you the chance to have a little talkie with people.
Yeah. I said it earlier, but we could RP it if you want. Axel would be cool to do the whole, binding thing.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you want.
Up to you. If you want to roleplay it, or you just want to say that we did it earlier.
Okay. It was just like an out of character thing that just like Aldous would, right? Like there wasn't actually anything like implied.
Well, I didn't. Basically, what I said is I told them what you were saying of like, hey, Altus would be theoretically asking like, hey, if anyone's willing, I can, would I be able to bind people's stuff going around and doing that?
Okay.
So I brought that up, and then a couple people responded like, yeah, I'd let Altus do it, and Axel was one of them. So.
Okay. Cool. Yeah.
Just saying, if you wanted to roleplay, that'd be good.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Just as they're like following behind, Aldous kind of like scratches the back of his head, just like gives a little sigh, like, hey, by the way, guys, just real quick, since I'm trying to strengthen my epithet up a bit more, if anyone around here would be alright with me, binding their essence so I could, I don't know, use it later, get stronger. He, holds out his hand, a little chain turns into like a vine, and then like several other little funny little things as he swaps essences. I'd appreciate it, but
I'd be cool to do it.
Oh.
No, seriously, it's cool. I mean, like, in a way, our epithets kind of, they both draw power from others, so I totally get it. I'd be down.
Hey, yeah, that'd be awesome. I mean, I always feel weird about asking this kind of thing, because it's kind of like,
It's just powers.
Yeah.
Besides, I'm sure you could do something really cool with it, and, I'd like to see that.
Yeah, Holmes cracks a little smile, like yeah. I mean, I'm just, I was pretty willy-nilly about it. A few years ago, I was just going ham, and I didn't really think about how people felt, so, trying to be considerate. But,
of course.
If you're willing. The little chain pops out, gives a little handshake.
Yep, he shakes the hand.
Yeah, and I get, Axel essence. Thanks,
Yeah.
I owe you one. Gives a little wink.
No problem. Just make sure to do some cool tricks with it that I can see.
Alright. Will do, kid. Thumbs. Hey, actually, why are we letting kids fight in it? Look, sorry.
I know.
Hey, I mean, that's fair.
Hey, I might be a kid, but I'm pretty tough, so, you know.
Don't worry, I started, like, working as a hero when I was, like, 15, 14, so, I mean, I can't really talk.
I was 8.
Yeah. No, I just kind of took off on an adventure. My dad did the same, so my family didn't really have a problem with it.
I've been surfing with my brother since I was 4!
Oh, I feel both of you.
He has a brother?
Yeah, wait, you have a brother?
He has parents.
What?
I just kind of assumed you appeared, I'm gonna be real. I guess I never thought about that.
What is that supposed to mean?
Union.
You know what? Never mind. Never mind.
Union takes a second and turns to Altus and is like, as for your whole bonding thing, I'd be completely fine with it, I guess. There's just, the problem.
Yeah, no, I've heard about the you know.
I think I might be fine. Give me a second. Union's gonna like...
Look, listen. It's right, long story. One of my, friends kind of made a wish that protected me from stuff kind of messing me up through my epithet, so I mean, it should be fine.
Was it an epithet-based wish?
I don't know, it was just kind of like a really powerful genie that couldn't seem to grant any wish.
Genies? Oh my god. Genies. 17-year-olds, heroes at 16. I didn't become an assassin until I was 20, but man.
Altus's eyes narrow. What was that about? Assassin?
Hey, no, I'm better now. Don't give me that.
Yeah. No, I get it. People change.
I'm not trying to be dishonest or anything. I mean, it'd be dishonest to say I never killed a person.
Yeah, Altus kind of looks to the side. It seems like a topic he's not quite ready to, tackle with right now,
But,
if he's killed anyone, but...
I guess, if you want to do the thing, hopefully it works. I don't know how your thing explicitly works. I hope it misses the bad parts.
Yeah, my epithet doesn't really like... It's sort of like a symbiosis, just kind of... I could explain it, but it's like advanced like alchemy theory stuff. The theory of essences, and it kind of does like a hand motion, like he could go on, but he won't. So assuming he's willing, he does the handshake thing, and
Yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna roll for the extra thing later, not now.
Sounds good.
But what about for the mech?
Yeah, I'll do that later. And assuming it works, he's like, no weirdness. That's good.
Alright, good. I mean, I've never seen anyone try to do it with me, so I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, I assume people who actually, take powers, drain them, like power vampires or whatever, probably have more of an issue, but... I don't know.
And with that, Bree would, go over to look at everyone. All right, everybody. We good to move out, or did you want to handle anything real quick before we keep going?
I know I asked about the barracks. Similar question. Mess hall, parentheses, liquor cabinet, anything like that?
Oh, she scratches. There's probably something around. I imagine if anywhere, it's in that underground barracks that Brant was mentioning.
Got it.
I'm good to keep moving. I want to do something. I'm bored. Pyrite starts walking this way, his arms hanging limply as he his head hangs up looking at the ceiling. Zell like leans into Brave. What's his problem?
Sorry,
go on.
It's just like that.
So,
I don't know how else to put it.
Okay, I think I have a guess. I don't know if it's been asked for. Anemia?
No.
Okay, I was just like, wait a second. I'll remember if that one's been guessed before or not.
I feel like it might have been. I don't remember, but it's not the.
Oh wait, wait, Mr. Pyrite, I have a guess. Is your epithet blood?
No, it's not. Lets me control my blood, but it's not just blood. It's a dumb word. Doesn't matter. It's like a stupid thing. No one's ever got it.
Well, I'll keep trying.
Yeah.
Okay, what other words are like?
He cracks his. He takes a hand to his head, sort of cracks his neck a little bit as he keeps walking. Well, someone's ready to keep going, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just kind of like looks up at this guy. And I guess we probably should move. This place seems pretty big.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if we want to cover everything, we should get moving. I just wanted to make sure, because if anyone wanted to talk about nothing or talk about anything rather, and handle anything before we keep going, I mean, we're gonna have plenty of time. But just making sure.
So you guys have, I don't know, anti-epithet defenses or like magic?
No magic or nothing here, at least not that I know of, I guess. We got some like rudimentary anti-epithet stuff, but it's not like all over the place. We got modern times require modern solutions, but not everything's cheap, so.
I understand. I'm sure that with all of the DBA people, they can offer, I don't know, utilizing their epithet to bolster things. I know there's that Venus lady. Maybe she could like do stuff. Point is, I'm sure anything that you guys are missing, we could find a way to supply it.
Well, I mean, hey, sounds good to me. I don't know, hopefully this agreement goes through, because this whole thing is complicated. I'll be honest, I've never really been good with, I guess, what's the word? Not politics, but,
geopolitics?
I guess, yeah. I kind of understand it, but it's all a lot, and, I think we should just be able to help each other here, but, helping people usually means, implies things and stuff like that. It's a whole thing.
That's true.
We'll see how things go. Hopefully the meeting goes well, and if it does, then, yeah, hopefully things should go, we should all be good here, and this, won't be the last time we're seeing each other.
Yeah.
Awesome.
What happens if the meeting goes, wrong?
If it goes wrong, then, well, this is still, this fort's still technically owned. I mean, not technically, it's owned by the U.S. military, so if the, alliance falls through, I imagine we'll just use this for something else.
That makes sense.
And with that, unless there are any last things that anybody wants to say, in much the same way as we left with the earlier group, this is going to be the ending part for this group right now. So, in the case of someone like, say, Liger, right, who only is controlling Brave here, right, or Gecko, who, unfortunately, you only just managed to get here, but it's how it's going down. But
I get to go to bed.
Yeah. If you're, you can go to bed. If you're tired, if you have other obligations, it's all good. Sorry, it's taken a long time. I know that
I just have work in the morning. So
Yep.
I'll see you guys later.
Go right on ahead. And as we do this, we are going to cut to another group. But let me prep that really quickly because
I've been finagling it, but you can help me.
Yeah. I'm just I want to just quickly set some things up. So I'm gonna get this map. I hope everyone's been enjoying it so far. I'm sorry for like say Drake and James especially, who jumping into the meeting. It's the last thing. I apologize.
Yeah,
if
no.
either of you need to dip out and sleep, feel free. I can we can recap. But
as I've been telling James, this session is a lot of setup. It's going to be by far the slowest one of this whole arc.
100%. This is going to be
over the hump. Yeah.
Yes. This is the hump setup. Period. This is like the big one.
I've still been having a lot of fun.
I am ecstatic to hear that, quite frankly.
Yeah.
It's very good. After
hanging
this
up.
session, please post the script for the beginning cutscene.
Oh,
Like,
don't
please.
worry. Don't worry.
Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
But as for all of you guys, sorry, this is just I need to make sure that the map is all set up and proper with how things have gone. Just either out of familiarity or what have you. The DBA members have kind of clumped together as sort of like, hey, we're all here, we're all friends. So we're going to be starting with that in a mere moment. Whereas most of the rest of the people, I say most of the rest, a lot of the rest of the people that you guys would know of are already in the hall. They're a little bit ahead of you. You guys are in one big clump at the very end. So let me just organize this. Yep. If either of you, if you need to pass out and leave, again, my apologies. I can accommodate you guys however you want and give you as much of a recap as you need. So feel free. It's just, again, this is this session.
Yeah, I know.
With that, sorry.
I was just saying, if anything, Villanelle can just be writing and recording everything, and
100%.
yeah. So it's it's all good.
I just wanna really quickly ask my fellow co-GMs something in our private chat.
Yosha.
Yep. Similarly, as things are going, and I'm clarifying these things, if anybody really quickly wants to grab a drink or go to the bathroom or something, feel free.
I'm born ready.
Can I brush
Yeah.
my real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Uh-oh.
God. I'm gonna be real, I'm so fucking lucky. I get characters in all three sections. Even in one of them's an NPC.
Yeah, you sure do, buddy.
Yeah. Meanwhile, other than Graze's flesh golem, all three of mine are all in the meeting, baby.
Hey, I mean,
White Christmas.
We love
All talking a lot.
You get 3 characters?
Also, as Gecko, I'll send you what Cheshire's fucking strength and weaknesses after the session, yada yada.
Yeah.
We can work those out later.
Yeah. What I find especially funny is that for the underwater session, 3 out of the 4 players have another character somewhere else.
Yep. It's it's perhaps some thought went into something like that of being able to split the groups up like that, such that schedules could work out. I wonder who could have put some thought into something like that.
Now, here's what
I would never do that.
What I'm curious about ultimately is so obviously the ocean tour group gets Voya as a stowaway child. The other tour group gets Francis as a stowaway child. What's the main group stowaway child gonna be?
Peony.
Hiding in plain sight.
Yeah. Speaking of, wait, Roche is brushing his teeth, so we're still waiting on stuff here.
And we waited. And waited. And I'm
Just
going
like
to be
when you
right
guys
back
queue
anyway.
in League.
So out of curiosity, Gecko, what was the order for those 5?
Yeah, so it was Cheshire, Blackberry. I realized I was counting. I think I may have counted Axel twice.
Yeah, because Zenzo said, like, oh yeah, Axel will do it, but that was before we knew you were going to be here, so, like, I put him down for you, but, like, now it's just been RP'd out anyway, so...
Yeah. Like, I thought, oh, we can hand wave it, but, I mean, you know...
May as well,
you should
here.
No, you should get some RP now that you're here, you know?
Okay, so, wait. I think I did have the right amount, because it's 1, 2... Yeah. No. Yeah, no. No, I did put 1 too many in. Whoops.
What elements would Axel's be? Let me double check.
I feel like
yeah, I added a new one.
Sulfur. Yeah.
Sulfur. No, that makes sense.
What's up, Soleil?
No, that's all good.
Talking about
I was just gonna say like, oh yeah, and then you said sulfur. I'm like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
That's
I've added a new essence since because I realized I was missing a notable difference, I guess. Yeah.
If you need any Blackberry stuff, I'll handle that after this.
Mm-hmm.
You can probably guess anyway. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And
is homosexual.
Yeah. I know chaos would be like her primary element, but like I'd have to look to see the other stuff.
I mean, similarity, whatever that ends up being, probably a good starting point.
I imagine Axel's weakness would probably be Earth. That's my first thought.
Blackberry's weakness is the tyranny of the state.
I think that's Soul too.
Whoops.
Right on Roche.
This is out of order.
Okay, guys, guess.
1, 2, 3,
Hey.
4, 5. Did I have the right amount? I did. My brain is not working.
By the way,
Sorry to hear. What's up?
Gecko.
Yeah.
If you wanted one from Orin, you can have one from Orin as well.
Oh. Yo.
Yay, thank you. Oh, yay.
Are you...
Really
Oh,
being
yeah, it's not like she has 3
generous today.
epithets or anything, you know?
Well, you could pick one.
It's fusion time, baby. I'm... Altus in universe is realizing hasn't been using the fusing essences. And I out of universe.
Yep.
So I'm gonna start using some essences and make some schnasty.
Since Roche is back, right? I want to make sure. Scarlet, you're here, yeah?
Yep. Can I be
Ballast.
here? Yeah.
Yep, you can. We got Drake. Are you here? / are you good to go, or would you rather
Oh, bro.
No, you need to dip out. Good night.
He said in chat that he's
yeah,
probably
I know.
gonna dip.
I'm making 100% sure. So yeah, feel free to dip as you need to. Obviously Penny and Iris are here. Just heard James. Kakapo, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Roche is here. Sam, you're here.
Yeah, I'm here.
And Zanza, you're here.
Yeah.
All right. In which case, for variety, let's switch over to this other one for now. As you guys, in much the same way as the left group and the right group, walk down a fair few bits of hallways. Most of it, the same way, fairly bare bones, and or simple, just in terms of decoration. Though the center half is a little bit more. There's a little bit more in terms of like big winding hallways and such, because it seems like the center of the base is made for more of these kinds of hey, there are meeting rooms and shit like that, right? And eventually, after a particularly long hallway, you guys find yourselves in front of the door, which, to your understanding, if you've been following everybody else correctly and keeping track of things, should be the door to the meeting hall, the conference hall that you're set to be in.
Right. Cracked his neck. Well.
Alright.
No time like the present.
All right, everybody. Emmerich sort of dashes to the front of the group. Now, not to take Mr. Spider's job from him. Spider, flashes a finger gun to him. But all of us here have our different motivations and reasons and wants and desires and passions and whatnot, and all of that have differing relations to DBA. But there's one thing. We're all here because we want to do good, right?
Thumbs up.
Ultimately,
Venus
yeah.
is nervous.
Enough.
That'd be a fine way to summarize it, yeah.
So, let's put our best feet forward. He, in time with that, takes a step forward, and show them the good that we have here at DBA. All right?
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
Precisely.
And after that, I'm gonna paint all the walls different colors. Because
Maybe
holy
not that
shit, they're
one.
boring.
You might need.
That is
Thumbs
true.
up.
You're fucking speaking my language. Seriously, you'd think white and beige went out of style.
It could use a little touch of something. A little, something over there. Ooh. It's a perfect place for him to
Neutral colors
wear
are...
it.
Yeah. Neutral colors are the least disagreeable by many people, but, an overabundance of it can get quite draining. It's one of the failures of modern architectural art style. I guess it's just.
Yeah, sure. That does make sense.
Yeah, that's my analysis on it. Anyways.
Too much of any
Jeez.
color is not a good thing. That's why sometimes when you look at magical girl transformations for too long, you have people getting seizures.
Except for blue.
Jesus.
You can never have enough blue.
She gets it.
I mean, if you flash the blue hard enough, you can activate seizures.
Exactly.
Blue light is pretty bad for your eyes,
Alright,
especially in abundance.
Listen, we weren't talking about the seizure before you brought it into the equation, okay? She
No, but it could be a really useful tool as a part of a weapon.
Please don't.
I hate that you're right, ultimately.
It's just a defensive mechanism for most magical girls so that you don't interrupt them while they're transforming, you know?
Listen, from where I'm sitting, that's like a war crime. Anyway, meeting properly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Now,
let's get to
real,
it.
just one thing super quick. Artemis just raises a hand. I know we're all funny here. And,
we're plenty funny.
Yeah. And I'm not just trying to be a stick in the mud here, right? But let's just, try not to, interrupt them or just say anything too stupid or bring up any of the... she just, shivers. Let's just get through this.
I mean, hey,
For sure.
listen, there's plenty of anxiety to go around, but no saying we can't have some fun with it, too. Spider, takes some hands and waves them around.
Artemis, glowers, but yeah.
Yeah. Come on already, Justice says from the back of the group. I've been waiting for this for a while. With this, I want to preface this, right, with the things at this meeting, right? Because, obviously, more so than other things, right? This meeting is more cutscene adjacent than perhaps other things, but I would like to stress that it is not a cutscene in the sense of if you guys want to interrupt and talk and lead discussions and bring up points yourselves, feel free. That's part of the point of what we're doing here. We have some stuff going on. There are some, elements and what have you, but the point of this is that it is a discussion. It is a meeting. So if you have anything that any of your characters would be saying at a particular moment, feel free to, interject. Try not to interrupt other people, of course. but obviously, big stuff going on. And but feel free. Point of this is to be interactive, and similarly, in the same way as everything, first and foremost, let's have fun. So let's get this started as I'll reveal the room.
That was the quiet ending part there for a second. That's fine.
Yep.
Alright.
I believe there's this. Alright, give me 1 second, because it's currently looking empty. However, let me go ahead and reveal everybody else. As they are here, it seems as if in front of each seat, there's some sort of a name tag or label or what have you, for some reason. Not some reason, rather. Label to say, hey, here are some people, places to be sitting by. So, take that as you will.
Everybody makes a beeline for Miss Isopod and just starts harassing the shit out of her.
Yeah. Venus do a salute, but there's no galaxy where she ain't closest to the military. Sorry,
Well, now that's fair. You go over and look at that seat, right? This one is labeled for General Copeland Marsh of the Neo-Mesozoic Kingdom.
And as you look,
sorry, there are assigned seats in the military.
Venus
salutes you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks.
Is this one taken by anybody?
Oh, hey guys! As he walks over to the seat.
Oh, Max Demi.
Cheshire just
Whoa,
looks
whoa.
at the ongoing scenario. Don't tell me that this is my assigned seat, is it?
Venus looks over to that as Justice goes over, grabs the chair, kicks it back, and excuse me, you're in the. Can you give me a second? Hold on, I need to move this chair.
Oh,
shit,
I need to shift the table with my mind.
Yeah,
for a second.
I need to shift the table with my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, while you're doing that, I'll take mine.
Like, oh no.
Kanaho takes mental inventory of the various groups of the science team, the mayor of the city, all of the military, General Copeland Marsh, Regent Red, and the fuckers.
Venus is like, okay. Well, worst comes to worst. At the very least, I can
Cheshire Lilithian, head of Excalibur.
Yeah, that's what I.
It's over here, Venus.
Where the fuck am I sitting?
Slowly pulls out his chair and sits within.
Platinum
Reeves
starts
and
up a
Emmerich
cigarette.
intersect.
Yeah.
So,
Well, worst comes to God!
No, I'll move.
No. That's fine.
And before it actually does say peony there for some reason.
Does it?
Hikari looks to Platinum. Please. Yes, I'm talking to you.
Yes?
Sorry, I just can't stand smoke.
No smoking indoors. It's against regulation.
This is one of them fancy things that doesn't do normal smoke.
She squints.
Apology.
That's great.
Yeah.
I know, right? She just looks forward like nothing is wrong.
Yeah. Real quick. I'm just gonna. Real quick. Yeah. Okay. Platinum feels the sudden urge to put it out.
It falls out of her mouth, and she puts in another one that is not lit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Graves would look over to Blackmare. Did you want to sit closer to Amra, considering your proximity in DBA?
It's fine. We can sit wherever. It doesn't matter.
Thumbs up.
I just don't want to make Venus mad anymore.
Yeah.
Kenny is sweating like crazy right now.
Good night, Drake.
Hey, Drake. Thank you.
Hey, Drake. Sleep good.
We'll be sure to politic for you.
Yeah.
Aquarius draws a non-canon Aquarius draws in permanent marker on Villanelle's eyelid, so it looks like she's awake.
Yeah.
I imagine she's just very intently taking notes of the entire experience.
Yeah.
She was saying something.
What?
Yeah.
Just
She was saying something.
take your seat.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And
Okay.
as everyone's here and it's clear that all the seats are filled, Delta clears her throats, clears her throats, clears her throat.
Multiple.
There's murmuring throughout from any number of the people here talking to each other. And after a moment, attention! Delta's voice rings out through the room, causing the quiet murmurings throughout it to immediately cease. Eyes turn to her. First and foremost, I would like to thank everyone for being here. This is a matter of great importance, and I believe that we have the makings of something incredible for the future of not only our respective organizations, but also for the people of the world as a whole. Organizing this has been a massive endeavor on my part, as well as the parts of everyone working alongside me. I'm sure that will only continue to be the case, regardless of exactly how our discussion here progresses. On that, before we continue on with what exactly we want this alliance to be, if at all, I want to start with what it is not. For full transparency, I imagine this would mostly concern Destruction Bench Agreement, its members, and anyone invested in that specific relationship. For one, she holds up a hand, a finger, motioning to, number one. This is not an endorsement nor a sponsoring of all of Destruction Bench Agreement's personal ventures. As I, Valkenor Graves, she motions to him, and many others here have said at this point, DBA is not a monolith. Everyone involved is radically different from one another, and while they are all part of the same organization in name, to say that they are all aligned with each other's interests would be a blatant falsehood. We can get more into any specifics later, and I'm sure we will. But the United States military has no plans of directly funding or training Destruction Bench Agreement in any way aside from matters concerning the Alliance. Second, holds out another finger. On the same note, this is not an attempt to draft Destruction Bench Agreement and its members into military service. In much the same way we have no intention of arming all of your adventures, we are not asking you to act as our soldiers. Nor will every Destruction Bench Agreement member be required to participate in the Alliance or its activities. In a way, you can think of it as volunteer work, something you individually opt into. Third, holds out another finger. This is not something to be acted upon frivolously. There are many important things occurring all of the time, all around the world, and calling everyone here is not something we should, or that is even feasible to do whenever any problem arises anywhere. The intention behind this alliance is to have it in case of the most dire and serious of circumstances. Not just emergencies, but the greatest of emergencies. What this alliance is, at least in theory, is a defense force for our darkest hours. When a threat so massive that it threatens all of us arises, we can band together to save ourselves, and potentially even the world. Everyone here has proven themselves to be incredible forces of action, influential and powerful in their own rights, capable of feats some would deem impossible, or all of the above. A group made up of all of us could be the savior of countless lives across the world. A stark quiet washes over the room. The absence of sound after Delta had been going on for a good while is palpable. Until a faint clapping can be heard from one end of the circle, What a rousing introduction! Mr. Spider continues clapping before taking an elbow to the table in front of him, flamboyantly reeling his hand back on its wrists as he continues. It's as I've heard before, a truly noble proposal. All of us acting as the heroes of the world, how altruistic. As he says that, curling his fingers back. Colonel Foster, up by the military. If you're asking me, it's quite idealistic. Of course, the idea of being a last resort defense plan sounds incredible on its own, but it's never as simple as that. Dragonov looks over to him. Is that not what this meeting is for? To work through the complexities? Of course. If this was easy, we wouldn't have to be sitting in this room figuring it out. Sigma crosses his arms. So, where should we start?
Venus raises a hand.
Looks to her.
She takes a second, and the fear and anxiety that she has somewhat obviously displayed through all of this meeting, all of her time at Bifrost washes away. Similarly, I would like to ask of something. I know that nobody in this room is stupid. For the sake of it, what is DBA to the... She gestures to the room as a whole. Individuals here, as it is quite complex, and I simply desire to know what we are dealing with and how people view us as an organization. Understood?
Delta chimes in at that. Understood. And to aid with that, not to postpone your question, but I believe that in this case, it would be for the best to go over everyone here, how and why they're present, and then that can lead into their opinions on Destruction Bench Agreement.
Understood.
She looks to everyone. Of course. I and those to my sides are representatives of the United States military. She then motions to the side towards Sigma and Kuro. Sigma Solstice, Mayor of Daybreak Bay. That's right. This is my bodyguard and personal assistant, Kuro Akadora. Greetings. We're here on behalf of Daybreak Bay as a city-state within the borders of the United States. As we have a form of separate independence, I am the current elected leader of the city-state. Daybreak Bay is no stranger to the kinds of occurrences this alliance is meant to deal with, including both DBA-related situations and otherwise. We have plenty of experience. Delta motions to the opposite side of the table. General Copeland Marsh, leader of the Neo-Mesozoic Kingdom, as well as a member of Destruction Bench Agreement.
That pretty much sums it up.
As Copeland leaves it at that, she turns.
Yeah.
Suki Akari Sakura, head of the Sakura estate.
Greetings, I'm Suki Akari Sakura. This is my own personal assistant, Tracy Asimov. She directs to Tracy. And my dear sister, the vice leader of the estate, Hikari Sakura. We are here as a private company that worked with Destruction Bench Agreement and spearheaded the handling of Yatana, though our primary field is in relation to interstellar travel.
Regent Red of the Rules of Monarchy.
Yes, of course. Hello. As said, call me Regent Red. And unfortunately, while I hate, trust me, I hate to be stick in the mud for situations like this, I have concerns about the specifics of this alliance as, whether in case you are of various levels of awareness, Rules of Monarchy have been keeping relative world stability for over 5,000 years now, and part of that has been through delegating how groups of enormous supernatural capability can interact with other groups, including those that do not have such abilities. And, let's just say that due to various complications, looks at Sigma, creating such contracts for DBA has been rather difficult. So, I'm here to oversee, to enforce compliance amongst my, signatories. She sort of glances over to the members of the U.S. government, and then sits back down.
Platinum Stardust, head of the company for the protection of people in epithetical population.
Hello. I have my own assistant. Her name's Platinum Stardust. That's all she says.
Why are you here?
I'm rich. I also own a company. I'm the person you come to when when things requiring a fine, finesseful hand are required. Special crafted ordnance, items, and otherwise. For example, there are a handful of things in this fortress already that me and my employees have had a hand in creating. She gives a dismissive gesture as though that's all.
Delta clicks her tongue for a second before Mr. Spider, Dr. Oxpecker, and Miss Isopod of the Menagerie. Miss Isopod speaks up first. Isopod. She points to herself, then points to Oxpecker. Oxpecker points to Spider. Spider. We are all members of the Menagerie, a privately funded and organized philanthropist group dedicated to peacekeeping and enriching society. Many of us are industry leaders or otherwise prominent in our respective fields. I'm one of the founders of our group. I'm our primary treasurer, and I monitor and allocate group activities. Outside of the Menagerie, I work in environmental preservation. She looks to Oxpecker.
Yes, as mentioned, Dr. Oxpecker, medical professional, advocate for increased distribution of medicine and its nationalization and affordability, as well as a frequent explorer to other countries to research into the growth of said medicine. On top of that, I also have expertise in ethics committees and the like, so hopefully that perspective should lend credence to this meeting in a positive manner.
And I'm Mr. Spider. He takes a hand and jerks a thumb towards himself. CEO of Spider Corp. We're a general goods company with a healthy focus on robotics and other scientific research. Spider Corp also sponsors a good number of other companies and organizations, including our good old Destruction Bench Agreement. He takes an arm and sort of does like a swinging motion to the side. In fact, I myself am now an official member of DBA's production staff, and have helped construct facilities and utilities for them. Oh, and I suppose I'm also a DBA member in my own right. Cheshire Lilithian, head of Excalibur, as well as a member of DBA.
Yes, bounty hunter, collections agency, and more importantly, security firm. Amongst multiple DBA contestants being under its employ, including myself.
Our guests of honor, as it were, Destruction Bench Agreement, or rather, an assortment of some of its members brought here as guests to air their thoughts.
Blackberry waves.
Hello.
I'm Emmerich Ralivant,
Yes.
a rather, how would I put it? I'm a frequent DBA goer. I've been involved in a lot of the larger events that they've partaken in.
My name is Venus Vanderbilt. You likely know the last name more than the first, and I would like to say I do not stand for my family's actions, and if they've hurt you or someone you know, let me be the first to apologize. Anything in regards to them will be put through me, though I doubt they'll be mentioned.
Peony, member of the Magical Girl Society and also a frequent DBA participant.
John Hobataka, potential future chief of the Bloodstone Isles. DBA member, once. Here to, see how all the respective big leaders, as it may be, make decisions or whatever. Get some experience.
Valkenor
Wasn't
Graves.
that hard.
Yeah. Yeah, Valkenor Graves. As with Venus. If you recognize my last name and general origins, again, I do not endorse the actions of the late general of the Pangaic War, despite my relations. Additionally, though, just sort of looks in the general direction of the US people, but sort of towards Kola Dragunov, although some of you might have been able to glean that. Taps medallion on head.
Dragunov would nod back at that.
Since the ending of the war, I have garnered military experience and trained troops around the world to fight and the like. And recently, I have taken interest in Destruction Bench Agreement for its many goings on, as well as some old personal connections I've had there outside of the war. Again, my connections have led me to investigate many of the goings on and quote-unquote adversaries, so that's the perspective I shall be bringing to this meeting. You can go. Motion to Blackberry.
Yeah, if we're going in order, I'm Blackberry, also a member of DBA, been around for quite a while. I'm not totally sold on this alliance one way or the other. I'm just here, like the others, to make sure that whatever we decide, it's for the best for everybody, and that we all leave here safe and happy.
Aquarius Costella. I'm technically here as a DBA member, but also in an unofficial capacity here as a representative of the Space Police. You may not have heard of us. That's because, in the grand scheme of things, we're incredibly understaffed and overworked, and our word about us doesn't get around too much. As for mine and, as a whole, our general perspective on DBA and potentially this alliance if it goes through, to put it simply, it's convenient for us with the breadth of everything we have to handle and look at between all of the different places, planets, galaxies, etc., as well as different dimensions and planes that we have to look at and handle things for. Every small bit of something that we don't have to look quite as closely at is helpful.
I know you were saying you'd do something, but I was just gonna say, I imagine Villanelle is literally just fast speed writing, like recording the minutes of the meeting essentially, and would probably say her name and nothing else.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Grace would lean over to be like, I imagine she doesn't have much input, but she will be making a primary account of this. What's the fucking term, Kakapo?
Keeping a record?
First-person account of. Yeah. So that will be that perspective. So, yeah.
Artemis?
Yeah. She's kind of like leaning a bit back in her chair, has a foot up on the desk. Artemis Veridicia of the Veridicia family. Pretty much same as what everybody else said.
She's here as a counterbalance, Venus, whispers under her breath.
Delta continues again. Finally, there's save me till last, eh? He takes a hand and sort of, waves it around. I'm not sure if I should be honored or insulted. I can introduce myself plenty. Justice Ralavar, ruler and crown prince of Bloodworth Haven. Oh, and I'm also a member of Destruction Bench Agreement.
Cool.
And with that should be everyone introduced. So, we can return to Miss Venus's question.
Ultimately, I believe it is natural if I go first. Truth be told, I do not believe that one word describes Destruction Bench Agreement as an organization. This is not me being frivolous or honorific with the primary guild, lack of a better term, that I have situated myself with. It comes from a genuine place of not knowing where to start or where to end. It is a place that strives to at least mostly do the good, best thing in any given scenario, and we have still taken plenty of missteps in the opposite direction. It is as much a found family as it is a day job. She exhales and closes her eyes for a moment. But ultimately, it's the place that I call home. And as Delta said, and put it best, it is not one singular amorphous mass. It is a multitude of people with their own desires and wishes. But I think that what unifies the majority is that they want to do the right thing. She backs away in her chair a bit, sitting up a bit straight.
Damn straight.
Now, unfortunately, Colonel Foster would cut in. I appreciate the spirit of what you're suggesting there, and I'm sure that DBA is quite a home for you, and many others, and as you said, I'm sure plenty of good people reside there. But, to my knowledge, from everything I know, there are just as many people who are, well, dubious at best. To my knowledge as well, doesn't Destruction Bench Agreement basically anyone who signs up in Spider interject? Well, that's how it used to be. We just recently introduced an examination system, actually, that helps us filter out applicants that may not be, well, the best people to just let waltz in. And Dragonov, strangely enough, seems like, not strangely enough, but looks a little stunned at this. Just recently? What took you so long to implement something so basic? Good question!
I can't really say. All I know is that I was one of the first people to get examined.
If I may. The higher-ups at DBA are almost a different entity compared to the contestants and individuals within. Episodes and casts therein are chosen completely randomly, and despite the fact that there have been what I'm sure are thousands of sign-ups, not every single one has gotten into an episode and is thusly officially a member.
You know, well, real quick, right? Kanaho sort of scratches at his chin a little bit. To say completely randomly isn't technically the truth. I've done a little bit of research, and it does seem that whenever stuff is sort of oriented towards your deal, you get put towards there a lot more often. Can't say I've experienced it, but it at least seems to check out. There's some sort of weird mojo that guides whatever goes on in the place. Can't say I understand it, but it's not entirely random, and it's not entirely orderly either.
As I've explained to Regent Red many times now at this point, Sigma scratches his arm. The situation regarding DBA and its place within Daybreak Bay, in some ways, you could equate it to Daybreak Bay within the United States. Not entirely legally on the exact same level, but in certain ways it almost has a strange... What would be the word?
Aura?
No, something more... Diplomatic immunity is a little... It may not seem exactly right, but it's around the right ballpark. However, or exactly whoever is running Destruction Bench Agreement, whatever agreements they've exactly managed to work in, has made it so that it is exceptionally difficult to in any way not only get in contact with them, but also really press them on much of anything. I've tried many times at this point for something so destructive as Destruction Bench Agreement. It would be important to rein something like that in if possible, but frankly, it's every passing day seems like it may be less and less possible unless we figure out exactly how things came to how they are, how the people at the top are actually functioning, because it's not just the usual kind of mysterious figurehead. There's clearly something more specific, supernatural.
All of this talk has made it oh.
No, you go, your turns.
Yeah, Zenzo's been
Yeah, he's been trying to speak. Yeah.
All of this talk makes it sound like the Destruction Bench Agreement is some kind of mystical force of nature with which no one has any control over. And certainly the, what is it called? Akashic? Sort of paradoxical happenstances that occur do seem, unfortunately, to be beyond any of our mortal control, as much as we may try and do otherwise. But I feel like talking about such things is rather missing the point. After all, there are certainly some people involved, are they not? Could you not... after all, you can now... What is it? Choose who you want to be in, who to be accepted in these little exams. Tell me, what are the qualifications and requirements of such an exam, She stares directly over at you, at the Destruction Bench Agreement.
Dr. Oxpecker would poke up. Depends on the proctor, from what I found. I've run an exam of my own to
Really?
see
And
how
what
it
is what are the conditions to become a proctor?
Looks at Mr. Spider or kind of glance, and then sort of shifts glance over to DBA, like...
Well, for one, Spider, takes a hand up. For one, not only I, but there are many people around that in some way have to approve of a proctor when they are an applicant. But typically proctors are either A, people that we specifically hire for the job due to their recorded high upstanding morality or what have you, capability within fields, or they are some particularly notable and outwardly, I suppose, heroic or notable, checked, overseen members of DBA itself.
Are you absolutely sure?
If I may misread, do you have a specific place where this is going in particular?
Oh, why, I do, because if I'm to recall correctly, as she sort of thinks to herself, pulls out some paperwork, seemingly from thin air, and reads it. If I'm correct, there was a certain Ramos Duster who attempted to join the Destruction Bench Agreement and was denied by his brother. And then one of the accepted applicants simply said, "Oh, don't worry, I'll just run a mock trial for you that you'll be able to pass, because I believe that you should be allowed it." Tell me, what are the exact systems to stop something like this to happen or someone to abuse such a system, because I'm worried that if there isn't, then it really seems like the attempt to instill some kind of proctoring or oversight towards who you accept is rather flawed and filled with holes. It would be a shame.
Well, that is a fair assessment. Do you know why they were first denied?
Due to a general lack of empathy or care for others, or seemingly really any notable skills or feelings outside of a desire to fight people. In addition, is it not true that, well, despite these exams, that people can join, seemingly, she puts in quotes with her fingers, the Destruction Bench Agreement, through other methods? I've heard of at least one person out at the door that I was overhearing with my wonderful ears. She taps her vampire ears. Someone who didn't really want to be a part of the Destruction Bench Agreement, at least not to be considered officially as a contestant, but was just sort of included by nature of being involved. How exactly do you plan on handling such events in the future? What if someone happens to be around and considered, quote-unquote, in the episode, and they happen to be, I don't know, someone who killed her own daughter and is working for an evil god?
Venus...
Really specific?
Venus clenches her fist a little bit, and she looks down the rest of her compatriots in a just, you know what she's doing, right, kind of way, before turning to face Ren.
Yeah. No, if you...
Sorry.
I thought you were leading in to someone else. You can go. You can
Yes.
go.
So, in regards to Ramos Duster, ultimately, I believe that having a metaphorical judge to the randomness's jury is useful. Secondarily, you mentioned they have a generalized lack of empathy. I regret to inform you that a variety of them do. A variety of the people here. One of them is openly a terrorist. Tertiarily, you mentioned that there is someone who desires to not be a part of the organization. Through coincidence or Akashic mess, she dismissively waves a hand. They simply tend to be entangled in what we do nonetheless.
Just to add on to that real quick, I know who you're talking about with Madison and that whole situation, but you're talking like any of us like her or wanted her in the organization, and that it wasn't just a thing where she and a bunch of other assholes were part of some stupid omni-reality gimmick show that just so happened to get filmed by DBA, and thus they're in our records. They aren't working with us. In fact, we're fighting them every day.
That is exactly the point I'm trying to get at. Because it seems like there isn't really much of any oversight on this at all. And, well, if there's no oversight, who is the one to make the decisions when it becomes necessary?
Seems to me like DBA itself is an oversight.
Exactly.
Ari speaks up.
Well, if I may interject real quick, I mean, if we didn't have some form of oversight, then some horrible person would have made their way into this entire discussion that we have today. Like, we do self-regulate to some degree who gets to be part of the, quote, in crowd, and who actually gets to be part of the decisions and the important events. It's just that people tend to end up in our records regardless, but just because they're on paper a part of the group doesn't mean they are in practice a part of the group. That's like saying, I don't know, if someone previously worked for the military, they're always going to work for the military,
Was it
Now-
not the case that when we all submitted here to be part of this meeting and sit here now before you all, did we not have to go through some sort of application process? Weren't we filtered out by some degree? Yes, says Mr. Spider. There was a whole situation that was involving me, some other staff members, eventually went through the lawyer, Orson, right? I believe Sigma heard something about that. He waves his hand around. There was a whole process which was then approved by good old Commander Citadel over there, or at least, if not her directly, some member or group of all of you. So, everyone here, at the very least, has in some way been approved.
Dude, if it were... Sorry, actually, you go, Zanza.
Regent Red somewhat sort of stares over to Justice, and then stares over to Mr. Spider, and just kind of gives like a... Oh, come on. Like, kind of look.
Well, Spider looks over to him. Well, what? I mean, from what I understand, they invited him as a ruler of his country first and DBA member second, right? Looks over to, the military crowd. Delta would speak up. Effectively, sort of both. Of the DBA members that we were looking through when we were presented with options, we additionally saw Mr. Ralavar, and the fact that he is, in fact, the leader of a country. And a force like that would be something that, in pure hypothetical, in its base parts, would be something that could be useful for this sort of alliance. Hence why we considered inviting him.
And may I add, real quick, before this conversation gets too far away from the point you were making earlier, Miss Red?
It's region.
Just...
Oh, who cares? It's a title. It's literally...
I like to think Ho is legitimately just trying his best to be polite and not being an asshole.
Our name is Regent, the Cosmo meme, like...
For a second, I thought you were talking about fucking Cosmos Solstice. I was like, what?
Yeah, same.
Yeah. But... Yes, I think you did identify a sort of problem, but not in the way that I think you have. To divulge on that, there's sort of an invisible... I don't want to call it a hierarchy, but there's definitely different types of DBA members that the current pure list of just all of our DBA members just together, it doesn't really honestly reflect that. For instance, Venus, Emmerich, Blackberry have contributed to this organization immensely. Honestly, I think they could call the shots, and most people here would trust and rally behind them. Meanwhile, you have people like me. I try to get myself involved, but I haven't been in as much as a former. Then you have the newbies and all that. They're the first-timers, maybe they've done one or two things, they participate in auxiliary things, but they have nowhere near as influence as even someone like me. And then there are what I like to call special contestants. Contestants who wouldn't be contestants, but on some sort of bullshit technicality. They do. For instance, Mattis Williams has been mentioned. There's also, the assassin Prescott Lavin, mentioned in the same vein. A much less prominent example, in that prison escape episode, freeing the terrorist leader Cinnabon from jail, his pet crow with a gun happened to be there, and
You're joking,
he's a
right?
contestant.
Justice says, that's incredible.
I was
No,
there.
we're not.
There was, in fact, a crow wielding a gun.
Oh, can I meet him?
However,
Wow, how does he?
And to clarify, Blackberry just quickly cuts in. And to clarify, this was also something that just so happened to be filmed on DBA, not something that any of us wanted to happen.
Exactly. What needs to, yeah,
No,
yeah.
really,
what needs to happen moving forward with his. I can show you the video later. It's not relevant.
If you think about it.
But my point is, Grace is like Grace cuts kind of off there. The point being, yes, when mushed all together, all of these seem like DBA is such an amalgamous guild that will just let anyone in. And while there is a slight truth to that, one must come to understanding the difference between all of these contestants and all of these scenarios in which they became contestants. It isn't all the same. And if anything, if any changes to come of this, which I personally think there is, there needs to be a more robust categorization system so an outsider can more succinctly understand these differences. There's a difference between how I became a contestant, how Madison Williams became a contestant, and there's a difference between the roles that Emmerich plays in the organization and what I play in the organization, and what Madison plays in the organization. They are very different things, and to treat them as the same because they're all listed as the same because of a categorization error, I think is incredibly dishonest.
Well, first of all, exceptional to hear, actually, that there are certain people who you say would have more sway. She sort of looks over with a smile, sort of doing the, the eyebrows up and down thing at, like, Venus and Emmerich and, like, Blackberry and stuff.
Blackberry looks immensely uncomfortable at that idea, but,
But
Venus does not.
Of course.
Yeah,
of course. Exactly, right? Which is why, she feels a little disheartened. But she looks back well, that is, I believe we've gotten lost in the semantics of specifics as I'm trying to prove my point. Sorry. I can speak in a little bit of legalese sometimes. Legal little loops and traps. My point is that Destruction Bench Agreement, its hierarchy is very sort of nebulous, and, well, the people who call the shots are kind of antediluvian and arcane, impossible to get a hold of. And yes, like you said, there's no categorization, there's nobody who I can hold accountable, and there's no distinction for which actions are truly DBA and which are random events that have been consumed within DBA. And I simply feel that that determining the specifics of such things and defining who is responsible, who can make such decisions on these things in the first place, is going to be, I think, very necessary and important for a military alliance, don't you think? She looks back over at the people of the U.S. government.
Dragonov.
Sorry.
Yeah, Dragonov specifically. Exactly. To clarify, yes, because going into this, and just generally, I've done a fair amount of research on Destruction Bench Agreement. But I'm no expert on absolutely everything. It's... well... how would I put this? Originally, it's a television show, or even less than that at its base. It's a fighting tournament, right? You can think of it as sort of a fight club, I suppose.
You've seen shonen anime.
I'm not sure
Has
if I have.
he?
What?
Venus blinks a few times. Not sure where that came from, sorry.
But my point being that as it started, it was... things are greatly different than they used to be, to my understanding. Well, that's certainly true, says Spider.
Definitely warped.
Who chimes in a little bit, leans a bit further back in onto the table. You see, as it stands, this current season of DBA is, well, pretty far out there compared to the previous ones. Not sure if, how much everybody knew about it before this current one, right? Maybe there were some whispers, but it certainly wasn't as popular as it is now. But it's supposed to just be that fighting tournament at its base. People at that time could just sort of enter and fight people. They could just enter the thing. That was, was the point. It's a public service that was then televised. At least that was the original idea. He takes a pen, spins on his finger. There's always been some wacky, fun adventures that they've gotten into on some seasons that have been filmed or whatever. There's always been some weird ones. But at its base, it was supposed to be a fighting tournament. This is the first time this season that it's gotten, I suppose, this consistently weird from everything that I've heard. Took the staff a bit of a long time to adjust to changes. Perhaps that's why it took them so long to get entrance exams up and running. Showbiz is tough work after all. Right. Dragonov scratches his chin. Showbiz. That's how it's viewed.
Doesn't really feel like a show.
If I may. It is an organization first and a show second. Ultimately, they are intertwined in an odd way that not even I, a proclaimed member of the individuals with more sway, truly understand. However, whilst I understand these concerns of legality and such, I would like to make one thing abundantly clear. We are not lacking in skill. We're not lacking in people who are willing to do the right thing, as I said earlier. I myself am more than willing to extend a hand to the fortifications of and further strengthening of the forces of Bifrost as a whole. I know at least one other person that would be willing to work on the assembly line, as it were. I know not who else would want to join, but we have almost single-handedly, with hints of help from the Sakura estate. She nods in as much appreciation as gesturing. We ultimately were the people who fell Yatana. We were ultimately the people who put its rampage to a close when many, many people tried, and many more had failed. She leans back a bit.
I think now would be a good time for Penny, you to say your thing.
Yes. Yes, in regards to the... Well, before I say this, the Sakura estate, while we have ties to DBA, a Destruction Bench Agreement, we are of the view of being more aligned with neutrality regarding this deal, or this alliance. However, I, as well as many others who work for the estate, do hold the people of Destruction Bench Agreement in a high regard, due to their involvement and assistance with the handling of Yatana. Yes, in addition, well, it's a difficult situation to explain with the Yatana, as I'm led to believe I've been researching since the event and through various interviews. The individual who eventually became Yatana, experienced this condition of hers prior to entry of Destruction Bench Agreement. When her epithet first awakened, and she went on a rampage. Which, strangely enough, as I was looking into it, seems to have been covered up by someone or some organization, presumably the United States government, since it took place outside of daybreak, and as I have been told, the individual and their family are not from daybreak. In any case, regardless of how it has happened, the situation has been resolved via both Destruction Bench Agreement and the Sakura State managing to pin them down and pacify them. In addition, the person in question now has control over herself and her epithet. So, I more or less want to preemptively say this as a contingency for one of the potential reasons against potential reasons against wanting this alliance, since while tragic, is not the direct responsibility of Destruction Bench Agreement, nor were they unwilling to help in the resolving of it. And as I am led to believe with this meeting, this is one of the many reasons why this whole alliance was brought up as a concept to begin with.
Exactly. Delta starts. The entire situation with Yatana and Destruction Bench Agreement's handling of it was effectively the last little proof I needed to show that these people were capable of something great like this. It's, I suppose, the final spark that brought me to proposing this idea in the first place. In the case that something like that was to happen again, they've clearly shown themselves capable. And as everyone has been saying, and I am very, very aware of, the standards for who exactly is involved and by what merits and who can say what and all such things are very much so dubious, up in the air, uncontrollable. But the people that we have seen, if nothing else, have produced results. Isopod would, look over to Spider. Spider. Yes? I don't... You talk about the DBA stuff you do a lot. I'm not always listening, but you are constantly talking about it. Oh, why, yes! I love talking about all the little exploits I've been doing there. It's been real fun. If you're not... Since you're working there, could you... You'd be able to set up some sort of a system, right? More concrete. Something like we're talking about. To categorize people, or... something. At the very least, put some sort of tag to say whether this is someone that willingly joined or is sort of involved, to make tiers or something. That's something you should be able to do, right? Oh, well... Most likely, I could set something like that up. If that helps for this good old handy-dandy alliance, I'm sure that I could set something like that up.
Hikari speaks
immensely.
up. I also happen to know someone who would be very interested in doing such a thing, in assistance as well. They are, let's say, a little obsessed with categorization and compendiums and such.
Sure, well,
They also have a vetted interest in Destruction Bench Agreement as well.
I mean...
May as well talk to them, I suppose, but...
Shoot. I imagine if you put anyone with a moral compass in front of a piece of paper and tell them something about someone who's bad, they can just say, yep, this person goes into the bad dumpster.
If only it were that simple.
Yeah.
But I do genuinely appreciate such an effort.
Actually, Commander Citadel, Colonel Hightower starts. To make sure, when we started this meeting here, you mentioned how this alliance, one of the things that it wasn't was, forceful draft. Which, for the record, I, of course, agree with that statement, that stance. We shouldn't be forcing people to participate in this in particular. But, more importantly, you mentioned during that it could be something more of a volunteer system, something of the sort. Not everyone's involved. It's a opt-in or what have you. If we were to set up some sort of a vetting process of our own, could we not there approve who manages to be a part of this alliance?
I was going to bring that up, yes.
That way, whoever participates ain't even in DBA's hands at that point. Sure, someone like, Vladimir Baby Eater could, sign up, but, is he gonna get in?
I certainly hope not.
Yeah.
For the sake of the
Everyone
argument, let's talk about the fictional character of Vladimir Baby Eater.
Yeah.
I hate that guy.
Yeah. A vetting process, as mentioned, would be incredibly helpful. Though, to that, just about anyone signing up, I mean, not only would the requirements getting in be relatively strict, I hope, I also think it would be through DBA, so it would be probably assumed to be a member in order to sign up in the first place. That could be a prerequisite if such a system was set up.
Ultimately, I believe that this organization is not self-governing per se, and ultimately I believe that no system is. I doubt the military is, I doubt that the menagerie is, I doubt companies are. I would be more than willing to smooth the gears over when it comes to setting up a vetting process when it comes to the organization of and assistance with Bifrost that would put the pressure on the people who made the choices ultimately. If one person does one bad thing, it does not reflect upon the rest of the organization. It reflects upon them and whoever okayed them, potentially.
So, is what we're saying right now that, if we're forming this alliance, that some people in DBA might join it, obviously not the ones who are, just villains or whatever, like we've been mentioning, but it wouldn't be everybody anyway. It would be a volunteer thing.
Yes.
That was as I stated at the very beginning, and yes, the intention and idea would be if one does not want to necessarily participate in this alliance or what have you, there's no need or requirement to. However, again, it's clear to me from not only witnessing events, hearing of them, but now looks to Graves, being personally involved with them myself. There are very clearly not only strong people there, but people willing and wanting to do good.
Well, I don't really know so much how I feel about being some kind of leader or representative of anything, or let alone something as crazy as DBA, but I mean, obviously I'm down to join an alliance if the other people in that alliance think that, it's going to be beneficial, so.
I think you'd be great, Beebs.
Thanks, Venus. She smiles.
Hanaho sort of sits there twiddling with a pair of marbles in his left hand, just sort of flicking them up in the air and catching them one at a time. Sort of sits there thinking a little bit. Yo, you guys got a railway under this room? Like...
Just out of nowhere?
I think that's the Akashic energy.
May I say something, or was Roche gonna read it?
No, you can go ahead.
Alright. So, I believe that...
I cede my turn to joke.
Alright. Vel, I am glad that we can at least come to some kind of agreement on. As for... I do have another concern that I believe we need to work out here, rather than later. And this time she actually turns more towards the Council of U.S. military officials as opposed to DBA.
Thank God.
I know that you went over at the very beginning what this alliance is, and I personally quite appreciate that. I'm under the impression that this proposed military alliance of sorts is primarily to help deal with major scale world-ending or world-jeopardizing events, as has had multiple times. Despite my earlier things, I will not lie. I'm personally quite fond of this destruction bench agreement. People over there, they've done quite good at preventing, or at least subduing, large-scale disasters as they occur. Who knows how much more frequent they would be becoming in the near future. I have strange feelings about things. So, with all of that said, what is the exact qualifications that you would consider to qualify, I guess, the initiation of this sort of alliance into action? What kind of catastrophe would need to happen for DBA to jump in? Because I, of course, feel the need to remind you all, she sort of puts her hands together in the center, that the world is looking at this forum today. They're all watching with bated breath, and to them, they're quite scared. They're noticing that a very powerful organization is potentially making a military alliance with the United States government. And it is my job here to make sure that such an alliance could not have its terms used to justify potential breaking of the rules of monarchy, as has been signed. So, what would you qualify for such an event in order to trigger such an alliance?
Delta takes a moment to think before responding, her arms crossed over her chest. Well, these kinds of things are hard to always exactly quantify, especially because we're talking about the unknown, things that haven't happened on scales that are either this fathomable, she does air quotes, or at the very least are not expected. I understand we've been bringing it up a lot, but it truly is an example of what I'm intending here, of the situation with something like Yatana. If a creature like that was able to continue roaming, as it had been for a decent while at that point, Daybreak Bay, the United States, anywhere it went, it's clear that it was on a wanton path of destruction. It would not stop for anything. If left unchecked, something like that could destroy and kill millions.
I believe it already did kill quite a few thousand. Not to mention that same individual did something, I believe it is a teeth hurricane?
Oh, right. Spider, scratches the back of his head a little bit. Oh, right. It's unfortunate that same member, yes, is the one that ate part of Mexico. Isopod glares at him. It's not like some big secret. We already knew this. Like,
when Mr. Spider says ate part of Mexico, Regent Red's fist seemingly tightens, creating a small crater in the table, as she's like, right, that event. Put a pin in that.
Hikari speaks up again as the one who brought it up. Yes, I believe they call it Tornado de la Muerte back in Mexico.
Oh, I'm quite familiar with what they call it. Of course, who do you think was the one who was getting calls from the Mexican government when that stuff was happening?
Justice, well, you go first, Sam.
Yeah, I was just gonna, with Aquarius, just to get a little bit back on track, because this is a little bit more relevant to me, and why I'm here.
How selfless.
He sort of looks at him, and then continues. It's important, in particular, I feel, to understand the exact scope, the sort of both lower and upper bounds of where something like this sort of alliance would be brought into play. What's a rough idea of the minimum that would be required in order to have it come into, importance, and more importantly, is there an upper limit at which point the alliance is not considered, and you start looking to a higher or different sort of power? Because this is the sort of thing that's important for us to know of, just exactly to what degree can we just kind of leave things to this alliance and to DBA to handle, and what kinds of threats are we going to have to be specifically pay attention to? Because if there's a threat we think is going to be coming nearby that's going to be, or is relevant, that is outside of the scope of this alliance, then it's something that we have to actually pay attention to as the space police, as opposed to just trusting the people here to take care of it.
Actually, on that, Justice, looks over. Yeah. Actually, on that, since you brought up the good old thinking about yourself, right? Justice sort of takes, a hand, looks at his fingernails a little bit, rolls his hand around. Now, say all this sounds great, right? At least conceptually. All you guys being so kind, being so charitable, it sounds great. Really, it does. But let's ask the question that's on everybody's mind. Other than a healthy conscience and goodwill, how exactly would this alliance benefit someone like, since Miss Costello is already bringing up this kind of discussion, someone like me, perhaps? My kingdom, our friend General Marsh over there probably has similar concerns.
Indeed, but I imagine you want to state yours first.
Well, sure, but, that's the sort of thing, right? Because obviously being good and charitable is great, but if it causes so much of a problem for, like a space police for, someone stepping in on our territory, I mean, that could certainly be a problem. And, that's a problem I can sort of relate to. Dragonov, specifically, would stare Justice down. Well,
I think you're misinterpreting.
Well, there's the obvious. What would you gain? Protection from the kinds of threats this alliance is forming to handle. In addition to the fact that allying with a group such as ours could theoretically prove the redeemed name of a traditionally conqueror's family such as yours. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Ralavar. Colonel Dragonov's expression turns to a scowl. Oh, and I was thinking, we were supposed to be friendly here. No need to be so hostile. I like to think I'm pretty reasonable. And, on the note of protection, what do we need that for? We're a plenty capable kingdom all our own. Bloodworth Haven is host to swarms of deadly monsters and seemingly infinite supply, is it not? Sure, yeah, sure it is. Haven't needed any help until now. Or I don't imagine we'll be needing help anytime soon. A lot of countries have plenty of monsters crawling around in them too, you know. Bloodwar's far from the only one. DBA is anything to go by. Daybreak in the US are infested with droves of them too. In fact, Justice takes a leg, crossing it over his other unintentionally flashy sewing. That big inspiration for forming this group in the first place, Yatana. Is that not the definition of a monster rampaging through this country?
If I may, Justice. You may speak in a moment, Kanho. I apologize.
Thanks.
I think that you're leading the conversation a little bit. It sounds to me like there's something very particular that you want.
He looks to Venus. Well, I'm sorry, Miss Vanderbilt, if it's coming off that way. I certainly don't think I've been talking all too much compared to some of the other people here. But he, looks down a bit. Well, there's not a specific thing I necessarily want. I just, I wanted to know the terms of things. It's pretty clear, we can read the room. Not all of you are all too big fans of me, right? So why invite me here in the first place? You explained your previous reasoning, but if you're gonna bring me here in the first place, and we're gonna make some sort of big agreement out of something like this, then I feel like, I don't know, going ahead and bringing in a country like mine, a person like me, all while doing naught but booing me and all the such is a little counterproductive, is it not?
I understand, but you said yourself that you live in a place that is very self-sufficient. I imagined that you would have something in particular that you would want.
Out of this alliance?
On my organization's end, I can offer little more than the same assistance to a lesser extent that we have given to the fort.
He taps his fingers on the side of the chair. Right, more protection. Well, I suppose it's as you've been saying. This is conceptualizing against the unknown, so who knows? Anything could happen. He throws his hand a little bit as he leans back.
I mean...
Well... You go first.
Well, in a tick, I want to jump back to the tackling the issue of what sorts of threats or whatever, but to just talk of what there is to gain from doing this sort of thing, since, of course, some people don't really get gratification from helping people. Maybe some people want a little something more. That's fair. I assume that, by doing this, it's, not that it's going to be a thing that, because this is something that you guys really care about, you get paid a ton of money to do it or whatever. That's probably not what to expect, but I imagine everyone pitches in a little bit in order to, get everyone back up to speed if they're affected. Everyone sort of helps each other figure out the big issue. Everyone sort of lends to work as a cohesive unit. I mean, people can be self-sufficient, but self-sufficiency can only do you so much. And as for... and to clarify, I say that because my home is a self-sufficient place in and of itself, where it's not likely for things to get there. Hell, I'd love to see a giant monster try to get through the fucking storm. But, we started coming out here to figure out what the world was all about just because of, one dude anyway. And, for all that's worth, I think it's still worth it to put stock into this sort of thing. As for what sort of threats or the upper limit or whatever, my grand assumption, and I would hope everyone can agree on this, giant monsters that want to drink your blood or something, or rather...
No, that's rude.
No, I don't mean it like that. Sorry. giant monsters that want to stomp you into paste or something?
Yeah.
Like, can we all agree that we don't want that? Like, he looks around at the room.
Of course.
I believe it's
That would be bad.
I assume that when it comes to... Sorry, BB, I'll let you talk in a sec.
No, it's okay.
I assume when it comes to things like fucking all-out war or international fucking conflicts between countries, I assume we don't deal in those. And if we do, it's because it's directly in the midst of our fucking thing anyway. So it'd be our business. So
As I mentioned at the start, Delta reiterates, we are not asking you to fight our battles. The intention for this alliance is to go against threats other than that.
I mean, yeah, I'm just saying that something can be your battle and also be a big horrible monster that wants to stomp all your guts out.
I believe I'm noticing a cohesive theme in what we should all band together to try and get rid of and contain. Forces that do not discriminate. Forces that are uncaring, like a tornado or a hurricane or a large monster that wants to stomp you into paste. Indiscriminacy is a notable through line between everything we've commented on.
This is
I totally
fair.
agree, yeah.
This is fair. I would like to point out a potential outline as to why I believe that more discussion on this is so relevant. I'm sure you all remember the whole undead apocalypse thing that happened.
Yes.
Sure.
Oh yeah.
That was,
Of course.
That was driven by a particular figure, and I'm sure the people here would agree that should a, I don't know, figure like Vicar show up and attempt to do something like that again, that it would be, I don't know, presumably relevant for something. Like, she gestures to the room. This situation. So, how would we distinguish such a person from, I don't know, a political dispute of the United States government?
To clarify, I did a little bit of researching into DBA. That Vicar guy's dead, ain't he?
She, like, pinches her nose. Yes! He is.
The point that Regent Red is trying to make here, Colonel Dragonov interrupts, is by what metric, a hard metric, not just we work on it.
Oh. Okay.
What hard metric can we use to determine a threat like Vicar, something like him, something like Yatana, like we keep mentioning? What is the stick that we use to measure that in comparison to, say, I don't know, an assault from any country attacking our own? What exactly distinguishes one from the other? As Miss Vanderbilt said herself, indiscriminacy is a potential metric to go by. If a natural disaster is striking the land and something like that cannot be contained by any normal force, then something like this could be useful for that. But of course, plenty of natural disaster defense forces and support groups already exist. This is something greater, to my understanding, is the intention anyway. More than just a natural disaster, it's supernatural. Or at the very least, globe-spanning, if not globe-spanning, at least widespread enough. Apolitical, at least to the extent of, regardless of a political affiliation, people are in danger.
Regent Red?
Yes.
You'll have to... I'm sorry, I don't totally know all the exact specifics of your organization, but I understand that you have alliances with a lot of places around this world, and a lot of the countries and stuff, right? So, if the problem is whether it's, you know, I guess a war between countries, and if we got involved, then it would be like a problem because, you know, nobody's in charge of DBA, and it'd be a whole mess on your end. Then if it's something that, I mean, obviously if it's like a world-ending threat, then everybody needs to do their part. But if it's something that's just in Daybreak or just in the United States, then couldn't a qualifier be that if they're also allied with the rules of monarchy, then that's not something we'd call this alliance for, because that's more of a dispute on your end, I guess?
I believe that's a fair qualification. If there is some level of confusion over what it is that we actually do, essentially, what? Looks over. Clearly.
Are you? Sorry, go on.
No, what were you gonna say?
Do you like seek to like unite all the countries of the world or something like that?
No. If we united all of the countries in the world, we would just be creating some kind of dystopia with some kind of all-powerful like rulers of the world. That's not what we want. We're trying to maintain world stability, one might say. I know that it might be hard for you all to imagine, especially those of you with life. How I put this? In a polite way. Lifespans that are below 200 years. It might be hard to imagine this, but we believe that and we've seen this with our own eyes. Do not try and say otherwise from my own lived experience, but Zui believes that the natural state of humans is war and conquering those who you desire to take resources from. And all peace that we experience, especially today, is through the incredibly hard work of hundreds of thousands of people around the world, all times. Maintaining world stability is an extremely complicated task, and such a task becomes monumentally more challenging when you consider the fact that, well, let's just say that, there are certain people, certain places, certain lands, that have demonstrably reality warping or unfathomably powerful abilities. I feel like the DBA has recently become acquainted with the Fight City. I would qualify them as such a scenario. Unimaginably powerful. If they desired, well, they could probably walk through United States of America, Great Britain, pretty much most of Europe, Australia, and just lay waste to it all and claim whatever they wanted. And, well, they wouldn't be able to stop it. They're effectively wielding sticks and stones in comparison. Obviously, that's a gross simplification of the specifics, but the point is, there are many very powerful people, and there's a great disparity in power in this world. The rules of monarchy work to sign people onto our magical contracts, which quantify said level of supernatural ability and limit how these countries can interact with each other. If you don't have a valid stipulation, you can't simply declare war on somebody who is significantly less powerful or technologically advanced as you. You can't simply colonize any lands that you want for absolutely no reason. And you can't, of course, one of these stipulations is that we, in order to ensure that people join our little set of circumstances is that we greatly police and embargo people who are outside of the rules of monarchy. Now, obviously, in a case such as the Destruction Bench Agreement, we are willing to make some concessions, because, of course, I mean, I said before, who would I even get to sign, right? You know? It looks over to you guys, to the people in DBA. Like, it's not like I can just walk up to a person and say, "Hey, can you sign this?" Like, I already tried. Like, Sigma and I have been attempting to rationalize a way to do such a thing for years, but it's not really convenient. So we understand your situation.
Isn't Sigma the leader of Daybreak, though?
Sigma is the mayor of Daybreak Bay,
The
but
city.
I'm sure as
Destruction Bench Agreement Organization, Graves, as Regent Red was
Yes.
attempting to clarify.
yes, even if Sigma were to sign on, what would that do to DBA? I mean, do you think he has such authority that his signature would retroactively apply to all of you? Because if you do all admit that, that would be incredible. But I highly. My point. Yes. My overall point with this is that, well, you need to consider it from a global perspective. If the DBA simply signed a military agreement to the US, and then the US said, "Hey, we believe we should call upon our thing because we're being attacked by I don't know. I just going to throw a random thing out as example. Again, please do not go too deep into the specifics. But I don't know. What if Mexico is like, we're gonna get revenge for the whole teeth tornado thing, or all of the land that they've taken, or of whatever. And they declare war against the United States, and then the United States is like, hey, they're coming over. They're going to do whatever. DBA, join us. And then they send in, they ask for some kind of super powerful set of Class 3 fighters to go in and blow out the Mexican armed forces. I mean, I'm sure that you can imagine how such a thing would be not just a problem, but an affront to everything that we stand for.
Right.
What I am here for is to make sure that compliance is kept from stares over at the U.S. cap.
Yeah.
Specifics need to be determined, because if they're not, and a bad scenario comes up, well, there could be dire consequences for people involved.
So,
and none of us want that.
I'm guessing then that currently we're just going to operate under the assumption that if it comes to a thing between, let's say, a country and another country, or rather, a country and the United States, we don't deal with that. But when it comes to a giant monster rises out of the sea and wants to, kill everyone, then we deal with that.
See, but then you're stuck with the situation of, what if a giant monster rises out of the sea that threatens the world, but it is under control of the Mexican government, specifically being deployed against the US? What then?
Well, then,
And I imagine we get rid of the monster, not the government itself. The rules of monarchy can apparently go about punishing them as necessary, right?
At that point, it's sort of like, I mean, if a country creates a giant monster that starts attacking other countries, then I mean, were we just supposed to let it?
Well, of course not. I don't want that. However, we operate.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. It's just that we operate through magically binding contracts. I'm in part here discussing the specifics of little legal intricacies because that's the system that we're operating.
Then the question we operate here, right, is, how do we determine how much affiliation matters in the factors of what a threat is once we have determined what it is and how to deal with it?
Yes.
I mean, at that point, it's just like what the threat is capable of, I guess. If it's something on the level of Katana or something like that, then it'd probably be... I mean, this sounds weird, but I mean, I think it's what, she's trying to get at. It would be unfair, I guess. I mean, I don't, approve of any war, but I think that's what she's trying to say.
Sorry, clarify what you mean by that?
Well, she can clarify it if she wants, but what I mean is just, rather than two factions of, humans or other, residents of this world going against each other with equal, technology and grievances, it's like hydrogen bomb versus coughing baby.
Yes.
It's all about the power difference and the power scaling.
Of course.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
It's gonna be a weird one, right? So, how are we gonna operate our dealing with the whole creatures thing, right? Because, I know obvious answer is kill it. We're gonna do context-based shit. How deep into the nitty-gritty are we gonna go? Because, I mean, from what I remember, and I'm not trying to cast any shade on anyone here, I'm just trying to go over this in my head. I like to talk or think out loud. Pretty sure Yatana was a little kid.
Yeah.
And that little kid is now undergoing like rehabilitation or something.
From what I understand, they were adopted into Justice snaps a couple times. Oh, into the Vanderbilt family, yes?
If you want to bring them up, I believe they are a different matter entirely compared to what we're talking about.
Well, I'm sorry to keep interjecting, but we keep coming back to Hope. That's her name, Hope. That she's the one that turned into Yatana, and she's the one that caused the disaster in Mexico, and I know her very well. And I just want to throw out there that, like Miss Sakura was saying earlier, the whole situation with Yatana wasn't caused by DBA specifically. Hope, I know that she's done terrible things, and there's no excuse for that, and there's no getting around it, and that's why we're talking about it, but she's, at her heart, she's just a very troubled kid with a very powerful epithet, and there are actually some things we found out recently that might further explain that whole situation, but we're not sure on that stuff, and it's not relevant right now. The point is, yes, there have been serious disasters because of her, but ultimately, at the end of it, her joining DBA has been good for her, and it's been good for everyone else, because it's ultimately what stopped the disasters from happening, and it's what's going to help make sure that nothing like that happens with her again. So, with what you're saying, just I feel really uncomfortable getting too nitty-gritty with stuff and having like a rule for every single possible scenario, because that's impossible. I mean, it could very well be that some monster that rises up might be like Hope and just be in a really troubled situation. Or it could be possible that it's just some evil shithead like Bakar. Like, there's just no way to predict that. And on top of that, if DBA gets involved in stuff, there's no way to even predict who in DBA is going to get involved in stuff anyway, because it's usually just who's around at the time. So, like, I just want to be clear that, like, yes, we should make rules for how we handle things, for sure, but how those things specifically are handled in those specific situations, I mean, nobody has control of that.
I feel like it's more so we should have a rule for how we go about, like, establishing the steps that we take, and less so what kind of things we're taking on, because a lot of it's gonna come. A lot of those like world dangerous things are gonna kind of be their own beast that we can't necessarily predict what variations or what types they are.
I know you mentioned it, Commander Citadel, but obviously we can't organize for every single possible threat that ever emerges. But, I mean, clearly it's possible to have meetings like this one, right? Emmerich, like, waves his hands around, motions to everyone. If we're ever unsure, based on whatever standards we end up setting, whether a particular threat is within the, I suppose, parameters of this alliance, could we not meet again to discuss as we are now?
Suppose that makes sense.
Part of the problem, the immediate notable problem, is we can't take days, weeks to gather a bunch of important people together in a big room to talk about a threat that is in the middle of ravaging the world. There needs to be a quick and easy response, and one of the, to be honest, simplest ways to do it would be to find an unbiased third party to look at individual events brought to them and determine, is this something that would be handled by the Alliance? Who that party would be, I have no clue, but...
Yes,
Venus clutches... Oh god. Venus clutches the, plates of her armor a bit. Now, I believe I know someone who could function as a decent third party, at least as a transitory for the time being, but that's a last-ditch effort.
I would like to... Yes?
I wanted to say, my suggestion is, we organize 3 individuals from each organization, maybe only 1 depending on the size. And then we give them some way to communicate with each other, be it something tight and under wraps, or something as simple as a text group. If they all concur that something is dangerous to a point where we need to meet up, to a point where Fort Bifrost needs to raise its arms and get ready for whatever we're dealing with, it is done. Not for petty bullshit that came from Mexico or Golgotha or the military itself. Proper, scary threats that need to be dealt with as soon as possible.
I would like to attest 2 things. For one, if necessary, the rules of monarchy could always act, at least in some part, as this third party. After all, delegating things like this is quite literally our profession, and we've been doing it for thousands of years. So, if necessary, of course we do that. But I feel, personally, that there can always be some level of a mixed response. If you're all worried that we could be bogged down in bureaucracy, just as Costello over there said, and it's true, it's possible that we could be caught in an endless loop of, oh, we need to gather people to meet, or oh no, this horrible thing technically falls outside the bounds of the rules, what do? I say, why don't we attempt to lay groundwork for things that we would consider categorically safe, and then we also apply some kind of contingency. I would highly attest to the idea that we can't create a rule or contingency or law for everything. In fact, I think I'm quite good at doing that, personally. So, point is, I believe that a mixed solution could potentially be.
Despite my reservations with the rules of monarchy as a whole, I believe that that is our current best option.
Now, Colonel Dragonov speaks up. Sorry to interject regarding this. This is all very important. But I feel as if we should get a particular thing clear if it hasn't been made clear already. He takes another moment to think. As we've been over ad nauseum at this point, frankly, under normal circumstances, it's hard to completely approve of any one organization's activities as a whole. In this case, DBA has been the primary one we've been talking about for obvious reasons. And in that way, it's, at least to me, I can't say that I'm particularly a fan of the way everything seems to operate around there. I know there are plenty of reasons surrounding how and why things are the way they are that way. And in much the same way, obviously there are reasons and rules put in place for exactly how agreements such as this need to be put in place. Rogue elements are always hard to predict, handle, with speed or efficiency. A matter I'm sure many of us here are familiar with. But above all else, we have to ensure the safety of not only our respective peoples, but the world, the countries of the world themselves. An entity like DBA or anything like this, any number of rogue elements, makes it difficult to ensure just about anything. I can't in good conscience say that I completely approve of everything that's been proposed here today on either side. However, all of this is under normal circumstances instead. While I maintain my beliefs regarding how DBA is run and perhaps how many of these things are brought about, in a matter of preparing to go against these as-of-known, unknown threats, quantifiable as we, the rules of monarchy, any number of parties involved here may have to classify. These threats to humanity, to us, our homes, everything we live and we have lived for and continue to live for. There's a level of faith that needs to be had, I suppose. I'm not an idiot. I won't blindly accept anything thrusted upon me. But not only do you need firepower in a situation like that, and strength in numbers, to succeed in a conflict, wars, heroics, or otherwise. Not only do you need that, but camaraderie. Trust in some regard. Even if there's dubious actors among a certain group. There are seemingly just as many people who, at least on the outset, seem genuinely convinced and desiring to want to bring about good change. Unpredictability is troublesome, but there's no doubt that everyone here is incredibly capable, and if we were to organize in a force such as this, as Commander Citadel and many others have said, a group like this could effectively and efficiently protect countless lives. And that kind of efficiency is paramount in a matter such as this. So, if we need to organize some sort of group of third parties or what have you, put whatever sort of restrictions or regulations upon DBA specifically, or at the very least, if it's not restricting DBA as a whole, at least the restrictions of it in regards to this alliance. I feel as if things like that are things that we're here to discuss and figure out and work through, so we can work together to form a group such as this.
I would... Actually, I'll let Akpo go first, but then I would like to say a thing.
Yeah. I was going to say, I'd like, if Alice has something to say, because I heard him trying to pipe in, but then I have something to say, so...
Go first.
Yeah. Alright. Well,
After these
to the...
things, we're gonna keep going, but
Yeah. So effectively after Dragonov gives that point, Copeland chimes in. You know, I personally couldn't agree more myself. Though, as an amendment to that point, I think in order to bring forth such faith and trust that we all share the common good, a foundation of general trust does need to be laid, which is why we are having this meeting in the first place. Though, I myself kind of noticed that Justice's point over there was brushed over a little bit. So, I myself am going to lay it out a little more brazenly. And in a way that I think will bring forward a more clear answer. What are you guys, the US military, the folks here with the, other than DBA, with the largest amount of representation at this table? What are you going to give to this organization? What is your piece to it? And then maybe people like myself and Justice could add something in. Because my biggest concern here, if none of you are aware, Regent Red can attest over here, but my country, the Neo-Mesozoic Kingdom, has lived in solitary for quite a while, but has only recently been inducted into the rules of monarchy. And if I am to join such an alliance as this, well, I do like the ideals of cooperation and fighting for the greater good. Well, you said this about the Ralavar family, and I'll say this to you as a representative of a South American country. You're the US military. Your reputation precedes you. So I want to be sure that you're giving in your proper piece. And that me, my country, and many of the other people here won't be expected to give more than they're worth.
What are we giving here? Delta looks to him. Well, I apologize if this sounds rude, General Copeland Marsh, but do you not see the building we are all within? The forces that have been constructed that I and my fellow compatriots here have brought together and organized for a meeting such as this?
I see it.
Is it not clear the resources we've put into this project already?
You are the richest country in the world. Or one of them, at least. One building is very good. This is a very nice building. A very good step in the right direction. But again, I'm nervous you'll be giving too little while we are asked to give too much. So I suppose I want to ask... This inquiry is merely to gaze into how much your military is giving in, so I can proportionally give potentially proportionally give an equal amount from my country, to make sure that we aren't asked too much.
In that case, I can get you some sort of... If you want cold, hard numbers of what we've provided in here, I can give you a list of that at some point. But... all throughout this meeting, I've been trying to make the point of the idea behind this. You can call it idealistic. It is, in many ways. But the conception behind this is to work together for the common good of people, to help people and rescue them. I mean, the same way that Justice asked Mr. Ralavar. What do we get out of this? Well, in a lot of ways, we're not but losing a bunch of our own resources, dedicating all of this time, money, and material to building this, to allocating forces, running things, gathering everyone here as they are.
So, This leads into something that I was wanting to speak about, actually. There are technically 2 points, but I'm sure the second point can be saved for after more discussion on the deal itself has been determined, as it mostly pertains to the business side of things, which is only really represented on this side of the table. The first, however, is more directly apt and to the point. I'm sure that this base does indeed have quite a great many assets. Miss Platinum has mentioned that she's already given you certain things and had them installed into this facility. But more importantly, and to the point, if this is to be an emergency response sort of system, as I've been led to believe it is, my main question is, considering that, well, we all had to wait a very long time for the ferries of everyone getting here, as we can all attest to today, what sort of exact response window would we be thinking for these sorts of things, especially considering, obviously, we would need to have whoever is under this agreement, whoever's volunteered, to be brought here to be briefed on whatever the situation is, and so on and so forth. And then, whatever equipment the US military is using for any operations thereof, to be shipped out, theoretically, back to the mainland, and even further inland, theoretically. There's a lot of resources which will have to be moved around a lot, and what exactly is the point of it being obviously, if this deal doesn't go through, I can also see why the US military would want a base at this point. I'm not trying to imply anything, I'm just saying it makes sense. My point being, why not have bases theoretically spread out throughout the continental US as an additional just in case of, depending on where the threat may be, at what times and points, etc., etc.
Well, under the assumption that this alliance is formed and is successful and is working and operational, then theoretically, yes, we could do something of the sort.
Okay. It's important to note, because for Mr. Marsh and Mr. Ralavar over there, neither of them live within Daybreak Bay. They have countries off to their own different areas, so this base in itself, it might be a fancy piece of land to them, but other than that, it has no particular meaning, so I figured making sure that this quote-unquote Fort Bifrost wouldn't be the only one. That way, for Mr. Justice, there is more value to be obtained from it existing, etc., etc. I just figured that would be important. And as mentioned, the other detail is more on the economic side of things, and I don't believe it really matters at this point in time.
What I'm gonna say is that this has been a quite expensive place to build. Platinum shrugs.
I know Roche has been wanting to say something, so he can go, but then, yeah.
I'd like to state that, I think that, on top of what you said there, Cheshire, right?
Yes.
I think it would be useful, so to speak, if we, and of course, stop me if this is something you already had plans for or whatever, but, I know a very, important part of the thing here is, mobilizing and dispatching the threat. But I feel like if we're gonna really build this alliance, we're gonna need more than just the strong arm of the, justice to handle things. We're gonna need a bunch of people who can handle information gathering to get what we're actually fighting or up against. We're gonna need people who can allocate resources. We're gonna need people who can get people places or stay behind and make sure people are safe in their homes. So, I mean, we got any plans for that? We got division of people who are set up specifically to, I don't know, teleport materials from one place to another? Not that specific, of course, but like,
Well, in the same way that I responded to Mr. Lilithian. While not everything is currently set up, in the event that this alliance is formed, facilities like that could then be built for that. All things considered, I understand that the transport here was long. It wasn't instantaneous. But in the event that something like this is formed and we can allocate the rest of the budget with certainty and confirmation, then things like that could begin to be formed, yes.
And
how about a tray?
I guess this is more of a clarification thing. Yo, Regent Red.
Yes.
Hanaho sort of, fiddling with the marbles in his left hand still. He sort of flicks one up, takes a little bit, and is like, now, I'd like to clarify, please don't take this the wrong way. You're pretty much considering, your general specifications and the people here in this room and all of that sort of stuff who, obviously we all have our own wants. He catches the marble. So, can we trust you to be 100% absolutely unbiased third party if we go with the whole checks and balance type thing? Can we find some way to vet the people who we choose to do that, even if it does or does not include Miss Regent Red?
Well, I can assure you that regardless of how much you trust me, I believe that you should definitely at least put faith in all of us regents collectively as an organization. Again, we've been trying to keep a neutral position and simply foster the world's growth and stability for thousands of years. But of course, I understand that it may seem a little bit weird, but if you want my honest feelings, I would say yes.
I never meant to call into question your actual validity. I was just mainly saying, as a matter of generalization to a certain extent, that while I do trust that your organization would be, of course, from the things you've said about it, from the things I've heard, from assumingly things that people in this very room could back up. He looks around. I would assume that you guys are probably the most trustworthy for a thing like that. I was mainly just making sure, because I know that there's a little bit of a general disliking of certain aspects of stuff that goes on with some of the people in this room, namely, frustration at the whole disorganized DBA thing, which of course I say we. I'm a dude who went to one episode. The guys here have figured out that, more infrastructure is being put in place to make that better and so on. But there are a lot of people in this room who take issue with a lot of things that other people do, so it's hard to say what really is. It's mainly trying to make sure if unbiased isn't unbiased with a caveat next to it.
Well, I can assure you that we are probably the most qualified third-party organization for such a thing. Whether or not you all agree to it is, well, ultimately your own personal decisions. Both yours and my signatories over.
Alright, so, as we've said, there will be other opportunities to continue these discussions as we go forward, but I think Scarlett had one more line she wants to say, but then Soleil's going to take it from there, alright?
Venus just says, well, not everyone needs to agree. And as a representative of DBA, I think that we at least have the start of something good here. That is
Exactly. I was never necessarily anticipating this to be the be-all, end-all of the negotiations. As you said, though, this is the starting point. And if nothing else, I think that through this meeting, we've been able to come to terms on at least a lot of what we're trying to gain here, some of the methods we can put in place, and potential ways we can go about doing it. So from there, however, as Delta would continue from that point onward, suddenly, over the course of a split second, the people present in this room would be able to feel something as the atmosphere suddenly changes. As if a needle dropped in an otherwise silent room. Of course, everyone here is extremely experienced, but even for them, their honed reaction speeds aren't quite prepared for exactly what happens next. Again, in a split second, the lights of the room dim considerably in but an instant. As, let me grab this. It's not pitch dark, but not much above that. Which isn't helped by the precious seconds of time needed to adjust your eyes to a new level of light. At the same time, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere, a group of previously unseen figures are now present, floating ominously above everyone at the tables. As, let me grab them here.
Don't put them down.
There we go.
Oh.
What the fuck?
Oh, sweet Christ.
Fucking finally something to sink my teeth into.
And before their appearances can even be fully registered, they were into action.
One of the larger figures waves a wooden staff, embers of purple flame trailing behind it. As they do, tendril-like constructs burst from the shadows along the ground, seemingly made of darkness themselves, grasping onto several of the strongest and most important figures in the room, holding them firmly in place.
As they do, for anyone quick enough to attempt a countermeasure, one of the figures dashes across the entire room in less than the blink of an eye. They slam into each and every person in the room with unimaginable speed, knocking them off balance and rendering any reactions far less feasible.
The figure on the left then raises an arm, and above you all, the entire ceiling is engulfed by a cosmic portal, a brilliant starscape flickering above. Then, from within it, a cascade of burning meteors begins blasting every corner of the room to pieces, creating a shower of debris and a tumult of scattered bodies.
The serpentine figure among them darts between everyone, like an arrow with an infinitely long ribbon trailing it. Their body slashes across each person's skin, tearing into each surface with dozens of cuts all at once. Bits and pieces feel like they're being eaten away in an instant, with a sharp sting remaining where they once were.
Another one of the shadows, with rapid movements, manifests a separate massive pair of arms. They spring into life, sweeping across the floor and dragging everyone into their clutches before slamming them all together in one swift motion.
And even with all of this, some of the strongest in the room might have been able to manage a split-second reaction, to at least stand and get their bearings, but as they try, the smallest figure on the right lunges claw-like hands, and dozens of black strings lash forward, wrapping around limbs and torsos with the strength of steel serpents, once again restraining those most dangerous and capable.
Finally, the largest of the figures lets out a guttural roar as their entire form undulates. As everyone is heavily injured, dazed, or restrained, it violently crashes onto them, from somewhere within this form, a gargantuan fist wildly swings down like a hammer, slamming everyone into the floor as the ground crumbles beneath the pressure. Cracks form on the surface, and rumbling akin to an earthquake resonates out. And in that same moment, everyone feels themselves getting pushed further into the ground, slipping into an indescribable substance, before being rocketed further downward in a frenzy of twists and turns to who knows where.
And with that, and that flurry of blows, leaving everyone in bewilderment before they can even potentially react, we're gonna leave it on that as a cliffhanger.
It's fine, soldiers. You got him.
Right.
Shoot.
Yeah.
So
I'm gonna be completely real. They're dead. I don't know what to tell you.
So that escalated a bit quickly, I think.
Yeah, you know.
No, I think it was foreshadowed.
Like continue our discussion.
Yeah, there are
avoid,
4
like,
shadows.
nothing
A few more than 4, actually, but I can't count. So.
There are at least 5.
Can we continue to talk about the specifics of the stipulations?
I
would like to hear about the trade.
Yes, Iris?
The Trade Federation.
I need to post a piece of fan art really quick.
Oh no, that's not good.
Oh shit! Oh shit! I can post my Miss Isopod memes. Let's fucking go!
Did they just team tech the shit out of us?
Yeah.
Dude, they put us in the fuck house. What are we supposed to do? We're fucked. I'm back.
That's the point. Yeah. Let me post my thing really quick, Capo. You guys keep talking.
As I just wanted to say properly, right? With that, I'd like to thank you all for playing, watching, participating, and I hope you enjoyed the first session of episode 197 of Destruction Bench Agreement, Operation Bifrost.
Let's see.
Yay!
Very fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I hope that was fun, guys.
Oh, it was.
This was definitely the slower setup one.
Yep.
In some ways, but trust me, it's only gonna be a roller coaster from here.
I'm looking forward to it, baby.
Just peachy.
It's fighting the bird with a stick.
Yeah.
To show off the piece of fan art Iris has made, here it is. Quote, Roche saying that maybe this is the one time nothing goes wrong, of course. Irony. Creative.
And I want to be clear, I don't think, I'm not saying this to be like, Roche is dumb or whatever. I genuinely appreciate them saying that as haha, just a reminder, we are in DBA right now,
Exactly. I thought it was funny of just wow, guys, we sure are walking into the room where it's just a friendly little fight, and the last thing was just Captain Zachary. He's not that much of an issue, guys.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And then it's like
Captain Zachary.
And then it's like Shadow Wizard Money Gang. We love making team texts.
We love using dual text.
We love killing PCs.
Yeah.
That was very fun, and thank all of you, not just Soleil, not just Iris, not just Penny, but the collective of all the 3 of you for making it. Despite the fact that this is just the setup, it was still very fun, and really I can't point to a bad part of the session except the one I wasn't in.
On one hand, I'm of course sorry that things went a bit longer than even I was expecting. I was expecting it to be closer to the 7 to 8 as opposed to 9 to 10 hour. But of course things went a little bit long. But
we talk a lot.
We talk a lot. It's fair. I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. And for people like Poco who aren't able to be here at all, Gecko who is able to be here very limitedly, and everyone else, like, say, Drake, who had to leave early, or James, who was very tired at the end. I apologize, of course, but as has been reiterated and stressed multiple times now, I thoroughly believe that this episode, this session, this part of the episode, the first one, the setup, the very beginning where everyone needs to be here, this is the big hump. I think that this is very likely the longest it's going to go for an individual session because it needs to set up everything. With that, again, I hope everyone enjoyed themselves, and as much as I could continue to talk on and on and on forever, right? You
guys all did amazing for the record.
Yeah, everyone did incredible in their respective roles that they played here today. And as much as I'd love to continue gushing, and I could thank you all forever, in the interest of letting some people, like, say, Ballas sleep, I'm going to try and keep this a little bit brief here in the exit, the finale of this, the outro. That's the word I was looking for. I'm also a little tired. But first off, again, thank you to everybody involved. It's been a massive undertaking. It's taken a long time. I'm sorry it's taken so long, of course, but I like to hope that it was worth it. Of course, thank you to everyone for watching. If you enjoyed yourselves, you want to know when, where, how, why, you can catch up with more of the things we're doing here, whether it's more episodes of Operation Bifrost or anything else. You should join our Discord server. There's the place to get notified when we're doing streams and such. So it's the place to go to be in the know. Thank you all so very much for joining in and doing all the stuff that we do. And again, as I'm now broken recording, could go on for hours and hours and talking and gushing and what have you. But in the interest of brevity and allowing us in the moment to get a little bit of shut-eye, I'll keep it brief here for the last time. Thank you all. Good night. Say goodbye to chat, everybody, and see you all next time for the next part of Operation Bifrost.
Bye.
Everybody. See you next time.